Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
The fat man muttered, "You come first. Let me see how much your strength has improved this month. Are you just refining chakra at home?" His tone was a little sour, and he was obviously not convinced that Wang Jin's chakra capacity had caught up with his own. Wang Jin smiled and pulled out the black kunai stuck in his leg. He came to the Fire Wolf secret realm just for this weapon, which was made of chakra-conductive metal. Although he is less than 30 centimeters long, he has spent all his savings, a total of 400,000 mainland dollars. There is no other way to choose kunai. Now his strongest skill is Konoha-style swordsmanship, so he can't go empty-handed. And kunai can only make a transition. A thin sword that can cut iron like clay is what he really needs. But those things were too expensive, with the cheapest ones starting at 3 million, which forced Wang Jin to come to the Fire Wolf here to borrow some money. Then watch out, the battle will be over in just an instant. Wang Jin looked serious, intent on testing the power of Konoha's phantom swordsmanship in real life. However, these words sounded more like showing off to the fat man's ears, and he couldn't help but curl his lips. "You have a little bit of ability, but you can't do it. Let me see how capable you are. Haha, you will be surprised. Kano Hagakure Liu." Buzz, fallen leaves fell from the sky, and the black kunai turned into dozens of shadows. Immediately afterwards, Wang Jin disappeared in the shocked eyes of Fatty and Wang Shanshan. When he reappeared, he had completely buried the kunai in his hand into Fire Wolf's left eye. Ouch. The Fire Wolf was fatally injured and rolled on the ground in pain. The kunai destroyed its brain, and it lost its breath of life in less than 3 minutes. Fatty and Wang Shanshan recovered from the shock and hurried to Hualang to check. After a moment, he was convinced that he was not dreaming. Wang Jin really killed a monster easily. "Damn it, Wang Jin, your move is too scary, it's hard to guard against it. Yes, there is no genius in our school who can compare to you." The two of them were generous with their praises, but Wang Jin's appearance puzzled them. Wang Jin looked ugly, staring at the corpse of the Fire Wolf and murmuring, "How so? A low-level monster actually discovered my attack position. Is it not affected by genjutsu?" "Wang Jin, what are you talking about? This Fire Wolf must have been hit by your genjutsu, otherwise why didn't it hide?" The fat man was surprised. Anyway, he didn't see how Wang Jin launched the attack. Wang Jin pulled out the kunai inserted in the Fire Wolf's eyes and shook his head. "The situation is not right. I have used this trick in the sacred tree world. Konoha is definitely not something that a low-level monster can see through. However, the Fire Wolf noticed the moment I took action, but its body didn't react. This is far different from the crushing I imagined." "Is that so?" After hearing this, Wang Shanshan thought for a moment and said, "Wang Jin, this move of yours is definitely powerful. Fatty and I didn't see through it. If what you said really happened, there is only one possibility." "What?" Wang Jin quickly looked at her, and Wang Shanshan nodded slightly and spoke softly. "I have studied monsters before and know that they are naturally good at getting rid of genjutsu. This can be seen from the fact that the monster can perform ninjutsu without forming any seals. The monster relies on its physical strength and its tough meridians to forcibly condense chakra into the necessary ninjutsu. The most commonly used trick to get rid of genjutsu is to disrupt its own chakra. The ninja needs to take the initiative to complete this step. The chakra in the monster's body remains in this state all the time, so it is explained that your genjutsu did not achieve the expected effect." "Sounds reasonable." Wang Jin immediately glanced at the girl after hearing this. "These things have never been taught in school. Number 3 middle school still teaches these." "Of course I won't teach," Wang Shanshan smiled, "but my grandfather does. He is the president of an ordinary university. I have lived with him since I was a child, and I have understood it. By the way, Wang Jin, are you interested in coming to my grandfather's university? Fatty and I are planning to go. The three of us can form a ninja team." "I'm a medical ninja." "No, even if I go to college, I will go to Anseong University. The teaching conditions there are the best." Wang Jin refused with a smile. Wang Shanshan didn't insist anymore. A strange look flashed in her eyes and she smiled slightly. "If you change your mind, just contact Fatty. My grandfather will definitely take special care of a genius like you, and his treatment will not be worse than your treatment at Anseong University. And I even have girlfriends when I go to college. I have several very beautiful single best friends. Haha, this condition is good, maybe I will change my mind in the future." The three of them joked and put away the Fire Wolf's body and continued on their way. Soon the second prey appeared. It had 2 more chakra cards than the fire wolf just now, and it was also a bit larger. The fat man volunteered, rolled up his sleeves, and ran quickly to the fire wolf. Wang Jin, let you see my growth this month. Fire-style fire dragon technique. Hold head high. A giant flame dragon more than 30 meters long appeared, flew towards the frightened fire wolf at high speed, grabbed it and pinned it to the ground, and then swallowed it in one gulp. After a few seconds, the fire dragon consumed all its chakra and disappeared, and the fire wolf, which lost its life breath, fell from the air to the ground. The fur all over its body was black and it was burned alive. Hoo tilde how's the power of my fire style, the fat man gasped twice. The technique just now consumed half of his chakra. Wang Jin gave a thumbs up. It's very strong and the speed of forming seals is also very fast. It seems that you haven't been idle this month. That's right, you can't grow up alone. But this fire wolf skin is gone. If you encounter a single one in the future, just take action. I don't know anything except fire style. Fatty also knew that there was a big gap between his real combat power and Wang Jin's. The opponent can kill the monster effortlessly, and ninjutsu will collapse in just 2 attempts. The 3 of them continued on the road, and they were ready to stay in the fire wolf secret realm for several days. I brought a lot of food and water before coming here, which can be regarded as growth in disguise. After all, every ninja knows that he can't just refine chakra at home. Without combat experience and mentality, he can never be alone. The 3 of them searched for the 3rd fire wolf for 2 hours before they found it. In the dense woods, sunlight shines through the gaps in the leaves, forming light and shadow like a natural painting. Wang Jin, Wang Shanshan, and Fang Lei were squatting behind a boulder as high as one person, looking solemnly at the huge fire wolf about 200 meters away. This fire wolf is 3 meters tall, twice as tall as an ordinary fire wolf. Just by looking at its appearance, you can tell it is a wolf king, and its chakra exceeds 20 calories. Warcraft are different from ninjas. Their chakra is more violent and easy to see through. It does not require a professional perception ninja to feel the total amount of chakra at close range. Fang Lei swallowed his saliva. 25 cards, Wang Jin. This fire wolf has exceeded the official record of 20 cards. It must be very difficult to mess with, do you think? Fat man, are you scared? Wang Jin turned around and smiled at him. I'm afraid I'll be the only one. To be honest, it's quite challenging, isn't it? Who is afraid? Fang Lei muttered immediately after hearing this. I just don't want to provoke it. If we fight together, we will definitely kill this guy. But injuries are inevitable, so let's evacuate. After all, we have to stay here for several days. It doesn't matter if you are injured. I know how to use Sage Jutsu and can treat you. Wang Shanshan volunteered. Fang Lei glared at her after hearing this while Wang Jin was surprised. Palm Sage Jutsu is an A-level medical ninjutsu, which is the most powerful in healing wounds. Generally speaking, only a highly talented medical jonin can master it. The girl in front of him, who had mediocre talent, had actually mastered it, which made him look at him with new eyes. Wang Shanshan, your chakra control must be very abnormal. Can I ask you for advice when you have time? Okay, I just want to learn from your fighting experience. Wang Shanshan readily agreed. I've heard from Fatty that you are terrifyingly calm when fighting. Then it's agreed, let's talk about it when we have time. Fat man, you stay here on guard. I'll go meet this fire wolf myself. Hey, wait. After Wang Jin finished speaking, he rushed out with a whoosh, and Fang Lei couldn't stop him even if he wanted to. Ouch. When Wang Jin was still 100 meters away from the fire wolf, the opponent spotted him. A clear wolf howl sounded, and he jumped dozens of meters with all his strength in an instant. Whoosh. The distance between the two was approaching at an extremely fast speed, and they both regarded each other as prey. Wang Jin did not use Konoha style immediately and brushed the seals with both hands while running. CY Shen Hai Wuyan. Fire style great fireball technique. Raging, a giant great fireball with a diameter of 7 to 8 meters hit the fire wolf king, who jumped slightly to the right to avoid it. Just waiting for you to dance again. Wang Jin immediately formed another seal, activated his ground walking, and appeared at the landing point of the fire wolf king. The latter had nowhere to borrow strength in the air and could only watch as he stepped on it. Ouch! The fire wolf king let out a loud scream. This earthly King Jin used 3 cards of chakra, which was extremely powerful. The great fireball just now was just a test. He didn't even consume half of the chakra card. After all, he also knew that the art of mercy did not kill people, and walking on the ground was the ultimate move. However, the Fire Wolf King is a Warcraft after all. If it were a ninja, it might be seriously injured, but it would only feel a lot of pain because of its strong body. The Fire Wolf King was furious. He thought that the bug in front of him, which he could swallow in one bite, should not be hurt. His speed increased sharply, and he arrived in front of Wang Jin almost in the blink of an eye. Swish, swish, swish. The Fire Wolf King swung his big claws to attack Wang Jin, but the latter used physical skills to evade in embarrassment. Damn it, I told him not to mess with it, but he didn't listen. Seeing that Wang Jin was in danger under the attack of the Fire Wolf King, Fang Lei immediately decided to support him. Shanshan just a what? He originally wanted to tell Wang Shanshan that if there was an accident, she could just run away and leave him and Wang Jin alone. However, before he finished speaking, he saw that the former, who was almost unable to dodge the Fire Wolf King's attack, suddenly became able to do so with ease, and the Fire Wolf King's claws could no longer threaten Wang Jin. Sharingan, it's actually Sharingan. Wang Shanshan looked at Wang Jin's scarlet eyes in the distance and covered her mouth in shock. He is actually the legendary Sharingan. The identity of the Uchiha clan. Fat man, why didn't you tell me earlier? What eyes? Fang Lei couldn't understand at all. This is the first time I've seen his eyes look like this. The speed of the Fire Wolf King forced Wang Jin to activate the newly awakened pupil technique blood inheritance limit Sharingan. Although it was just a Magatama, Sharingan could clearly see the attack of the Fire Wolf King in his eyes instantly. It feels like watching a short movie in slow play. Although it doesn't play frame by frame, it leaves Wang Jin with much more reaction time. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Wang Jin easily dodged the Fire Wolf King's attack. At this moment, he had already pulled out the kunai stuck in his leg and seized the opportunity to give the opponent a hard blow. In just a minute, the Fire Wolf King's body was already covered with terrible wounds. His red blood was constantly flowing out, and his movements were getting slower and slower. It's almost time to end the fight. Wang Jin felt that the time had come and instantly used Konoha style. His figure disappeared among the fallen leaves and kunai in the sky. When he reappeared, the kunai was also inserted into the eyes of the Fire Wolf King. Ouch! The Fire Wolf King fell to the ground, his mouth constantly letting out weak screams, and after struggling for a few times, his heartbeat stopped. Wang Jin did not step forward to collect the spoils immediately, but closed his eyes to feel the current situation. I am very tired, my eyes are dry, and I have bouts of slight dizziness. Is this the side effect of Sharingan that Zayou said? I'm just a Magatama and it's indeed different from the original. It's terrifying. But Sharingan's role has also been greatly strengthened. There is no such strong insight in the Hokage world. It seems that the copying ability of the second Magatama, the Genjutsu of the third Magatama, and even the Mangekyō ability will be greatly improved compared to the original work. In reality, the side effects of mutated Sharingan do not seem to be entirely bad, and the benefits are also huge. Wang Jin thought for a few seconds and then opened his eyes. He pulled out the kunai and observed it carefully, thinking silently in his heart. It didn't find my attacking position just now, it should be the result of Sharingan's cooperation. The moment he activated the Konoha style, Wang Jin clearly felt that the consumption of Sharingan suddenly increased sharply, which was much greater than just using it to understand the opponent's actions. This forced him to believe that Sharingan had the effect of strengthening Genjutsu. After all, the 10-card Fire Wolf could detect Konoha Ryu's attack position before, but now the 25-card Wolf King died inexplicably. Test my limit again. Wang Jin did not turn off Sharingan but kept it on, wanting to see how long he could last. At this time, Fatty and Wang Shanshan had already come to him. They both stared at his eyes curiously and did not ask for a long time. Half a day later, when Wang Jin completely recovered his mental strength, the three of them hit the road again. At this time, he has completely figured out the time when he can start the Sharingan battle. If you only use it for insight, you can keep your eyes open for 15 minutes. Once you use Konoha-style phantom swordsmanship, this time will be greatly shortened, but there is at least a 5-minute guarantee. Sharingan will automatically shut down after the mental energy is exhausted. Currently, he has not felt any other side effects except physical fatigue. Of course, this may just be a Magatama Sharingan, which is the lowest level. Fang Lei secretly glanced at Wang Jin from time to time on the road, and the latter had no choice but to speak after noticing several times. If you have anything to say, just say it. Are you really not afraid of losing your life because of Sharingan? Fang Lei scratched his head and continued. You also heard what Shanshan said. Ninjas who turn on Sharingan will not end well. If they are not controlled, they will definitely die. You still have a chance now that you have just opened your eyes. Wang Shanshan did know a lot more. She had given them more information about Sharingan than Zhu Xiaoyu had told them before, which made Wang Jin admire her even more. Her talent for refining chakra may not be enough, but her knowledge reserve and precise control of chakra are beyond her reach. That's right, Wang Jin, you have to consider my words carefully. Wang Shanshan now lost the innocence and stupidity when we first met, and her face was serious. According to the information I have obtained, Sharingan will definitely die if it reaches 3 Magatama levels. No one has ever been able to withstand its terrible side effects. Although your mental power is off the charts, according to my research, every eye-opener is like this. In other words, this is the necessary condition for eye-opening. So Wang Jin, just give up. Sharingan is powerful, but life is the most important thing. Thank you for your kindness. I knew these things from the beginning. Wang Jin smiled, but I have my own way. I believe I can perfectly solve the pressure brought by Sharingan. Immortal body, Senju body, whirlpool body, these are all the ways Wang Jin can think of. As long as he can get one of them in the Hokage world, he believes that the side effects of Sharingan are nothing to worry about. After all, these physiques can even bear the Samsara eye, let alone a pair of elementary eye techniques that even Mangekyō has not evolved to. Seeing his refusal, Wang Shanshan sighed softly. Is this the pride and arrogance of your geniuses? I have to say that you are impeccable in terms of confidence. Wang Jin, I hope you can keep going with this mentality. Maybe you can really become the first ninja to conquer Sharingan in the history of our Divine Tree continent. Haha, if I lend you some good words, I believe I can do it. Well, the hunting trip began. Since even the Fire Wolf King was killed by Wang Jinden, the three of them paid no attention to it. It can be said that as long as they don't encounter other ninja teams, there are no monsters in the Fire Wolf secret realm that can threaten the safety of the three of them. At this point, the three of them hunted fire wolves during the day and took turns practicing ninjutsu at night. In his free time, Wang Jin also asked Wang Shanshan for tips on controlling chakra. She was indeed a genius in this field. Many pointers made him feel like a treasure. After 10 days, his speed of forming seals was greatly improved compared to before. Of course, Wang Shanshan was not idle either. She also learned from Wang Jin how to strengthen her mentality, which also gained a lot. A total of 46 fire wolves died in their hands in the past 10 days, and the storage scroll was full. The storage scroll that Fatty brings has a space of 10 cubic meters inside, which is neither too big nor too small. There are even bigger ones than this, but that was more expensive and he couldn't afford it. The three of them planned to go back. Neither Fatty nor Wang Shanshan wanted to share too much of Wang Jin's money. The two of them only wanted 30% of the profit combined. On the one hand, they knew that Wang Jin was short of money, so they gave up some trivial things in order to make friends with him. On the other hand, most of these fire wolves were killed by Wang Jin, so it would be reasonable to ask for less. For the two of them, the biggest gain in these 10 days was the increase in combat experience, which was very satisfying. At the entrance of the monster acquisition market, Wang Shanshan looked at Wang Jin's leaving back and spoke softly. Fat man, do you know him? I understand this guy is very awesome. Fang Lei said proudly. At the beginning, I also found that his fighting mentality was incredibly strong, and he never panicked no matter how dangerous the situation was, so I decided to learn from him. Yes, Wang Shanshan sighed, we have learned a lot from him in the past few days. At least I am not afraid of Warcraft now. What can I say about him? He always seems to have a cold-blooded personality hidden under his enthusiastic surface. It seems that he is used to the scene of life passing away. He is terrifyingly calm. Well, I think so too. Fang Lei nodded in agreement, thought for a while and then spoke. And I also suspect that he has really killed someone. Anyway, he is different from us students. Shanshan, do you want me to find a way to win him over? Your grandfather is searching for geniuses everywhere now. It would be a pity to miss Wang Jin. No need to go to such trouble. Wang Shanshan laughed after hearing this. Her eyes flashed with wisdom that did not match her age. If he can't go to Anseong University, he will definitely come to us. Huh? Why? Fang Lei was a little confused after hearing this. Although Anseong University has a high threshold, Wang Jin's talent is what they need to attract, right? Why don't they want it? After hearing this, Wang Shanshan turned to look at him, put away her smile and said seriously. Just because he is Uchiha, just because he opened the Sharingan, just because he has used the first chance of death without punishment in the sacred tree world. As long as he has one less buff, Anseong University will treat him as a genius and train him. But these factors are added together, haha. I believe those old diehards at Anseong University will not change. Just watch, Anseong University will definitely disappoint Wang Jin, and he will definitely come to find you. Wang Shanshan said categorically, and her confident look made Fang Lei scratch his head. Although I don't understand what you mean, it makes sense. She is indeed my girl. With that little skill of yours, you can coax me and nothing else. Hey, it's enough that I can coax you. Shanshan, you are the only one in my life. And boss, I want this sword. Okay, 3.5 million. For you. After selling all the fire wolf corpses and receiving the mission rewards, Wang Jin received a total of 4.8 million. He immediately went to the store that sold conductive equipment and finally got the weapon he had been longing for. Wang Jin was in a good mood as he fondly touched the light blue rapier in his hand. The rapier is about 1 meter long and only 2 fingers wide. It is made entirely of chakra-conductive metal. Its strength and sharpness are far superior to weapons made of ordinary metals. Wang Jin thought to himself that with this weapon, those D-class monsters or conductors would no longer be able to easily defend against his attacks, which would be a decisive help in future battles. With 1.3 million left, he planned to buy a storage scroll and replace the rest with the corpse of the sea-level monster, Sandworm. Sandworm is a monster that only appears in secret realms with deserts. It looks disgusting, like an enlarged version of a caterpillar wearing armor. Generally, no one will eat it, however, Wang Jinkai didn't care about this. He only wanted the meat to be rich in nutrients. It didn't matter what species it was, as long as it could be eaten in his stomach. He was even a little lucky that the sandworm looked disgusting, otherwise it wouldn't have the same price as some high-end D-class monsters. After spending 300,000 yuan to buy a 10 cubic meter storage scroll, Wang Jin returned to the monster beast acquisition market. Boss, how do you sell this sandworm? He came to a house where 5 giant red insects, about 1.5 meters long and 30 centimeters thick, covered in dark red armor were hung at the door. The head and tail could not be distinguished. 5,000 with the shell, 10,000 without. The boss was wearing a white coat with red blood stains on it, and he was holding a butcher knife made of chakra-conductive metal in his hand. After thinking about it, Wang Jin decided that it would be more cost-effective to shell the shells himself. Although it was a bit disgusting and tiring, he could save a lot of money. I want them all, no need to remove them. Okay, the boss threw the 5 sandworms onto a small floor scale with a few bangs and quickly quoted a price. A total of 186 kilograms. 930,000, it depends on you to calculate 90. Okay, I'll transfer the money to you. After paying the money, Wang Jin put the sandworms into the storage scroll and couldn't wait to go home. He couldn't help but want to taste these delicious foods and thought to himself at the same time, this is the meat of a sea-level monster. The cells will definitely receive huge nutrients. It will be possible to extract a large amount of chakra in a short period of time. Before going home, Wang Jin first went to a crop field with crops, intending to deal with the sandworms. He placed 5 sandworms on the ground, pulled out the thin sword from the scabbard on his back, and stabbed it into the dark red armor on the sandworm's body. Clang! Wang Jin didn't put much effort in the first blow, and it didn't even pierce the armor. This made him lament that the monster's defense was so powerful that it was still so difficult to deal with even after death. With the second blow, he used all his strength to finally pierce the sandworm's armor, slashed the entire body with his sword horizontally, and took out the white, mucus-laced meat bag inside the sandworm's body. Once, Wang Jin continued to deal with it, and in half an hour all 5 sandworms were treated by him. The armor and mucus were left on the crop field, which was much more nutritious than fertilizer. He took a taxi home with his harvest and planned to taste the delicious food in the evening. At the dinner table, the family praised the meat for its deliciousness, but they did not know it was sandworms. Wang Jin was afraid that his family would not be able to eat it. After all, sandworms are so disgusting that most people can't stand them. Wang Jiaqiang and Cheng Feng couldn't eat anymore after a few mouthfuls. Warcraft meat was too nutritious. If they were not healthy, they wouldn't even be able to enjoy it. Wang Yue is doing better. With the help of Wang Jin, she has broken through 1 card in chakra these days and officially became genin. She ate about half a plate. Wang Jin's body became stronger and stronger, and he ate up all the leftovers in the pot, less than 3 kilograms. It seems that I will only eat more and more in the future, Wang Jin thought secretly while washing the dishes. The premise for ninjas to refine chakra requires energy in the cells. The more powerful the person, the more energy they need. Therefore, at a certain level, ordinary food will not generate energy for ninjas except to maintain vitality. At this time, the assistance of Warcraft meat is needed. It can be said that ninjas and Warcraft are natural enemies, and they both want to eat each other to replenish energy. After Wang Jin removed the shells, he only had about 100 kilograms of sandworm meat left, which would be eaten up in less than a month. Then he would have to find a way to get some Warcraft meat. His best target is the Luo family's monster forest, which is the closest place to the West Valley district with sea-level monsters. Apart from here, if he wants to hunt such monsters, he has to cross at least 2 prefecture-level cities. Not only is the distance far, it is also quite dangerous, and the chances of being robbed by other gangs are very high. Parliamentary laws only look at strength, and the strong have immunity in many cases, unlike in his previous life where everyone is equal in society. It would be nice if we could go to Luo's monster forest. With a sigh, Wang Jin put the washed dishes back in place, then quietly went out. Arriving at a familiar park, not many people were around at night, so he found a quiet place and began to practice water dragon bombs. The most important thing at the moment is to complete the task from teacher Gujai. The 30% chakra and 50,000 taels of silver note rewards are what Wang Jin needs most. Guided by seals and restraining chakra, Wang Jin familiarized himself with the running route of the water dragon bomb's chakra over and over again. The effect was better each time, and he had no thoughts of impatience or hard work at all. It was not until midnight that a phone call interrupted his practice, and it was Zhu Xiaoyu who answered the phone. "Why are you calling me at this time?" "Of course I fulfilled my promise." Zhu Xiaoyu's dazed voice came from the phone as if she had just woken up. "My parents are going to enter the God Tree world for 10 days tomorrow, and I'm the only one at home, so we can go to the Warcraft forest." Wang Jin was immediately excited after hearing this. "Xiaoyu, contact Luo Shiking now and see what she says." "You are such a fool. Normally, when a boy hears something like this, shouldn't he want to go to the girl's house?" "Hey, we are good friends, I don't feel anything." "Tusk, he's dead." Not long after Zhu Xiaoyu hung up the phone, she called again and told Wang Jin that they had agreed to bring him and Yan Meng with them tomorrow. Wang Jin called Yan Meng again and asked about his recent situation. "Don't mention it. I didn't receive any high-level missions in the Hidden Rock Village. You two are really lucky." As soon as the phone was connected, Yan Meng started complaining wildly, saying that he had wasted 10 days. Wang Jin could do nothing to help and could only comfort him. "Since we are in different factions, I can't help you for now. Crossing borders is not something that we genin rookies can do. But if you believe me, I will go find a kid named Deidara. He should be around 10 years old now." Wang Jin gave advice to his good brother and continued. "When you meet him, talk about explosives and the art of the moment, maybe you'll gain something." Deidara explode arts. Yan Meng on the other end of the phone was confused. "Jinzi, what do you mean? What good mission can a 10-year-old kid trigger?" "Don't ask more questions, just trust me and do this. See you at the mission hall tomorrow, remember to come early." "Oh, I see. Zhu Xiaoyu told me to gather at 8 o'clock. "Yeah, that's it." After Wang Jin hung up the phone, he did not continue practicing. He returned home to sleep and recharge his energy for tomorrow's adventure. At 8 o'clock in the morning, Wang Jin, Zhu Xiaoyu, and Yan Meng met. The former was stunned for a moment when they met. "Holy shit, how much chakra do you two have now? Why do I feel so huge?" The chakra aura permeating the two people at this moment made Wang Jin confused. He felt that it was at least 3 times more powerful than himself. Zhu Xiaoyu chuckled and hooked Wang Jin's neck hard, so hard that he couldn't resist. No more, just 35 calories. "It's done." The gap that we finally caught up with has been widened again. Wang Jin struggled to break away from her arm and looked at Yan Meng. "What about you, how much is it?" "Haha, 36 cards, are you shocked?" Yan Meng patted his shoulder hard. "Brother, you are the weakest now, haha. What have you guys eaten so hard recently?" Wang Jin bared his teeth and felt pain from being slapped twice on the shoulder. Yan Meng was much stronger than Zhu Xiaoyu. Zhu Xiaoyu pouted, "We already have more chakra than you, plus we are the first to usher in the explosive period. Yes, you don't have to deliberately eat heavenly materials and earthly treasures to speed up the refining." Yan Meng made a muscle comparison gesture. "Brother is also a person who is going to tune in now. I will definitely be able to reach around 100 calories before school starts. There are still more than 20 days before enrollment. Even if he counts 2 cards a day, he can achieve Yan Meng's goal." Wang Jin believes in his words. However, as a result, his sense of crisis became stronger, and he wanted to break through the 20-card chakra quickly to usher in his explosive period. After today, try to master ninjutsu within 3 days to receive the reward. Now the 3 of them can enter the world of the sacred tree again. But if this is not the day before, it is a rare opportunity to go to Luo Shiking's World of Warcraft forest first. "Let's go, Shiking, and Tao Yu should take the first step." "Yeah," Yan Meng reached out to stop a taxi and muttered as he got into the car. "I really don't like that guy Tao Yu, he's so hateful." "Who is Tao Yu?" Wang Jin put down the car window and asked. "Is there a conflict?" Zhu Xiaoyu covered her mouth and snickered. "He is a pursuer of poetry." Even a big guy wanted to pursue someone, but he was taught a lesson. As soon as we meet him, I have to compete with him again. Yan Meng snorted unconvinced and told Tao Yu's detailed information. Storm-style genius. That's interesting. Wang Jin smiled and punched Yan Meng in the chest. If you like him, chase him. Don't be afraid of that kid. If you can't beat him, I'll help you. Good friend, that's interesting. Yan Meng grinned, told his master the destination, and then the vehicle sped towards the outskirts of Zieg district. When they arrived at the place an hour and a half later, Wang Jin, who was as far away as last time, saw the tall Luo Shiking waiting for them. But the difference this time was that there was a handsome and tall boy beside her. He thought it must be Tao Yu, the storm-style genius who had an eye on Yan Meng. Xia Oyu, Luo Shiking waved enthusiastically, and Zhuo Xia Oyu quickly stepped forward and hugged her. Yan Meng stared at Tao Yu motionless with his two big copper bell eyes full of provocation. Tao Yu chuckled and crossed his arms. Big guy, what, you want to get back to where we were last time? Not bad. Yan Meng took a step forward and was only 20 centimeters away from Tao Yu. At this distance, Wang Jin knew that he was either going to kiss or make a move. It was obviously the latter in front of him. I've learned a few more ninjutsu these days, and my chakra has also grown a lot. I think I have the strength to fight with you. Confidence is commendable. Tao Yu smiled lightly and pointed to the metal door behind him, but there is no need to do it directly, you can also compare here. Hell, it's about who can kill a more powerful monster. Tao Yu put away his smile and said calmly, today my target is a steel-armored ape with about 50 calories of chakra. If you can kill a monster that is more powerful than it, I will lose. 50 cards, you're crazy. Yan Meng's eyes widened after hearing this. The steel-armored ape is best at defense. Even ninjas of the same level don't dare to mess with it easily. For your chakra. Boom! Before Yan Meng finished speaking, Tao Yu burst out chakra to interrupt him. The huge aura made the three people present except Luo Shiking look serious. At least 50 calories of chakra. Zhuo Xiaoyu said solemnly, Tao Yu, you are truly a genius among geniuses. Classmate Xiao Yu won the prize. I just like to practice. Tao Yu looked at Yan Meng with a faint smile. How can you compete with a stupid guy? I don't want you to do anything if you lose. Just stay away from poetry in the future. She doesn't belong to you. No more competition. Yan Meng was timid again. Wang Jin was a little amused when he saw this. When his buddy came, he made a loud noise, but he didn't expect to be so self-aware. Hello, Wang Jin. He took the initiative to extend his hand to Tao Yu, who shook his hand symbolically and then let go. He didn't even say his name, so he was obviously not interested in him. When Luo Shiking saw this, she didn't know whether she was deliberately irritating Tao Yu or trying to attract hatred to Wang Jin, and she giggled. Tao Yu, you must underestimate classmate Wang Jin. He is the legendary Sharingan and belongs to the Uchiha clan. So what about Uchiha? Tao Yu remained indifferent. It's just a failed family. This status is of no use in the world of the sacred tree. It is not as useful as a second-rate family. As for Sharingan, let's not talk about the fatal side effects. Even if it is not in front of my storm style, it is still not enough. Sharingan was slighted by storm style. Wang Jin narrowed his eyes slightly after hearing this. If he didn't regain his position, Uchiha would be embarrassed. Let's go, I've wanted to come to your house again for a long time. But today's goal may be a little difficult for you, classmate Wang Jin. A hint of cunning flashed in Luo Shiking's eyes. Although your strength has made a qualitative leap compared to last time, we will not take care of you like Xiao Yu and choose weak monsters to fight. Don't worry about me which monster you should choose. I'll have no problem with it. Although the people present had more chakra than him, Wang Jin was convinced that they were incompetent in terms of real combat power. The difference in chakra amount by several times does not mean that it cannot be smoothed out. As long as you have unique skills, this difference is not a problem at all. For students who had just become genin and did not have much combat experience, Wang Jin believed that his Konoha-style phantom sword skills combined with Sharingan skills could not be stopped by any of them. Luo Shiking looked at a certain surveillance camera and waved her hand gently. The tall and heavy metal door immediately opened slowly, and Wang Jin became excited. The Warcraft here is the real Warcraft, and it is the place where you can test the true strength of yourself and these geniuses. Miss, do you want to go directly to the armored ape breeding farm? Asked a middle-aged man in his 40s, wearing a common black combat uniform with a scar from his nose to his chin. Luo Shiking smiled and looked at everyone. Let me introduce to you, this is Chang Weiying, the security captain of my family's breeding farm in Zieg district, Jonin Strength. I've met Senior, the four of them greeted immediately. Although the opponent seems to be a worker, his strength cannot be underestimated. Jonin even holds an important position in the Nishitani district government, but now he is actually used by the Luo family for security, which shows how huge this family is. Chang Wang responded politely, "You don't have to be polite, I am the lady's subordinate. If you are the lady's guest, you are also my guest. I will be responsible for safety issues." "Thank you, senior." Wang Jin and the others thanked Luo Shiking and waved her hands. "Uncle Chang, go directly and don't disturb the monsters in other places." "Okay," Chang Wang immediately led the five of them and ran towards the depths of the forest. They quickly passed by each Warcraft territory and explained at the same time. "This side is the territory of the Capuchin rabbit, and that side is the mountain goat. These two monsters are not very aggressive, so we put them together. Going forward is the territory of the D-class monster Wind Fox, which is said to be the fastest. That little guy is small and fast, and even Senior Chunin generally can't catch it. After the Wind Fox, there is the Steel Armored Ape, which is also Mrs. Training target today. Its defense is the strongest among D-class monsters. It usually has 50 to 130 cards of chakra. This is Mrs. first time trying to fight with it." Chang Wang introduced the Warcraft forest to everyone, and several people listened with interest. Yan Meng asked at this time, "Senior Chang, are there only D-level monsters here?" "Of course not." Chang Wang squeezed out a smile on his slightly ferocious face. "Although the West Valley District is not a big city, it is the most suitable for breeding Warcraft. We have a total of 3 levels of Warcraft here. The place we are now is on the periphery, filled with D and C-level monsters. If Miss agrees, then you will see the innermost barriers. The sealed ones inside are all B-level monsters, including some powerful beings with more than 10,000 cards of chakra." Wang Jin, Yan Meng, and Zhu Xiaoyu looked at each other. This number was too scary. In comparison, Tao Yu seemed to have known it for a long time and spoke in a deep voice. "Senior Chang, I heard that the Liu family, which operates chakra conductors in the northern continent, has been running against you. In order to suppress the Luo family's business, they have set their sights on the Warcraft forest. They have been encouraging politicians to cancel the breeding of Warcraft above B level. I wonder if..." "That's true." Chang Wang smiled slightly and looked at Luo Shiking, who nodded before continuing. "The Liu family's foundation in the southern part of our mainland is too shallow, and their transmission equipment has too little reputation. If they can't sell it, we think of causing trouble. We want to cut off our source of magic beast essence and blood, and force us to hunt magic beasts in secret realms to increase costs. But our Luo family also has supporters in the parliament. They haven't made any waves yet, so there's nothing to be afraid of." Chang Wang was stopped by Luo Shiking when he said this, and she continued, "Tao Yu, everything is relative. The Liu family wants to enter the southern continent and divide my family's market. We also want to open up a new world in the northern continent. Business troubles are more troublesome than ninja training. I haven't rested for several days recently. Don't worry, I will use my family's strength to help your family's business." Tao Yu's eyes were full of tenderness, "And I will also work hard to practice. I will be your safety guarantee when you inherit the family from now on." "Thank you, but let's wait a few years to talk about these things. I don't have any thoughts about relationships now." Luo Shiking declined Tao Yu's intention, but the latter smiled slightly and didn't care, as if he was used to it. Wang Jin and the others couldn't get in the conversation between the two. None of them had such a family background. Even the Zhuo family couldn't access such a high level. They could only be ranked in this 3-acre area in the West Valley District. After walking for about a dozen miles, a kind of light yellow fox with a body length of nearly 2 meters began to appear on both sides. It was the Wind Fox. These wind foxes surrounded the group and did not attack. They just jumped around, extremely agile, and seemed to be playing. "So cute." Zhuo Xiaoyu was attracted by the appearance of Fengu. She stretched out her hand to grab it but was easily dodged by him. After the wind fox dodged, it let out a gurgling cry at Zhuo Xiaoyu, stood up and hugged her chest as if it was mocking her. "Wow, this fox has such a high IQ, he can actually laugh at people." Zhuo Xiaoyu liked it even more, holding Luo Shiking's arm and begging, Shiking, can you give me one?" "Of course." After Luo Shiking agreed readily, she changed the subject, "But it depends on whether you can catch it." "Okay, let me give it a try." Zhuo Xiaoyu was full of confidence, opened her eyes instantly, and rushed towards the wind fox. Fengu didn't run at first, and only jumped away when she was less than half a meter away from him. However, Zhuo Xiaoyu's reaction ability increased sharply at this time, and he was no longer being teased by his opponent like before, but instead grabbed his tail in his hand. Squeak! Fengu was shocked, as if he didn't expect that he would be caught. Out of fear, he used a strong force to knock Zhuo Xiaoyu away, out of her control. Zhuo Xiaoyu didn't give up after getting up and chased Fengu in a wide circle. However, Fengu was already on guard at this time, and his speed reached full speed. Zhuo Xiaoyu was spinning around but couldn't catch it. Although Xiaoyu relies on her white eyes to react in advance, Fengu is much faster than her. Her eyes can't keep up with her body, but she can't. Luo Shiking smiled and then shouted to Zhuo Xiaoyu. None of us can catch it now, Xiaoyu, don't bother, come back. No, I have to catch this little fox. Zhuo Xiaoyu now loved and hated the clever and anthropomorphic wind fox, chasing him without letting go. Yan Meng scratched his head. His lava-style defense was good, but his speed was weak and could not help. He subconsciously looked at Wang Jin. Is there any way? Please help Xiaoyu. Yes, Wang Jin responded. As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Shiking, Tao Yu, and Chang Wying looked at him with surprise in their eyes. Little classmate, can you catch this fox? Chang Wying said. Of course, Jonan knew what strength he needed to catch up with the fox. At least the amount of chakra must exceed 200 calories, and only a speed-type ninja could do it. And he could see the strength of Wang Jin in front of him at a glance, which was much different from what he expected. Okay, senior, allow me to take action. Haha, it's just a little fox. If you can open everyone's eyes, I will give it to you. Okay, let me give it a try. Wang Jin opened Sharingan and slowly walked toward one person and one fox. The four people behind him immediately became interested. Tao Yu looked at his back and thought for a while, then said, Shiking, what's special about this kid besides Sharingan? He actually dares to brag about being able to catch this fox. No, I wonder why he is so confident. Luo Shiking shook her head slightly and asked Xiang Yanmeng. Big guy, tell me about this, brother. Me, I just asked out of habit and I didn't know Jinzi dared to agree. Yan Meng also said he was unclear, which made the three of them even more curious. The value of a wind fox is not worth mentioning in their eyes, but it would be great if they could use it to open their eyes. Fengu took Zhuo Xiaoyu around in circles. When he realized that Zhuo Xiaoyu couldn't catch up with him, he became very playful and frequently teased the girl. You damn fox p*** d me off so much. Zhuo Xiaoyu stopped to take a deep breath, but Fengu was still not far away from her, laughing at her. Wang Jin came to Zhuo Xiaoyu at this time, stared at Fengu and smiled slightly. Xiaoyu, please rest, I'll catch this guy for you. Huh, okay, thank you. Zhuo Xiaoyu suddenly remembered what they had gained in the world of the sacred tree, and a smile appeared on her lips. Wang Jin, let Tao Yu and Luo Shiking see your strength, so that they don't always look down on you. I think so too, Wang Jin grinned and said loudly to Fengu, Fox, I know you can understand. Run now, otherwise you won't have a chance in a while. A flash of disdain flashed in Fengu's eyes, and he still crossed his front paws to his chest, maintaining a standing posture and mocking, and dismissed Wang Jin's warning. It seems it's time for you to wake up. Wang Jin pulled out the light blue rapier behind his back, and he suddenly disappeared without seeing his seal. Immediately after the sky was full of fallen leaves and the phantom of the rapier appeared, Fengu just realized the crisis and wanted to run away when the rapier was pressed against his neck. Don't move or your life will be lost. The wind fox in front of me has 32 cards of chakra. Although Wang Jin cannot compare with it, its weakness is too obvious. If you don't have ninjutsu, your defense is weak and your strength is weak, so you will rely on your speed to trick the enemy. The wind fox trembled under Wang Jin's warning, its little head moved frequently, its slender fox mouth made a chirping sound, and its big and smart eyes showed a humanized plea. Let alone a girl, even Wang Jin, they all kind of like it. What kind of trick is this? Tao Yu and Luo Shiking in the distance widened their eyes, shocked by Wang Jin's move. Fengu didn't resist. Did he use genjutsu? Tao Yu looked serious. And for the first time he placed Wang Jin among his opponents at the same level. No, it shouldn't be, he didn't even form a seal. Shiking, have you ever seen this trick? No, Luo Shiking shook her head. It's not swordsmanship, it's not ninjutsu, it's not like genjutsu. What on earth is this? I may know something. I'll wait for this little guy to come back later and ask. Chang Wying looked strange, as if he had remembered something. Zhuo Xiaoyu took out a nylon rope from the storage scroll and tied it around Fengu's neck. The latter looked very uncomfortable and wanted to bite but was warned again by Wang Jin. You'd better not think about running away, otherwise I will catch you from the end of the world. Zhizhai, Fengu screamed in grievance and rubbed on Wang Jin's leg, acting coquettishly and in a flattering manner. Zhuo Xiaoyu pulled Fengu back gloomily. Wang Jin, it seems that it only obeys you and doesn't want to follow me. After hearing this, Wang Jin touched the wind fox's head and no longer threatened it, but started to draw a pie. This girl is the direct descendant of the Zhuo family of the Beiyin clan in the West Valley district. If you follow her, you will only have a good life. You will no longer have to sleep in the open and have no food to eat. Besides, it's impossible for me to want you. There's nothing else about you that attracts me except this bit of flesh on your body. Zhizhai Fengu was very smart and understood what he said. He no longer resisted Zhuo Xiaoyu and took the initiative to lead the way. Zhuo Xiaoyu was very happy to see this and hooked Wang Jin's neck hard. Thanks. Haha, it's a trivial matter. Wang Jin and her returned to the crowd, talking and laughing. Luo Shiking smiled slightly and said, Classmate Wang Jin, you're not simple. You really opened our eyes. Wang Jin, what technique did you use just now? Tao Yu said with a serious face, this move is too terrifying. No one at the same level can guard against it. Let me take a guess. Chang Wang asked immediately without waiting for Wang Jin to speak. It's called Konoha Liu Liu, right? Although, Senior actually recognizes it, Wang Jin was a little surprised. Kasuke-sensei hasn't made any moves for many years and few people in Konoha know about him, let alone his famous stunts. After hearing this, Chang Wang sighed, sure enough, you little guy is really lucky. That man has been attacked by us for many years without being able to teach him a single trick. You actually. Hey, this is it life. Senior Chang, who are you talking about? Tao Yu was eager to know the detailed information about Konoha's phantom swordsmanship at this moment. This is a subconscious reaction as a ninja, wanting to get the information to avoid suffering losses in the future. Chang Wang saw this and looked at Wang Jin, can I tell you? This sentence awakened Tao Yu, and he immediately looked ashamed. Wang Jin, don't worry, I didn't mean anything against you, I just couldn't control my mouth. It's okay, seniors know it anyway, and I don't intend to keep it a secret. Wang Jin smiled slightly and signaled Chang Wang to continue. The latter sighed, Miss, do you still remember that the head of the family asked the fourth child and me to go to the world of the sacred tree to perform a mission a year ago? The mission? I remembered that you and my fourth uncle haven't been here for 2 full months. Yes, that's that mission. Chang Wang continued, the reason why the family leader chose me and Lao Si to carry out this mission is very simple. We are both Konoha ninjas, and it is easier to get closer to the mission target. Mission target who? Luo Shiking was curious. There were many things going on in the family every day and she couldn't possibly ask about every one of them. Now if this task wasn't related to Wang Jin's special skills, she wouldn't be interested. Zhu Xiaoyu, Wang Jin, Yan Meng, and Tao Yu were also listening carefully. They were also interested in the Luo family's operating model. Chang Wang, Maruhoshi Kasuke, a strong man who is suspected to be at the level of Konoha Kage, Grandmaster Water Style and Phantom Sword Technique. His famous stunt is the Konohagakure Liu that classmate Wang Jin used just now. Unfortunately, our mission failed. Kasuke Maruboshi is very wary, especially towards strangers who approach him, and he is even more reluctant to reveal his past experiences. The head of the family also accidentally obtained information about his knowledge of Konoha Ryu in other places, and he knows the power of this technique. So I went to win over him. When Chang Wang said this, he looked at Wang Jin with hope in his eyes and even used honorifics, which surprised him greatly. Mr. Wang Jin, Kasuke Maruhoshi has even taught you the tricks that made him famous. I wonder about your relationship with him. Master and apprentice, Mr. Gujai has accepted me as his apprentice. That's great, Chang Wang suddenly showed excitement after hearing this. He took his hand and said kindly, it's exactly what I thought, you must have a good relationship with Maruhoshi Kasuke. Mr. Wang Jin, I will tell the head of the family right now. When he finds out, he will definitely use you again. He will definitely. That's enough, Uncle Chang, Luo Shiking suddenly shouted, interrupting the excited Chang Wang. Her tone was very serious. Classmate Wang Jin is my friend, not a servant of our family. How can you let others do it for me? Father works. Yes, what the lady taught me is that my subordinate was excited. Chang Wang suddenly realized that he had not thought carefully. If Wang Jin was aloof and unwilling to be inferior to others, then he would have done something bad with good intentions. As expected of you, young lady, you are so thoughtful. Wang Jin understood after hearing this. The Luo family wanted to use the influence of teacher Gujai in the world of the sacred tree, and an idea immediately came to his mind. If he helps the Luo family in the world of the sacred tree, and the Luo family helps him in the real world, and both parties get what they need and cooperate perfectly, wouldn't it mean that many detours will be avoided? Actually, I think we can talk about it. Wang Jin grinned at Chang Wang, who was stunned for a moment and then suddenly became ecstatic. Can we talk? That means he agrees. Luo Shiking on the side was also stunned and murmured in her mouth. Aren't you saying that the awakening Sharingan eye-openers with Uchiha bloodline are all arrogant, and look down on the weak? Why aren't you? Is there such a thing? That may be the reason why I just woke up. Wang Jin coughed dryly and continued. Student Luo, actually it's not impossible to work for your family as long as the money is available. Most of us work part-time after going to college anyway, so I'll just book the company in advance. Money? Uchiha, someone actually asked for money. Oh my god, Wang Jin, you are such a weirdo. Luo Shiking was stunned. She really didn't expect that things would develop like this. It's not that she doesn't want to hire Wang Jin, but because of her understanding of Sharingan, she believes that people with Uchiha blood will never succumb to others easily. Not to mention for some vulgar things. After going on the road again, everyone's views on Wang Jin changed greatly, especially Tao Yu, whose previous aloof demeanor disappeared and he took the initiative to talk to him. Classmate Wang Jin, can I call you that? Of course, classmate Tao Yu. Wang Jin smiled, and the latter breathed a sigh of relief before continuing. It was because I lost my eyesight earlier that I made a lot of jokes. Please don't take it to heart. Haha, my superficial strength is indeed very misleading as you said. Anyone else would think so, I don't blame you. It's true your 10-card chakra is indeed inconsistent with your true strength, and you deceived me, haha. I didn't know until today that genjutsu can be combined with swordsmanship to kill enemies without a trace. You really opened my eyes. Tao Yu pushed aside Yan Meng and walked beside Wang Jin, praising him profusely. Wang Jin thought that this guy's sudden enthusiasm was probably not because of his own strength, but because he wanted something and deliberately led the other person to ramble. Tao Yu hesitated several times to prove his suspicion. His eager but embarrassed look made Wang Jin laugh. He stopped joking with him and asked directly, "Classmate Tao Yu, if you have anything to say, just say it. I will definitely help you if you can. There are many friends and many paths. Now is the time when I need connections. Maybe I will use them in the future." Tao Yu was overjoyed after hearing this and stopped beating around the bush. Great, I do have something to ask you for help with. Say it. That's right, Wang Jin, you must be going to Anseong University too. Certainly. That's good, I want to invite you to go to the world of the sacred tree to complete a mission. Tao Yu briefly explained the matter, and Wang Jin was slightly stunned for a few seconds. You received an A-level mission, how is this possible? No matter how talented Tao Yu is, he is just a genin, and it is impossible for Iwagakure village to issue such a task to him. The other 4 of the 5 major kingdoms in the world of the God Tree are almost all based on the way Konoha operates as a template. Whether it is the ninja school or Anbu, mission release, etc. are all the same. The level of A-level missions has risen to the level of national or village trends. Normal jonin must form a team to receive them based on their seniority, but he, a genin, can actually receive them. Tao Yu also knew that Wang Jin would not believe it, so he pulled him away from everyone and opened his personal panel. Name, Tao Yu. Faction, Earth Country, Rock Hidden Village. Tolerance of 10. Body 8. Fantasy 5. Essence of 7. Chakra 51 card. Level, Genin. Chakra nature changes, Earth, Fire, Water, Thunder, Yin, Yang. Blood succession limit, Storm style. Master Ninjutsu. Lightning style, Thunder Light Pillar, Earth style Wall, Water style Water Turbulence, Fire style Fire Dragon Technique, Storm style Arashi Light Pillar. Current mission. Looking for the lost Jinchuriki, level A, divided into world missions. Mission requirement. The Four Tails Jinchuriki of Iwagakure village is missing during the war. Please help find it, Genin. Up to 3 people plus Jinseng. Task reward. Four Tails chakra, a small amount, $200,000 to $300,000 in silver. It's really A-level. Wang Jin looked at his panel and was slightly distracted, quickly searching for memories about Four Tails Jinchuriki in his mind. If I remember correctly, his name should be Lao Zai. He is the same generation as Tsuchikage Onoki and has a shadow-level strength. The war, he became a Jinchuriki and participated in the war. It should be after Onoki came to power, the Third War. If that's the case, he should have left Iwagakure on his own initiative. Lao Zai seems to have a bad temper with Onoki, and the two often quarrel. It seems that the task is simple. As long as there are no complications, there is no need to fight. In just a short moment, Wang Jin analyzed Lao Zai's information combined with the task requirements. The Divine Tree will not arbitrarily release tasks that have nothing to do with the recipient. If it is restricted to only genin, it must have nothing to do with strength, and the recipient is prompted to use their brains to complete it. Tao Yu asked him to complete this task with him. Of course, he couldn't refuse because the reward was too generous. Not to mention that after the mission is completed, one person can receive 100,000 taels, which is equivalent to 30 detonating charms. Wang Jin cannot refuse the group of Four Tails chakra alone. It is best to use the Nine Tails chakra produced by swallowing the flesh and blood of nine tails. It must not be a disposable consumable. Wang Jin prayed in his heart. Tailed beasts are a unique product of the Hokage world. There are 9 of them in total. It was Sage of Six Paths who separated the 10 tails in his body into 9 in his later years. Each tailed beast has an amount of chakra that far exceeds the shadow level, and its combat power is amazing. Even a small amount of tailed beast chakra is still a priceless treasure. In the original book, 2 shadow-level powerhouses from the Land of Thunder, Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao, were swallowed by 9 tails. They survived and even gnawed some 9 tails flesh and blood. Since then they have 9 tails chakra and can use 9 tails, some of Tails' abilities. If Tao Yu's 4 tails chakra in this mission refers to this, that would be great. I promise you, when will we go? Although Wang Jin was excited, he did not show it and his face remained calm. You agreed? That's great, Tao Yu said with a smile. In a month and a half, Shaiking's chakra and I will be at least close to 100 calories by then, which is when we are at our strongest. With your talent, it shouldn't be difficult to reach 30 or 40 cards of chakra. Shaiking and I plus your genjutsu support. Even if we meet Jonin, we will be able to fight. It wasn't until now that Tao Yu revealed his true intention, which was that he was interested in Wang Jin's genjutsu ability. Otherwise, he could just find a teammate with a strength close to his own. Okay, give me your penguin and I'll contact you then. Wang Jin was in a good mood and exchanged contact information with Tao Yu. More than half an hour later, everyone arrived at the territory of the steel-armored ape, and Luo Shiking immediately gave orders. Uncle Chang, go and catch us 2 steel-armored apes with about 50 calories. Okay, ma'ams. Chang Wang, dressed in black, quickly disappeared from everyone's sight. Jonin was very fast, and within 10 minutes he came back with 2 frightened steel-armored apes, making Wang Jin envious. This is the growth model of a big family. It's almost like reaching out for clothes and opening your mouth for food. You can easily get whatever you need, unlike yourself who has to work hard. If it weren't for this Jonin from Chang Wang, none of the other Genins would have dared to set foot here today. The 2 weak and helpless monsters in front of them would have torn apart several people. The appearance of the steel-armored apes is the same as that of normal apes, less than 1.5 meters tall, with 2 hind legs touching the ground. The only difference is that their bodies have no hair and are covered by a thick layer of smooth black armor. This sense of déjà vu reminded Wang Jin of a classic anime with a very popular theme song that he had seen in his previous life. In it, there was a steel Wukong beast that looked like this. Who comes first? Luo Shiking smiled at everyone. Don't worry, everyone, we won't have any accidents with Uncle Chang here. Yan Meng rubbed his hands and took a step forward. It's so rare to have such a good opportunity to practice. I'll go first. Okay, you go first. Chang Wang looked at Yan Meng walking towards him, smiled and spoke. Boy, your chakra capacity and blood inheritance limit are enough to defeat this beast. Of course, the premise is don't be afraid and act normally. Do you understand? Understood, Yan Meng nodded immediately, feeling a little nervous. He had never seen such a powerful monster before. Seeing this, Chang Wang let go of a steel-armored ape, pointed at Yan Meng and said, "Kill him and I will let you go." Roar! Roar! The steel-armored ape was stunned for a moment, and then rushed towards Yan Meng. In the blink of an eye, he was approaching, leaving the latter no time to even seal the seal. Yan Meng's first reaction when he was approached was to use his granite technique to defend without sealing. His skin turned blue, and his chest was facing the iron fist of the armored ape. Clang! There was a huge metal collision sound, and Yan Meng was blasted by the steel-armored ape for more than 10 meters, breaking a thigh-thick willow tree before stopping. It hurts. Yan Meng felt that his internal organs had been shattered, but fortunately there were no scars on the surface of his body, and his granite technique was no longer a vegetarian. He quickly climbed up and formed the swish seal, and a huge fireball appeared and flew towards the steel-armored ape. At this time, a scene happened that made Wang Jin admire the tyrannical strength of the warcraft. The steel-armored ape actually didn't dodge and passed straight through the great fireball. Yan Meng was so frightened that he immediately retreated. However, he was not as fast as the steel-armored ape, and there was no chance to form another seal. The former knocked him away with another punch, and after catching up he aimed his powerful big foot at Yan Meng's head and stepped down hard. If he stepped on this foot, Yan Meng would definitely die. Bang. There was a muffled sound, and the armored ape fell to the ground and fainted. It was Chang Wang who took action. His palm turned into a knife and slashed on the back of the former's neck, causing him to lose consciousness. You come here, Chang Wang pointed to another steel-armored ape, who immediately ran over respectfully and stood beside him waiting for instructions. Thank you, senior. It's just my duty, you're welcome. Chang Wang smiled lightly and Yan Meng hurried back to the team. Luo Shiking looked at Zuo Xiaoyu who shook her head slightly. I won't go, my gentle fist can't break through its defense. The monster you chose, Shiking, is too targeted. This can better bring out our potential. Luo Shiking looked at Wang Jin again. Classmate Wang Jin, you should dare to fight with the steel-armored ape. Of course, Wang Jin smiled. As Mengzi said, how could you miss such a good training opportunity? Haha, you go first, Tao Yu, and I will go last. Okay. My hands are already itchy. Wang Jin pulled out the rapier from his back and walked towards the armored ape. Chang Wang told the armored ape to attack with all his strength as he said before. Tao Yu, look carefully, Uchiha's genjutsu is very scary. I know, Shicheng, do you think Wang Jin can kill this ape? It's not a big problem. He is the most relaxed among us. Luo Shiking tied up her hair. Tao Yu, Yan Meng, and Zhu Xiaoyu opened their eyes wide, not wanting to miss any detail. Genjutsu ninjas are so rare that many people want to learn how to deal with genjutsu from Wang Jin. Roar. The steel-armored ape roared angrily and slapped its chest hard with its iron fist, making a loud sound like a drum. Wang Jin didn't plan to use genjutsu right away. He was interested in training his physical and sword skills, so Sharingan started charging towards the armored ape. The steel-armored ape was fearless, and his iron fist and body frequently clashed with Wang Jin's rapier, making bursts of clanging metal contact sounds. The steel-armored ape was fast, but not so fast that Wang Jin's body couldn't keep up. He relied on Sharingan's dynamic strength capture to not let the opponent succeed once, which was much calmer compared to Yan Meng's embarrassment. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Wang Jin relied on physical skills to attack or dodge, and the rapier left many wounds on the armored ape's body. However, the steel-armored ape's chakra was 5 times more than his, and his strength and speed were not comparable to Wang Jin's. The fatal spot was always well protected, preventing him from succeeding. This style of play made Zhu Xiaoyu look ashamed, and she murmured, "No wonder my father always said that I was spoiled." In terms of insight, my white eyes were still above Wang Jin's Sharingan, but compared with his personality in danger, I did have less such things. Previous. Next. Hee are we all? Luo Shiking hugged her waist and continued to speak. To be honest, today's arrangement is not simply to meet your request. It is also a homework assigned by my father to let me hunt a steel-armored ape alone. He is too calm. It's abnormal. Tao Yu stared at Wang Jin who was fighting. How can a civilian get such rich combat experience? He is actually calmer than me. Several times the armored ape almost gave Wang Jin a fatal blow, which made him nervous as a spectator. However, Wang Jin remained calm and frantically tested on the edge of life and death. This battle lasted for 10 minutes, during which Wang Jin and Steel Ape did not use a single ninjutsu. The former believes that ninjutsu cannot break defenses, while the latter is a pure physical magic beast. Both one person and one beast attack the opponent in the most primitive way. However, as his physical strength gradually declined, Wang Jin already understood that it was time to end. If he continued fighting like this, he would not be able to keep up with the attack rhythm of the steel-armored ape, so he immediately used the phantom sword technique. Kano Hagakure Liu. Buzz, in the steel-armored ape's puzzled gaze, the sky full of fallen leaves and sword shadows hid Wang Jin's figure, and then appeared in the back of his heart with a sword piercing his chest. Roar! The steel-armored ape suddenly exploded under the threat of death. With a violent turn of his body, Wang Jin's rapier flew away, and he ran wildly into the distance to escape. What a lot of strength! Wang Jin ignored his numb right hand and immediately squatted on the ground and made a swish seal. Lightning-style ground walk. Zizzy, most of the lightning style generated by chakra hit the fleeing steel-armored ape, causing the ape with little life to die instantly. The steel-armored ape dies and Wang Jinsheng wins. Snap, snap, snap. There was a sound and Luo Shiking said with envy, "What an awesome genjutsu, classmate Wang Jin, you actually hunted and killed a steel-armored ape by yourself. It can't be counted." Wang Jin took a few deep breaths, walked to the body of the armored ape, pulled out the rapier, wiped it clean and put it into the scabbard on his back. There was no excitement of victory on his face. I wouldn't dare come here to fight this kind of monster with strong defense without Senior Chang. Magical beasts like the steel-armored ape are very restrained against ninjas. They are so fast and have strong defense that no one has time to form seals. No matter how powerful they are severely limited. However, Warcraft has the advantage of Warcraft, and of course Ninja also has it. Rich and changeable combinations. Ninjutsu is one that can easily kill Warcraft with several times more chakra than itself. But the steel-armored ape was obviously chosen by Luo Shiking to hone his strength, otherwise other monsters with the same chakra power would have been killed long ago. Chang Wang put the body of the armored ape into the storage space, which made Wang Jin secretly say it was a pity. But it would be nice to get some experience on someone else's territory, so what other gains are there? About 5 minutes later, the steel-armored ape that had been knocked unconscious by Chang Wang woke up. When it could no longer see the same kind it had captured, its expression suddenly became horrified. The sense of smell of Warcraft is far superior to that of humans, and the blood on the ground now lets it know the fate of its companions. Roar! The steel-armored ape begged Chang Wang, hoping to spare his life. Chang Wang looked at Luo Shiking and Tao Yu, who took the initiative to come out. "I'll do it, Shiking, you're the last one. Okay, go all out and let me see your efforts these days." "I won't let you down," Tao Yu glanced at Wang Jinhu and added, especially in front of other men. After saying that, he walked straight to a place less than 10 meters away from the steel-armored ape, and Chang Wang told him to return to Luo Shiking. "As I said before, if you want to live, kill your opponent." Roar! After hearing this, the steel-armored ape roared at Tao Yu and was inspired to fight. "Beast, come on." Roar! The steel-armored ape still relied on its speed to rush towards Tao Yu, but the latter was not Yan Meng. He was extremely fast in sealing and completed the seal when his opponent was still 3 meters away. Ziyan Zusi. Storm-style inspiring locking elements. Whoosh! Everyone saw Tao Yu clasping his hands together in the shape of a pistol. A ball of light blue water vapor with a trace of electric current appeared and flew towards the charging steel-armored ape. The steel-armored ape seemed to have realized that the power of the blood succession limit should not be underestimated. He lost the courage to attack the great fireball and dodged about 3 positions at a very fast speed. Just when everyone thought Tao Yu's attack failed, an unexpected scene appeared. The light blue lightning vapor actually turned and hit the steel-armored ape's right arm directly. Roar! The steel-armored ape's right arm fell to the ground, roaring in pain. Tao Yu secretly thought it was a pity. Originally, he was aiming for the opponent's head, and he never wanted to block it. "If you do it again, it will kill you." Land! Boom! Tao Yu didn't have time to form the seal this time. The steel-armored ape was only 3 meters away from him. He arrived in the blink of an eye and knocked him away with one punch. Zatum! Uncle Chang saved people. Luo Shiking had already discovered the terrifying power of the armored ape's punch. Tao Yu is not fierce and does not have the hardened skin defense of lava style. This punch directly caused him to lose his combat effectiveness. Chang Wang was a former Jonin who was naturally very discerning. He knew what to do without Luo Shiking's orders. He immediately stopped the armored ape and rescued Tao Yu. "You can go." Roar! Ho ho ho! The steel-armored ape picked up the severed arm and left happily. Chang Wang disappeared in front of everyone again, and within a few minutes he brought back an intact steel-armored ape. "Miss, calm down, you can do it." "Yes," Luo Shiking took a deep breath and said, "Uncle Chang, I will definitely succeed this time and make my father agree to my condition of becoming the leader of Anchang City." Chang Wang nodded and let go of the fearful steel-armored ape in his hand, his tone indifferent. "Steel-armored ape, kill her and I will let you go." Although this is his own young lady, he will not treat her specially. He is harming Luo Shiking by letting her go. Like the 2 previous ones of its kind, the steel-armored ape immediately took action with all his strength after receiving the promise, relying on his strength and speed to kill Luo Shiking before she could form a seal. Luo Shiking was the same as everyone else. She was only 10 meters away and did not take any advantage. Facing the steel-armored ape charging toward her, she immediately squatted on the ground, her expression unchanged. It was obvious that this was not the first time she had fought this kind of monster, and her skills were very fast. Earth-style yellow Quanuma. Buzz, as Luo Shiking's chakra spread underground. The ground within a kilometer centered on her turned into a swamp, and everyone watching the battle was within the attack range. This is not because Luo Shiking insists on wasting chakra to change such a large landscape environment, but for the speed of the steel-armored ape, 100 meters is only a matter of blinking a few eyelids, and it has no effect at all if the range is small. Consumption of 1/5 of the chakra. Her next technique should be boil style. Zuo Xiaoyu looked through Luo Shiking's body with her white eyes and accurately judged her consumption, which was 10 calories. Wang Jin looked at the terrifying scope of the swamp and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Georgia can only use this move within a radius of 100 meters. He already has the largest amount of chakra among Hokage. Sure enough, ninjutsu is very powerful in the real world. The roar! The armored ape was stuck in the quagmire, and Luo Shiking took the opportunity to use Boyle Style's blood successor's skill of Clever Mist. The strong acid immediately corroded the hard and thick armor on the armored ape's body, exposing the bright red flesh inside, looking cruel and disgusting. However, the steel-armored ape is not a weak hand. Warcraft is usually forced out of its potential in a death crisis, and rushes to Luo shaking with the pain of mud. The latter's mentality finally showed a trace of confusion at this moment, and she immediately used her most proud teleportation technique to distance herself. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The two chased each other in the swamp. The armored ape's skin was eroded but not fatal. Luo shaking knew that she had to use the art of clever mist again to kill it completely. However, the steel-armored ape did not understand her methods for the first time and suffered a big loss. Now he is extremely vigilant and will not be easily fooled again. I have no choice but to give this beast a flaw. Luo shaking, who was running away, gritted her teeth and slowed down by 3 points to let the armored ape catch up. A powerful iron fist hit her head, her eyes full of excitement. It knew very well that once it got its hands on this delicate human being, it would definitely die and it would be able to survive. However, at this critical moment, Luo shaking disregarded her own safety and made a swish seal. Her sexy red lips slightly opened, and a strong acid spurted out, melting the steel-armored ape's fist in half of his body. Ho ho ho. The steel-armored ape immediately struggled in agony. Without the thick armor on its body, it became extremely fragile. With one move from Luo shaking deciding the outcome, death was only a matter of time. Seeing that the winner was decided, Chang Wang showed a smile on his face and clapped the swamp back to its original state with one hand. Miss, congratulations on completing the task assigned by the head of the family. It's still very dangerous and I took a gamble. Luo shaking was still worried. What would happen if the power of her Kaio mist technique just now was not up to expectations? Tao Yu was punched in the chest and couldn't get up now. His head would have been damaged even if he had been hit to death. Chang Wang smiled slightly. Daring to bet is also a matter of strength. I guarantee that the head of the family will be pleased to see your performance today. You are no longer the delicate little princess in his eyes. I hope. Luo shaking, who had just walked away from the edge of life and death, was exhausted, and her bright and beautiful eyes dimmed. I hope my father will keep his word and don't let me suffer in vain. At this point, she looked at Tao Yu, who was still leaning on the tree trunk to recover. Uncle Chang, you can carry him back and let's go back. Everyone, today's experience is over. If you want to come here in the future, just tell Uncle Chang directly. As long as you don't take away the corpse of the monster, you're welcome. Thank you, Wang Jin. Yan Meng really needed a safe and difficult training environment, so he agreed without any courtesy. Zhuo Xiaoyu was greatly affected today. Originally, she did not like this way of growing up, but everyone was working hard, which made her afraid that she would not be able to catch up. After that, she changed her mind and accepted Luo Shiking's proposal. Shiking, I will come. Next time I will make everyone look at me differently. Well, we are all friends at the same time, and we will grow up together in the future. Luo Shiking held Zhu Xiaoyu's arm and led the way back. Yan Meng took the initiative to take Tao Yu's hand from Chang Wang. Hey, senior, let me do it. Thank you for your hard work today. Haha, you have a sharp eye. Chang Wang was very satisfied with the other party's flattery and continued. Work hard, Lava Style's attack power is very strong. I'm waiting for you to become Jonin. He's definitely. Yan Meng threw Tao Yu onto his shoulder, causing his painful opponent to curse again and again. F***K, be gentle, you are deliberately taking revenge. If you keep talking nonsense, Laozi will leave you here to feed the wolves. Tao Yu. In a luxurious villa about 10 kilometers away from the Warcraft forest, Wang Jin, Yan Meng, and Zhuo Xiaoyu, led by Luo Shiking and Chang Wang, met the extremely wealthy head of the Luo family, Luo Pengshan. Luo Pengshan looks like he is just 40. Even at home, he is dressed in a formal suit and tie. He is polite and polite. They can't feel any chakra fluctuations in him. Just looking at his appearance, he looks like an ordinary businessman. However, Wang Jin had heard from Zhuo Xiaoyu before he came that this person was a secretly shadow-level expert in the southern continent, and his talent was even stronger than the first and second chancellors. Haha, you little guys sit down for a while, and I'll ask someone to serve you some snacks. Luo Pengshan has a gentle voice and a very contagious smile, which greatly reduces the pressure on the three of them when facing super strong people. Wang Jin quickly said, Senior Luo, you don't have to be polite, we came here just to see you. We will leave soon after saying this. There's no rush. Luo Pengshan waved to Chang Wang, who recognized the situation and left. Wang Jin, you and I will talk alone in a while. Let's eat something first. You must be hungry after a long day of fighting. That's true, Zhuo Xiaoyu is relatively less cautious. She has met him before with her father, Uncle Luo, please make arrangements. Haha, that's right, the visitor is a guest. Luo Pengxian turned and left while Luo Shiking shrugged helplessly. My dad is like this. He is always polite and enthusiastic to everyone. But Wang Jin, don't feel any pressure, he just wants to cooperate with you. We can help each other and you won't suffer. I believe it. Wang Jin nodded. Your Luo family has a great business, and if you just pick something under your fingernails, it will be something that ordinary people will never be able to get in their lifetime. Out of consideration for the future, Wang Jin felt that cooperation with the other party was a rare opportunity. In the world of the sacred tree, he believed that he could become prosperous by virtue of his foresight, and he could even use its power to change his status in the real world. But this will take a long time. At least for a year, I will not be able to stand on the same starting line as the descendants of these powerful families in the real world. The golden growth stage of a ninja is the 2 or 3 years after adulthood. If you miss it, it will be too late to make up for it in the future. Soon, 2 maids brought 4 plates filled with exquisite snacks and placed them in front of everyone. Several people were not polite and started eating directly. Even Luo Shiking was no exception. Fighting consumes too much energy. When everyone was done eating, Luo Pengxian walked in, holding 3 scrolls in his hand and handed them to Luo Shiking with a smile. Shiking, I remember teaching you how to receive guests when you were a child. Dad, you didn't say you were a person, and I wanted to give something to you. Luo Shiking didn't even look at the scrolls in her hands and placed them one by one in front of Wang Jin and the others. Here my father's meeting gift. Shiking, we don't refuse, this is what my family needs the most. Just as Zhuo Xiaoyu was about to refuse, she was stopped by Luo Shiking, who made a money gesture with her fingers, as if she was wealthy. Yan Meng and Wang Jin were not as comfortable here as Zhuo Xiaoyu. They looked at each other and asked each other for their opinions. Wang Jin shook his head slightly. Yan Meng knowingly picked up the scroll with him and wanted to return it to the other party, but out of curiosity, he saw 4 big words in the gap in the cover, the art of instantaneous body. The 2 people's hands stopped immediately, and they looked at each other awkwardly, and they both saw the look of reluctance in each other's eyes. You're really worthless. I bought you all with just a roll of teleportation technique. Zhuo Xiaoyu complained softly when he saw this, but the people here were all ninjas and heard it, which made the embarrassment on their faces even more intense. Haha, girl from the Zhuo family, this is not embarrassing but in line with the trend. Luo Pengxian smiled slightly and continued, you have to be flexible. Now you are just starting out. As long as you have all the external resources you can use, you can't miss it. This is why my uncle was able to start from scratch. If you give up the help that you clearly need for the sake of some insignificant face and character, then you are asking for trouble. Yes, that's what I mean, I just don't know how to express it. After hearing this, Yan Meng quickly put away the scroll. Now the pressure came to Wang Jin and he couldn't bear it. This is the teleportation technique that every ninja must master. In the real world, it is worth at least tens of millions. I can only comfort myself secretly. Lu Bu even begged a foster father for a horse. It's reasonable for him to owe someone a favor for his future. Putting the scroll of instant body technique into his pocket, Wang Jin solemnly thanked him. Thank you, senior, for your help. I will repay this love in the future. You don't have to be so open-minded. Luo Pengxian said with a smile, you are all Shiking's friends and you have great talents. You need to support each other in the future to go further. Shiking, please take them 2 to visit our home, and I'll have a few words with Kid Wang Jin. Yes, the 3 of them immediately left the living room after hearing this, knowing that this was the purpose of coming today. Wang Jin and Luo Pengxian were the only 2 people left in the living room. They stopped being polite and went straight to the topic. Luo Pengxian, Wang Jin, how good are you in Kasuk Maru Hoshi? 50, but I still have a task about the teacher. After completing it, I will be rewarded with another 20 favorability points. Wang Jin answered 1510. How many trump cards were revealed? He knew that the other party was asking about his chips. Only the more chips you have, the higher the price offered by the other party will be. Good guy, can you reach 70 degree of favorability with Konoha's top boss? It's incredible. Luo Pengxian sat up straight. Wang Jin's trump card was beyond his imagination. Wang Jin smiled slightly and asked, Senior, just tell me what you want me to do. It's simple, ask your teacher to support Elder Danzo in the next Hokage election. Why? Wang Jin was confused, it's not a time of war. Where will Konoha hold an election? Oh, I know a lot. It seems that your teacher has told you many secrets about Konoha. Luo Pengxian lit a cigarette and handed one to Wang Jin, but he refused because he had been a student his entire life and could not smoke. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen is doing a good job now, he is too old, and he was appointed to serve as Hokage again in a critical situation. You can understand that he became a Hokage. This is the secret of Konoha's top brass. If it weren't for Elder Danzo, I wouldn't know about it. It is said that a demon fox invaded Konoha back then. The demon fox had 9 tails and was so powerful that the 4th Hokage at that time barely managed to win by risking his life. Therefore, Sarutobi Hiruzen has long been relegated to the second line. These are all secrets you can't tell others casually. Laughing to death returning to the demon fox, Wang Jin secretly laughed in his heart. Regarding the causes and consequences of the 9 tails incident, not to mention people like Luo Pengxian in the real world, even that old B*** D Danzo didn't know much about it. It was true that 4th generation died at that time, but that was because of albedo and forced plot killing. Otherwise a mere 9 tails would not be able to make the Flying Thunder God Ghost pay the price with his life. But these are irrelevant. Now is the negotiation stage and I need the support of the Luo family. If this is really the case, I can promise my seniors to try to persuade the teacher, but I can't guarantee whether it will succeed or not. The only thing I can guarantee is that I will try my best and never fool myself. With your favorability of 70, it will definitely be no problem. Luo Pengxian said with a smile, I am older than you and have rich experience. Generally speaking, if the favorability reaches 30, you can become a disciple. And if you have a favorability of 50, you can marry and have children with the Aborigines. 80, you can just let the other person give their life for you. Can you still marry an Aborigine? Senior, are you sure you're not joking? Can you really give birth to a child? Of course, Luo Pengxian said with certainty, and at the same time there was a smile on his face that all men understand. To tell you the truth, I did it when I was young, but the girl and the child died in the Kingdom of Rain. Hey, these are not secrets in the upper reaches of the continent. Many people with weird hobbies pay a huge price for the women of the divine tree world. Among them, the highest-priced ones all have S-class conductors. That's a priceless treasure. Our Luo family won't be able to produce one for several years. Then who is this woman? It wasn't that Wang Jin was lustful, but that Luo Pengxian aroused his curiosity. There are many goddesses in Hokage. The gentle one is Hinata, and the violent one is Ino Sakura. The one with the face was Terumi Mei, whom he met a few days ago, and the body type was of course Tsunade and Kumigakure, the busty girl whose name he forgot. For a moment, he really didn't know who could win. Luo Pengxian seemed to be interested in hearing his inquiry. He immediately pulled his chair forward, looked around, and lowered his voice. Actually, I don't know him either, but I heard that he is a female ninja from Sunagakure, and his name seems to be Chiyo. Who? Wang Jin squirted out the water he just drank in his mouth, and looked at Luo Pengxian with a confused face. The latter managed to dodge in time and his clothes were not stained by the water, so he was very surprised when he saw it. Chiyo, do you think I know you after seeing your big reaction? No, I don't know. Wang Jin quickly shook his head, feeling extremely shocked. The Chiyo swimsuit picture that netizens spoofed in his previous life could not help but appear in his mind, and now he became even more curious. Luo, Senior Luo, who is this person? His hobbies are so refreshing. He is willing to pay for an S-class transmission equipment for a virtual woman. I'm telling you, please don't spread the word. Luo Pengxian's voice became even lower now, with a look of 8 trigrams on his face, and he whispered a name into Wang Jin's ear that left him speechless. That is our second speaker of the southern continent, Senior Huo Long. Sharp. Wang Jin gave the heavy-flavored speaker a thumbs up in his heart and admired him greatly. Some people like Chiyo's senile old woman. It's true that the forest is so big that there are all kinds of birds. Is it already so late? Luo Pengxian, who was still immersed in the 8 trigrams news, looked up and saw that the sun had set and quickly talked about business. Wang Jin, I am the rain country in the sacred tree world and cannot walk in Konoha, so your teacher is the person I must win over. And I won't treat you badly. Even if we don't cooperate, we are still friends. Let's do this. In return, I will support you with 10 million mainland dollars a month. There is no time limit. It depends on how long you can live. 10 million. Wang Jin's eyelids jumped sharply after hearing this. Hunting World of Warcraft these days made him understand how difficult it is to make money. Even if he killed him day and night, he would still not be able to earn 1 million in a month. And now you can earn 10 times your usual income without doing anything other than persuading Mr. Gujai for the other party. This was so tempting to him. I agree. Wang Jin did not bargain. After all, based on his understanding, Kasuke Maruboshi would not agree to support Danzo, so this matter probably wouldn't be possible. Luo Pengxian was very satisfied after hearing this and patted Wang Jin on the shoulder. From now on, don't scream like senior or senior, it will make you appear indifferent. You should have noticed from the previous contact that I am not a serious person. Please call me Uncle Luo from now on. Zio Jin, no matter where you go in the future, as long as you can prove your worth, your Uncle Luo will invest in you, even if it means another failed bet on Sharingan. Thank you, Uncle Luo. He would be a fool not to hug his thighs with such a thick heel. Wang Jin immediately took advantage of the situation and got closer to Luo Pengshan. Don't worry, Uncle Luo, I won't let you down. Sharingan can't survive the curse of 3 Magatama, so let me break it. Haha, I didn't expect you to be a middle school boy. Luo Pengshan laughed, whether it's a middle school boy who hasn't been young. Young people should be full of ambitions and dreams. Okay, that's it for today's conversation. You should also. Master, we have urgent information. Just when Luo Pengshan was about to see off the guests, Chang Wang suddenly ran in and hurriedly said a few words in his ear. At the same time, he glanced at Wang Jin, leaving the latter confused. Luo Pengshan had a complicated expression after hearing this. He also looked at Wang Jin and remained silent for a long time. Uncle Luo, Senior Chang, what's wrong with you? Hey, fate has its way with people. I'm afraid our cooperation won't be able to continue. Luo Pengshan's words caused Wang Jin to fall from heaven to hell. 1 second he was full of joy, thinking that he would have an angel investor in the future, but the next second he lost everything as if he had woken up from a dream. Why? Wang Jin asked unwillingly. Luo Pengshan took a deep look at him. The latest information from Konoha, your teacher Kasuke Maruhoshi was surrounded by Kirigakure a few days ago. Although he is back in Konoha now, his only right hand is also disabled. Zio Jin, don't blame your uncle for breaking the contract. I'm also doing business. If you don't have the bargaining chip, I really can't cooperate with you anymore. Take this as my apology for the instant body technique. I think you should understand that there are no people in this world who give away money for free. I understand, then Uncle Luo takes his leave. I also want to go in and see how the teacher is doing. Although it was a pity Wang Jin was now more concerned about Maruboshi Kasuke's condition. He couldn't understand why he had changed history. After all, when Naruto first met Kasuke Maruboshi 7 or 8 years later, he did not suffer this severe blow. The country of fire, Konoha village. In an ordinary wooden house, Wang Jin finally saw Kasuke Maruhoshi lying on the bed. There was another person beside his bed at this moment. It was Hiruzen Sarutobi. Jin, you came just in time. You can take care of Gujai these days. Hiruzen Sarutobi was holding a big pipe in his mouth and was not wearing a Hokage robe. He looked helpless like an ordinary old man and seemed to be complaining. I have long said that your teacher will not be allowed to take on tasks above D level, but he just refuses to listen. Now he cannot be a ninja at all. Haha, I don't blame you, Hiruzens. I brought back important information this time. Even if it costs my life, it's worth it. Let's go, the village is busy with affairs, so don't waste your time with me. Maruboshi Kasuke's face was pale and both forearms were missing. Wang Jin felt distressed when he saw this. Teacher, please stop moving. I'll go see Master Hokage off. Good. Wang Jin respectfully sent Sarutobi Hiruzen outside the wooden house, and the latter looked back at him before leaving. I heard Kasuke said that your ninjutsu talent is pretty good. Are you interested in joining my Anbu in the future? Yes, it is my honor to join Anbu. Wang Jin did not hesitate when he heard that he could join Anbu. This was the best opportunity to get close to the center of Konoha's power. In the subworld of the rope tree, he has already seen the status of Minister Anbu. Even the future Sannin will treat Hatake Sakumo with great courtesy. One can imagine how much power he has in his hands. It can be said that if one day I can get to this position, I will be the first person in Konoha under Hokage and the elders. Well, when you get stronger, I will formally invite you to join Anbu. After that, Sarutobi Hiruzen left slowly. Wang Jin immediately returned to the house and asked carefully about what happened. Teacher, what exactly happened to you? Mizukage, Maruhoshi Kasuke didn't hide anything. After all, Wang Jin already knew about his mission. I sneaked into Kirigakure village after you left that day. The first few days went smoothly and I detected a lot of information. But just as I was about to leave, dozens of Kirigakure Anbu suddenly appeared and surrounded me. If only they could escape safely even if they were defeated, but Mizukage also personally participated in my capture. He is very strong. He severely injured me in the second stage of his tailed beast transformation. I tried my best to barely escape. Your arm was severed by the fourth Mizukage. No, it's me. When Kasuke Maruhoshi said this, he suddenly warned Wang Jin solemnly. Zyojin, remember, if you meet Yagura in the future, be careful of his water mirror technique. This move is so powerful. You can create a mirror with water to replicate the enemy's ninjutsu. The power is almost the same. I was accidentally injured by his copy of Konoha style. It's really a terrible move. Water mirror technique, Wang Jin nodded after hearing this. He was deeply impressed by this technique. The ability was indeed what Mr. Gujai said. With a sigh, he poured a cup of hot tea for Maruboshi Kasuke and brought it to him, served him to drink it and then spoke. Teacher, I'm not going anywhere these days. I'm just practicing at your side and taking care of your daily life. No need, do whatever you need to do, I'm not that incompetent yet. I can live an ordinary life. By the way, let me tell you, how are your 3 ninjutsu trainings? If you don't understand something, ask now. The teacher will not be able to fight in the future, so he can only give you some experience. Under the guidance of Kasuke Maruboshi, Wang Jin quickly mastered the Water Dragon Bullet and began to practice the second water-style ninjutsu taught by him, the water-style ninjutsu. The water clone is similar to the shadow clone, but it cannot leave the main body too far and has only 1/10 the power of the main body, so it is more restricted. However, if there is currently no shadow clone, water clone is a good choice, and if it is in the water, the power of water clone will be greatly enhanced. Wang Jin practiced ninjutsu quickly, and he could always consult Kasuke, who had received the guidance of water-style master 2nd Hokage Senjutaburama. His water-style training progressed rapidly, and he mastered the water body in just 2 days. At this point, the last big explosion water shockwave is left. As long as you understand it, Gyusuke's mission here will be completed, and you can receive 30% of the chakra reward. Thinking of rewarding Wang Jin, he calculated that it was almost time to refine chakra. He had not squeezed cell energy for half a month. This is also a method commonly used by mainland Jonin. It is not a matter of refining once a day, which would waste time and produce no results. It takes a while to accumulate energy before refining. The sacred tree is really powerful. How on earth can I control the body of the outside world here? Wang Jin is sitting cross-legged on the ground refining chakra. Although he cannot feel the body left in the outside world now, the chakra in the virtual body at this moment is growing. As long as he goes out, the outside body will also be raised to a relative state. Using Orochimaru's chakra to extract the Ho-Cam went very quickly. In just over 3 hours, all the energy accumulated in the cells over the past half-month was extracted. The chakra increased by about half, and I refined 5 calories at once. After seeing the effect clearly, Wang Jin was a little surprised. He didn't expect it to be so amazing. Although he had a hunch before that he would extract a lot of chakra this time. After all, he was full of monster meat every day and there was no shortage of nutrients. But what he didn't expect was that the price rose by half, which surprised him. Gujai in the room also felt his change and walked to the door with a puzzled face. Zio Jin, your body is a little strange. Why have you suddenly become so strong? I don't know either. Wang Jin pretended to be dumbfounded. After hearing this, Gujai shook his head and muttered to himself. It shouldn't be, you are not one of those powerful clans. Without their bloodline, you would have been considered weak when I first met you. Why do you suddenly seem to be a different person? It's really strange. Teacher, we don't have many vegetables at home. I'll go outside and buy some. Here you go. Gujai swung his body and flew out 2,000 taels of silver notes from his arms. He didn't want Wang Jin to pay any more while being taken care of. Leaving Gujai's wooden house and walking towards the center of the village, Wang Jin talked and laughed with his neighbors along the way. These people are ordinary people. They don't know Gujai's strength, but just knowing that he is a ninja is enough to respect him. Even his disciple Wang Jin also loves Wu Jai Wu, and everyone is very enthusiastic towards him. Jin, my family has made glutinous rice dumplings. I must try them tonight. Nishiki-senpai, can you teach us ninjutsu? The school only teaches the 3-body technique. Uchiha Nishiki, do you want to join us? I just took on a D-level mission. Come out, Zaya Ohua, the Jinjin you have always wanted to see is here. When passing by a grocery store, a middle-aged man hurriedly greeted his daughter, who seemed to want to hug her and find a ninja son-in-law. Wang Jin quickly ran away. These are ordinary people who think he is very powerful, but he knows that his strength is far behind and some of them are exaggerated. Without going to the market first, Wang Jin went to the direction of the Hyuga branch house to see how Zuo Zio had been doing in the past 3 days. Unexpectedly, he met the protagonist of Hokage just as he turned to the next street. Get out of here, I won't sell my stuff to you. Why don't you sell it, I'll pay you. In front of a dairy shop, a little boy of about 7 or 8 years old, wearing a dusty orange jacket, shorts, green goggles, blue eyes, and short blonde hair, was begging the shop owner. However, the shop owner not only showed no mercy, but also had a face full of disgust, as if the little boy was a god of plague, and others also spoke harshly to him. "Get out of here, you monster fox has scared away my guests. I really don't know why Master Hokage hasn't kicked you out of the village yet. That's right, it's really scary to live with a demon fox all day long. Why isn't he dead yet? Don't sell anything to him, he will starve to death." What's even more outrageous is that Hokage-sama actually let him go to Jonin's school. It would be a disaster to let such a person become a ninja. "Go away, Uzumaki Naruto, you are not welcome to any of us." The little boy Wang Jin is very familiar with him. He is the son of the 4th Hokage and the future Uzumaki Naruto of the 7th Hokage. Naruto's eyes flashed with water. At such a young age, he couldn't figure out what evil he had done and why everyone hated him. "If you don't sell it, you won't sell it. Uncle Naruto won't starve to death, you hateful adults, just wait for me." Naruto made a face at everyone and then turned around and ran away. But he didn't want to bump into Wang Jin, who was walking accidentally. "Your name is Naruto. Sir, who are you?" Naruto was stunned for a moment. He was very uncomfortable with Wang Jin not calling him Demon Fox. Wang Jin smiled and said, "Uchiha Jin, a person who just came back from outside the village." "Oh Uchiha, you and Sasuke are the same clansmen." "Who is Sasuke?" Wang Jin asked deliberately. Naruto shouted angrily. "An arrogant and annoying guy, his last name is also Uchiha." "Ah, that should be it. By the way, do you know where Ikaraku ramen is? I heard it was delicious when I was outside the village, but I never had the chance to try it. Can you take me there?" Ikaraku ramen galulus. When Naruto heard the food he dreamed about every day, his stomach immediately let out an unsatisfied cry. While Wang Jin was amused, he also felt a little sad in his heart. "Old 3rd generation, let me see how you can face the 4th generation when you go to the Pure Land." The majestic Prince of Konoha, the hero who sealed 9 tails for the village, actually ended up in such an end. Even if Sarutobi Hiruzen died 100 times, he would not be able to escape. I know, I will take you there, the ramen there is delicious." Naruto rubbed his belly and led the way, while Wang Jin walked with him while chatting. But he didn't ask sensitive questions, just casually chatting. At the same time, he was also observing his surroundings intentionally or unintentionally, and sure enough he found 2 Anbu following him secretly. Naruto is Konoha's weapon, and the top management must protect him, and they will not stop monitoring him even in the village. "This is it, I'm leaving." After walking a few streets, he came to the door of Ikaraku Ramen. Naruto rubbed his hands and looked at Wang Jin eagerly. Although he said goodbye, his feet did not move. Of course, the latter knew that he also wanted to eat. Originally, he came just to get closer to the other party, so he invited him immediately. "Thank you, Naruto. To thank you for your help, I decided to treat you to a bowl of ramen." "Really, you didn't lie to me." "Of course." Wang Jin snapped his fingers. "Boss, 2 bowls of ramen, add all the ingredients." "Okay, guest, wait a moment." The ramen boss Ikaraku is not as old as he was when he appeared in the original novel. He is less than 40 years old and is in his prime. His daughter Changpu, who was only 12 or 13 years old, had already started helping out. Naruto sat happily in front of the counter, holding chopsticks in his hand and swallowing his saliva constantly, as if he couldn't wait even a second. Ikaraku seemed to be very familiar with Naruto and joked with him while laughing. "Naruto, you're lucky today. Someone actually treats you to ramen." "Hey, Senior Jin is a very nice person. He is willing to be friends with me." "Haha, that's great, you finally have friends." "Friend, Senior Jin, are you willing to be my friend?" Ikaraku's words seemed to remind Naruto, and the latter asked cautiously with an expectant expression on his face. Wang Jin smiled slightly. "Let's talk about friends later. Now it's time for ramen." "Yes, eating ramen is important." Naruto's eyes darkened, and he immediately forced a smile and changed the subject. As a modern man, Wang Jin knew this kind of reaction too well. It was just self-consolation and deception. Soon the ramen was served, and Wang Jin tasted it leisurely. Perhaps it is because of the high level of modern cooking techniques and seasoning, the taste of Ikaraku ramen can only be said to be good, but not as delicious as imagined. But Naruto ate voraciously. He finished the soup after Wang Jin took only 3 bites. "Senior Jin." "Understood, boss, give me another bowl." "Great, Senior Jin, you are such a good person." Uzumaki Naruto's favorability +10, current favorability 10. Naruto jumped for joy, and Wang Jin continued his mission to increase his favorability. "Naruto, do you like ramen so much?" "Of course I like it. It usually takes me a long time to eat a bowl of rice." "A long time? A bowl of ramen is only 80 taels, your parents won't let you afford it, right?" Parents. I don't have any parents, they died a long time ago. I only have the 1,000 taels of living expenses that grandpa from the third generation gives me every month, which is not enough for me to eat often. Naruto's tone was low and his eyes dim, and Wang Jin slapped his forehead after hearing it. Sorry, I didn't mean it. How about this to express my apology whenever you want to eat ramen in the future? Come to the old wooden house on the west side of the village to find me. I will treat you as long as I am there. Really, Senior Jin, you can't regret it. Don't regret it, eat quickly. If it's not enough, ask for more. Yeah, Naruto gestured happily. Wang Jin waited for a long time, but the sacred tree didn't prompt him to increase his favorability. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart that Naruto was not so naive. Whirlpool, 9 tails. I wonder what the sacred tree will give me after my favorability is maxed out. Wang Jin finished his ramen with his head down and said goodbye. With Anbu following him secretly, it would be better not to get too close to Naruto, so as not to arouse the suspicion of the old third generation. When he arrived at the Hyuga branch house, he soon ran into an acquaintance and immediately asked, Tokuma-senpai, is Hyuga-chan here? Uchiha Nishiki, Hyuga Tokuma stopped and pointed in a direction. It should be there, that's her house. Thank you. Wait a minute. Just as Wang Jin was about to leave, Hyuga Tokuma called him back, took 2 steps forward and whispered, Uchiha Jin, I heard that you two completed a C-rank mission. Did you encounter any danger? Zyaoyu died on the ship at that time. Except for the person involved, no other aboriginal people had their memories of her at that time erased by the sacred tree, so it was not surprising that Hyuga had time to ask Wang Jin like this. When I encountered some minor troubles, they were solved by the teacher. Teacher? Maruhoshi Kasuk, you just accepted me as your disciple. Oh, it's him, he hasn't been promoted to Chunin for many years. But I want to remind you too that your eyes are good things. If you don't have anything too important, it's better not to leave the village. Especially you Uchiha Nishiki, it's better if Zyaoyu has a seal on her body. You are one of the few Uchiha left in the ninja world now. It's better if you don't leave the village. Thank you, Senior Dejian, for reminding me, I'll remember it. Farewell to Hyuga Tokuma. Wang Jin went to Zyaoyu's home in the sacred tree world, and as expected met Zuo Hui and Zuo Kingi. The latter was okay, not to mention how enthusiastic he was, but at least he didn't show any shame. The former was difficult to contact. Zuo Hui asked coldly, Boy, what are you doing here? Senior, I came to see Zyaoyu and ask her how she is doing these days. No need, you scourge, leave now, don't ruin my daughter's future again. And the Hyuga clan here, your civilian status is not qualified enough to come here. Civilian status? Zyaoyu, who knew that Wang Jin came to see her, heard her father's words as soon as she came to the living room and immediately groaned. Dad, Wang Jin is now a disciple of Kasuk Maruhoshi. You still don't know who this person is, right? Kasuk Maruboshi, is he the cripple who took you to the Kingdom of Water? A flash of disdain flashed in Zuo Hui's eyes. I know what's so great about that old man, a 10,000-year-old genin. Wanian genins. That's because you can't access the information inside. Zyaoyu stood next to Wang Jin, staring into Zuo Hui's eyes and continued. My status is much higher than yours, not even lower than that of our branch house's former clan leader, Hyuga Hisashi-senpai. Didn't you say that Uncle Luo came to win over you? Don't you think you have no influence in Konoha? But he went to win over Wang Jin a few days ago, just because of Maruhoshi Kasuk's identity. What? Zuo Hui was shocked after hearing this. Didn't you lie to me? Is that old guy really so influential? Of course, Zyaoyu looked proud, but then said regretfully, It's just that Senior Gujai had an accident in the Kingdom of Water a few days ago and can no longer fight. This is why the cooperation between Wang Jin and Uncle Luo was not achieved. Otherwise now he is considered a young star with angel investors. It's no use asking me to look at you so highly. After hearing this, Zuo Hui changed back to his previous disgusted face. Wang Jin couldn't stand his snobbery anymore and couldn't help but retort immediately. Senior, it's true that my teacher is disabled, but his influence is not gone. Have you ever been treated like this when Hokage came to visit you twice in 3 days? Have you ever been treated like the Hokage who agreed to let me enter Anbu in advance for the sake of my teacher? How dare you look down on others? Hokage, that kind of big shot actually values your teacher and you so much, Zuo Hui was a little dumbfounded after hearing this. He has been in the world of the sacred tree all his life and has never met the Hokage alone except in public. Let alone talking, that is even less qualified. After all, he is just a jonin in the Hyuga branch house. He is under the jurisdiction of the head of the Hyuga clan. Hyuga Hayashi of the clan is still qualified to meet the Hokage. Wang Jin, I have such a temper. If I speak too bluntly, don't take it seriously. You and Zaya Oyu must be careful when going on missions in the future. You can't make the same mistake last time again, you know. Thank you, senior, I will pay attention. Wang Jin was amused in his heart. The old stubborn man changed his face very quickly when he heard that he was valuable. Oh, why are we all talking about this? Zaya-jin, sit down quickly. Zaya Oyu will learn more from you in the future. Zuo Qingyi also became enthusiastic, looking very much like a parent who saw a top student coming to see his child. Have you received any tasks these days? Wang Jin was alone in the room with Zuo Zaya Oyu at her home. Zuo Hui outside the house was worried and kept eavesdropping. Zuo Zaya Oyu sat on the chair with a bitter look on her face. No, I don't even know who to contact. The people here are too smart to get close to. What about you? Have you met any new Aboriginal people? I met someone, but I only have 10 points of favorability, not enough to trigger a mission. Who is it? Tell me quickly, let me see if I can get to know him too. Zuo Zaya-Oyu asked quickly when she heard that Wang Jin had a new friend. In her eyes, this classmate was too awesome. The tree world is as comfortable as a fish in water, even compared to my parents who have been in it for many years. Naruto Uzumaki, a student of the ninja school. Wang Jin took a bite of the apple and said casually. Zuo Zaya-Oyu was a little disappointed after hearing this. A young boy who doesn't even have any contact with ninjas is a waste of time. Wang Jin, we are going out in 7 days. After we go out, it's almost time to report to Anseong University. You have to perform well so that you don't get admitted by then. Do you think I will fail the exam? Wang Jin glanced at her and said, Zuo Zaya-Oyu, you only have more chakra than me. If we really fight, no one can do it. Yes, you are amazing. Zuo Zaya-Oyu stuck out her tongue and continued, but don't forget that we were all admitted in advance and you still have to take the exam. Aren't I worried about your carelessness? Say it again, say it again. What? If you have something to say, just say it and don't hesitate. Besides, your Sharingan will probably lower your talent. After all, no one wants to waste resources on cultivating a mortal person. After Zuo Zaya-Oyu said this, Wang Jin was slightly stunned. He had never thought about this aspect before. He is confident that he can solve the side effects of Sharingan and knows how to solve it, but others don't know anything. What Zuo Zaya-Oyu said is really possible. It is now mid-August, and Anseong University's annual enrollment assessment will be held within 5 or 6 days at most after returning to the real world. There is not much time left for me. We'll see then. Wang Jin shook his head and said calmly, if Anseong University discriminates against me, I won't go to it. It just so happens that I don't want to go to university in the first place. Do uncle and aunt agree? They have always wanted you to go to college. By the way, I also know the granddaughter of a university president. If that doesn't work, just discuss it with her and go there to get her name out there and fool the family. Anyway, I feel that going to college is not as fast as improving my strength in the divine tree world, so it doesn't matter. After eating 2 apples and having almost finished chatting with Zuo Zaya-Oyu, Wang Jin planned to leave. But before leaving, he still planned to help her and whispered in her ear, there is a child in your branch house named Hyuga Neji. If you have time to get in touch with him more, you may gain something different. Hyuga Neji. I know he is a genius. Zuo Zaya-Oyu nodded frequently. I have met him a few times, but he is not easy to get in touch with and he looks indifferent to everyone. You can start at the Zong family branch house and find an opportunity to express your dissatisfaction with the caged bird system to him. You may gain something. Caged bird, no branch house is satisfied, is it any wonder? Zuo Zaya-Oyu listened with only half understanding, and Wang Jin couldn't reveal more, otherwise it would arouse the other party's suspicion. For 3 consecutive days, Uranus Nishiki was practicing the water shockwave at Kasuke's place. He didn't expect that the boy he promised to Naruto that day would actually come here every day and eat ramen every day without feeling embarrassed at all. On the 8th night, after Wang Jin took Naruto to finish ramen again, a ninja wearing an animal mask stopped him. Uchiha Nishiki, Hokage-sama wants to see you. Good. He wasn't surprised that Anbu was here. It was strange that the old 3rd generation, a sensitive figure who was always close to the top leaders of Konoha these days, didn't pay attention to him. On the way to the Hokage building with this Anbu, Wang Jin had nothing to say and acted like a novice. Senior, what do you Anbu do every day? Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. Oh, I'm sorry, I was just curious if you would accept missions like us ordinary ninjas. Senior, you don't know, I just left the Kingdom of Water a few days ago and almost died there. If my companions hadn't risked their lives to save me, I wouldn't have been able to come back. It is said that our ninja's bounden duty is to complete the mission, but I actually hope that my companions will be safe. After all, there are other opportunities to save after the mission fails. If the companion dies, there is no way to resurrect it, so I think the companion is more important than the mission. Do you think I am right, Senior? Companies are more important than missions. The animal mask man murmured after hearing this, his footsteps stopped, and his voice became hoarse after being stunned for a moment. Your idea is wrong, mission comes first at all times. But I personally agree with your point of view, the lives of companions are greater than the mission. Hadate Kakashi's favorability plus 20, current favorability 20. It's so funny that I thought you would be so difficult to contact at this time. Wang Jin secretly smiled in his heart. The animal mask man's silver hair standing up on his head had already made him recognize his identity. It is Anbu who has been staying in Anbu before the plot begins, the future captain of Team 7, the 6th Hokage, who can go up to Kaguya down to Zabuza and Hadate Kakashi, who can kill anyone 50 to 50. During this period, he also had a resounding nickname, Cold-Blooded Kakashi, which he got because he killed people without emotion. However, Wang Jin knew what the biggest guilt and hope in the other person's heart were. Albido's death made him understand how correct Hadate Sakumo's choice was. The lives of his companions are greater than the mission. Uchiha Nishiki, you are the same as one of my former colleagues, both are different Uchiha. Colleagues, our Uchiha clan in Anbu. Yes, Kakashi continued. His name is Shisui, and he is also a person who cherishes his companions and loves the village. Oh, I think I heard someone say that his genjutsu is very powerful. Senior, I wonder what your name is. We can have more contact in the future. Anbu's mission identity must not be leaked. Kakashi said coldly, but after finishing speaking he added, maybe I will take the initiative to find you in the future. The Hokage building is here, go in by yourself. Goodbye, Senior. Wang Jin waved his hand and Kakashi disappeared with a whoosh, which made him envious. This talent is awesome, he is already an elite Jonin at the same age as me. If you put aside the fact that Hokage hangs around in the later stage, Kakashi's talent in the early stage is one of the best. He graduated from ninja school at the age of 5, became a Chunin at the age of 6, and became a Jonin at the age of 12. This scary resume would probably make Madara give a thumbs up and call him the top student. A few minutes before Wang Jin arrived, a quarrel broke out between two old men in the Hokage office. Hiruzen, this is a good opportunity that has come to your door. I will never allow you to make the decision without permission. Uchiha Nishiki must become Uzumaki Naruto's hope. That's enough, Danzo, look what you have done all these years. Have you used Minato's children as weapons in your hands? He is the hero who sealed 9 tails for the village. Haha, Hiruzen, you still have the nerve to mention Minato. If it weren't for your indecision, how could I have allowed Uzumaki Naruto to become a public enemy of the village? I don't believe you didn't know what I was doing for so many years. I think you also want to master a perfect Jinchuriki weapon, right? Danzo, who had a bandage on his head, had a glint in his single eye looking scheming. Opposite him, Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned and beads of sweat were dripping from his forehead. It was obvious that he was under a lot of pressure. Danzo is very aware of the character of his friend and competitor at the same time. He is the kind of person who wants to do something but is afraid of being criticized. Hiruzen, so many things have proven over the years that your soft policy is wrong. Only my root plan can make Konoha stronger. Hisashi's death has made the entire Hyuga clan disappointed in the village. The departure of your 3 precious apprentices is a disappointment to you. You are a failure both as a Hokage and as a teacher. Although you didn't agree to the Jinchuriki weapon plan, you didn't stop it either. Instead, you chose to let me and the elders take action. In fact, you also really want the power of 9 tails, right? Now the person who can be Uzumaki Naruto's only bright light has appeared. We just need a gentle push. Let Uchiha Nishiki completely occupy Jinchuriki's heart, and then betray him severely to make him despair. And the perfect Jinchuriki weapon is born. Until then, hee. With the power of 9 tails, you and I can restore Konoha to the position it had when Shadai was there, and the entire ninja world will be stepped on by the Fire Nation. This is for the village, not me personally. Hiruzen, you must think about it carefully. After Danzo finished speaking, he stared at Sarutobi Hiruzen with one eye, not missing any subtle expression on his face. The latter's long silence made him understand that he had fallen into a conflict. After a while, Sarutobi Hiruzen lit his big pipe and said in a dull voice, Danzo, Uchiha Nishiki can be Naruto's friend. Hiruzen, you agrees. That's right, my plan will never let you. Listen to me, Sarutobi Hiruzen interrupted Danzo. But it's not the Jinchuriki weapon project, but Naruto needs to live a life like a normal child with friends, family, and teachers. So you don't want Uchiha Nishiki to be your pawn to betray Naruto. At least I won't let you succeed while I'm alive. You actually care about Jinchuriki. Danzo smiled coldly. Hiruzen, don't you think it's too late to make up for it now? The theory of the demon fox has been accepted by every villager. You might as well keep making mistakes, so that Konoha can still gain substantial benefits. That's enough, Danzo. I don't allow you to have any more ideas about Jinchuriki. It's not your turn to make the decision in Konoha now. Hiruzen will you. Are you regretful? You should also know what words I will use in response. A woman's kindness, Danzo snorted and slammed the door. As soon as he reached the door of the Hokage building, he ran into Wang Jin, who quickly saluted. I have met Lord Danzo. Oh, do you know, Mace? Of course you are an elder. Who in Konoha dares not to recognize you? Haha, you are quite good at talking. You are indeed different from ordinary Uchiha. Do a good job, I'm optimistic about you. Danzo patted Wang Jin on the shoulder with a rare friendly expression on his face. Wang Jin watched the old B*** D leave and thought for a moment. This old guy has a lot of Hashirama cells and Sharingan. It seems that he will inevitably join the route in the future. Danzo's obsession with Sharingan is no less than Orochimaru's. The crazy research of these two people has produced many technologies that Wang Jin envied. For example, transplanting Hashirama's cells, using the Sharingan forbidden technique for free, etc. Each one is a treasure among treasures. However, he is unable to get involved in these matters for the time being. His strength is too weak now, he needs to have at least the strength of a shadow. Otherwise, he will be tricked by these two and die without knowing how. Bang bang bang. Come in. Hokage-sama, you're looking for me. Wang Jin knelt on one knee with a respectful look, just like the indigenous people when meeting the Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a smile, hurry up, this is not a mission, no need to be so serious. Yes, Wang Jin stood up and waited for instructions. Sarutobi Hiruzen did not speak directly, but took a deep puff of his pipe before asking, what do you think of Uzumaki Naruto? Naruto, Lord Hokage, you are worthy of being the creator of the will of fire. You care about every villager, I admire you. I'm just asking, just tell me the truth. Wang Jin's flattery caught Sarutobi Hiruzen off guard, as he didn't have the patience to care about everyone in the village. But it cannot be said explicitly, after all, the will of fire can also be understood in this way. Everyone is a part of the village and should be cared for. Very pitiful, very innocent, no scheming, just an ordinary child. Hokage-sama, you want me to? At this moment, Wang Jin was ecstatic. He had already guessed why Sarutobi Hiruzen called him here. From now on, he could finally have open contact with Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Oh, nothing, there are some things you don't know. Sarutobi Hiruzen flicked his pipe. How should I put it, Uzumaki Naruto's situation is a bit special. He is the key protected person in the village. Originally, I didn't want anyone to come in contact with him casually, lest it might be harmful to Naruto. But I see Naruto likes you quite a lot these days. And you don't dislike him, so I might as well tell you the truth. Please tell me, sir. I will never tell anyone else. Wang Jin pretended to be loyal, which made Sarutobi Hiruzen very satisfied. Naruto is Konoha's Jinchuriki. As for what a Jinchuriki is, you can go back and ask your teacher. I will make it short since it is already late at night. We hope you treat him like a normal person. Don't discriminate or try to please him. He needs a normal friend. It's that simple. Just pretend that you didn't know anything about today's conversation. Just do what you have to do, just like you have done in the past few days. As long as you don't take him out of the village, you can do anything. Do you understand? I understand, let's be friends. I have always regarded Naruto as a friend. Haha, good boy, it's always easy to talk to you. Sarutobi Hiruzen walked around the desk and came to Wang Jin, looking him up and down. You've improved your strength quite a bit these days, keep working on it. And when you become a Chunin, I'll absorb you into Anbu. Thank you, sir. Go back, it's late. Oh yes. As soon as Wang Jin returned to Gujai's home, the latter opened the door and stopped him. Zyojin, why is Hiruzen looking for you so late? Teacher, how did you know it was Hokage-sama looking for me? Now that Anbu is here, who else could it be if it wasn't Hiruzen? Kasuke's face was serious. Not as casual as usual, you are genin now, and I am worried that you will come into contact with things you shouldn't come into contact with too soon. Speaking of these, teacher, I really have a question to ask you. Wang Jin had no intention of hiding it, even if it was a show he had to tell Gujai. Tell me, there are very few things in Konoha that I don't know. Teacher, Master Hokage asked me to ask you what Jinchuriki is. What did you say? Gyusuk was stunned as soon as the word Jinchuriki came out. In his understanding, this is Konoha's top secret, and no more than 10 people know the details. It must be kept secret from ordinary ninjas to avoid being kidnapped by other villages. Seeing Gujai being nervous and Wang Jin secretly laughing, he knew the latter would show such an expression. Jinchuriki, Master Hokage just mentioned it to me, but didn't go into details. He asked me to come back and ask you. Hiruzen is so trusting of you, even telling you such secrets. He's not afraid of you. What, teacher, please don't always say half of what you say, okay? Wang Jin added in his mind, I am a Magatama and I am not Mangekyō. What does the old third generation have to be afraid of? To put it simply, Jinchuriki uses sealing techniques to seal the tailed beast within the human body. By loosening the seal, the power of the tailed beast can be released bit by bit, allowing it to be used by me. Tailed beasts are born with a huge amount of chakra. 9 tails can even be described as infinite chakra. For ordinary ninjas, it is a dimensionality reduction blow. But there are 3 things in this world that can defeat the 9-tailed beasts. The first is sealing techniques. Any life form that possesses chakra can be sealed, causing it to lose control of chakra and become an ordinary life form. The second is first Hokage Senju Hashirama's wood style. Coupled with his chakra, which is more terrifying than 9 tails, he can hold all tailed beasts with one hand. What's even more terrifying is that he still has 999 such hands. Do you think it's scary? The third is Wang Jin's Sharingan. Once it evolves to the level of Mangekyō, it can restrain the tailed beast even better than wood style. A single look can make the tailed beast lose consciousness and go to work obediently. As a veteran of Konoha, Kasuke certainly knew this, which was why he was shocked. In his eyes, the last person in Konoha who should know about Jinchuriki was his precious apprentice. It's nothing. Gyusuk shook his head and continued, since it's Hiruzen's intention, then I'll tell you Jinchuriki is. How scary. It turns out there are such powerful beings in the world. After a moment, Wang Jin pretended so that Gujai didn't see anything wrong. It's late at night, let's rest. These secrets must be kept secret. We must never let the outside village know Naruto's identity. Yes, teacher. On the evening of the next day, Wang Jin was making final preparations. After tonight, he would leave the world of the sacred tree. He also wanted to refine some more chakra to maximize the 30% chakra reward from Gujai's mission. Just when he refined about half a calorie of chakra again and was fully prepared, a quarrel in the distance attracted his attention. He saw Naruto with a little boy with black hair and black eyes, delicate facial features, fair skin, hair and bangs that extended to the tail and gradually turned into broken hair. Wearing a black stand-up collared long-sleeved shirt and black shorts, who looked to be 6 or 7 years old. Come, Sasuke, let me tell you, Nishiki-senpai is really a good person. He treats me to ramen every day. HMPH, he's just a coward who dares not speak out even after his family is destroyed. Don't say that to me, senior. He has just returned to the village and doesn't understand the situation yet. As expected, Crane Mu can only be friends with Crane Mu. At this age, genin is such a waste. I don't allow you to talk about senior like that. Naruto and the black-haired boy were arguing as they walked, so loudly that Wang Jin could hear them clearly, and he immediately became happy. Damn, he is indeed a guy that makes people want to beat him up. Wang Jin rolled up his sleeves and walked towards the two of them. The black-haired boy was none other than Uchiha Sasuke in the original work, who didn't know his last name until he was beaten for 3 days. In the original work, the 3 Magatama swelled to challenge Mangekyō, and Mangekyō was blasted by the 8 Tails Jinchuriki. In the end, he defeated Kaguya and provoked the almost invincible Naruto. Throughout his life, Sasuke was either beaten or on the way to being beaten. Senior we. Bang, just when Naruto was about to eat, he saw Wang Jin kicking Uchiha Sasuke 4 or 5 meters away. The latter was in pain and couldn't get up from the ground, clutching his stomach. You say I'm a waste. Wang Jin walked up to Sasuke and looked at him condescendingly. Then who are you now? Can't even catch a kick from a waist. Damn it, Uchiha Nishiki, you deserve to die. Sasuke punched the ground with one hand after being beaten violently, with a look of reluctance on his face. Aren't you just relying on your age? I can kill you in a year. Uchiha Sasuke Malice plus 30, current Malice 30. Trigger special mission. Beat up Uchiha Sasuke and reward a Sharingan fragment. Is there such a good thing? Wang Jin spat, rubbed his hands, lifted Sasuke's other arm from the ground, rounded it, and slapped him until he was dizzy, with stars in his eyes and nosebleeds coming out. The task is completed and the reward has been distributed. Sharingan fragments. Collect 5 pieces to exchange for 1 Magatama and a pair of Sharingan. If you already have Sharingan, you can absorb it. Absorb, Wang Jin made a decision without thinking. Suddenly, a quintessential pupil power appeared in his mind, and at the same time, the Sharingan fragments in the panel disappeared. This is the second Magatama Sharingan. Sasuke was shocked when he could see clearly. At this moment, Wang Jin's Sharingan appeared uncontrollably and turned into a second Magatama. Two Magatama, Wang Jin was surprised. He immediately ran to the bucket beside the house and looked down. His pair of scarlet Sharingans were printed upside down on the water surface, and it was clear that he had broken through the second Magatama. Good stuff. Wang Jin was stunned by the sudden surprise. He didn't expect to win the grand prize. He immediately pulled Sasuke up with a smile and said, "Boy, be careful what you say in the future. Not everyone will spoil you." "Damn it, I must avenge this." "Whatever, as long as you can beat me." Wang Jin didn't care how much this kid hated him. Anyway, it will be at least 6 years before he rises. By then, I don't know what strength he will become. "Tell me, why did you come to me?" Wang Jin looked indifferent. It shouldn't be just to get a job like Naruto. HMPH, who cares about a bowl of ramen? Sasuke's speech became more restrained after being beaten. Although he was still arrogant, he was already polite. "I heard that you are also an Uchiha. I just came to see how good you are." "You're just measuring your mouth at a young age." Wang Jin glanced at the arrogant ghost. "You're not worthy yet, but it would be okay if it were Weasel who said this." "What did you say?" Upon hearing Uchiha Itachi's name, Sasuke burst out like a cat whose tail was stepped on. "I don't allow you to mention this man. He will die in my hands one day." "Just you naive," Wang Jin sneered. "Even I have heard of Itachi's talent outside the village. Your brother graduated with the first grade in the ninja school when he was 7 years old. He became a Jonin at the age of 11, even better than Kakashi-senpai. A year too early. You're still playing house with a bunch of brats and you want to surpass Itachi. Haha, it's impossible in your lifetime." Damn, Sasuke was so deeply shocked by Wang Jin's words that he lost his mind. A Magatama Sharingan appeared and kicked the latter in the chest. Bang, Wang Jin stretched out his hand to block. As a Sharingan, he was not afraid of a physical duel. Bang, bang, bang. The two had a quick exchange of blows that left Naruto on the side stunned. He didn't seem to expect that Sasuke was so powerful and could actually fight Genin back and forth. "You're nothing more than that." Sasuke became more and more confident the more he beat him, and finally he just wanted to regain the dignity of being beaten just now, so he used deadly attacks. Wang Jin was amused in his heart. He suppressed his strength and speed to play with the opponent before he swelled up so quickly. "Sure enough, I feel uncomfortable if I don't get beaten for a day." Wang Jin got tired of playing and twisted one of Sasuke's hands behind his back to control it. The intense pain made him calm down instantly. Damn it, it seems I am no match for him now. Although he already knew that he could not defeat the opponent, Sasuke would never ask for mercy due to his face-conscious character. Wang Jin didn't want to do anything to him, he just couldn't stand how hard he wanted to be beaten, so he quickly let go of his hand. "Go away and stop hanging around in front of me from now on. Damachi Nishiki, please remember, one day I will humiliate you severely." If you don't get out, why are you waiting to be beaten?" As soon as Wang Jin glared at him, Sasuke was immediately frightened away for fear that he would do it again. Naruto shrank his neck and spoke softly. "Senior ramen tonight. As requested, let's go." "Yeah." Late at night at Naruto's house, Wang Jin dropped him off and was about to leave, but Naruto held him back and looked at him pitifully. "Senior Jin, can you wait until I fall asleep before leaving?" "Oh, are you still scared alone?" "No, it's not." Naruto hesitated, and Wang Jin touched his yellow hair and spoke with a smile. "If you have anything to say, just say it. Friends should help each other, right?" "A friend." Uzumaki Naruto's favorability plus 20, current favorability 30. Trigger special mission. Eliminate Nine Tails prejudice and make him friends with Uzumaki Naruto. Reward 30 chakra cards. A ball of Nine Tails chakra, a small amount, no limit to the number of uses. Send. Wang Jin was shocked by the reminder of the sacred tree in his mind. He actually got such a big reward for nothing. That's right, it was just picked up for free. In his opinion, this task was too easy to complete. The reason Nine Tails is biased against Naruto is because they don't know his true life experience, the reincarnation of Asura. The nine-tailed beasts were originally given life by the Sage of Six Paths, and Asura and Indra were his children. This blood relationship is the greatest capital. Especially Asura, who has the same philosophy as Sage of Six Paths and wants to use chakra to bring happiness to the world. Nine Tails will never have any prejudice or dislike towards Naruto after knowing that it is him. "Naruto, go to sleep, I'll be by the bed." Wang Jin smiled, comforted Naruto to lie down, covered him with a quilt and patted his chest gently. Senior. For the first time, Naruto was deeply moved by being cared for like a family member. He quickly fell asleep with tears in his eyes. Wang Jin took a closer look at his surroundings. If he wanted to complete the task now, it would be easy for him to use the newly opened Ermigatama Sharingan to enter the sealed space to communicate with Nine Tails. If it was still one Magatama, he would definitely not be able to do it. But when he broke through the second Magatama, his mental power also greatly increased, and he somehow learned some simple uses of mental power without a teacher. He hesitated now because he was only worried about one person, Sarutobi Hiruzen. It seems that the old third generation's telescope technique cannot peek at strong people and it will be sensed. Wang Jin looked at Naruto, who was sleeping soundly and thinking rapidly in his mind. He vaguely remembered that someone mentioned this statement when he was watching anime in his previous life, but it had been too long and he was not sure. The telescope technique is exclusive to the old third generation. You can see anywhere you want with a crystal ball. It is a voyeuristic technique. No matter, I still have to do this mission even if the old third generation finds me. Just be careful and you should be fine. Wang Jin decided to take action. The second Magatama Sharingan appeared and reached out to touch Naruto's belly. At the same time, his mental power was activated instantly, causing the little boy on the bed to moan. Buzz! In an instant, Wang Jin's mental body came to a dark space with water above his knees on the ground. At the end of the space, there is a prison made of several red wooden pillars, and a large fiery red fox is locked inside. At this time, this big fox was taking a nap. Even if it was lying down, it was several times taller than a human. When Wang Jin just walked out of the prison, his pair of lantern-sized vertical pupils opened suddenly, and his big claws slammed against the column at a speed that ordinary people could not react. Rumble, the huge fiery red fox, was Nine Tails, and this place was the sealed space and it shook with its claws. Calm down, Nine Tails, I don't mean any harm, Wang Jin quickly explained. He was not afraid of Nine Tails breaking away from the seal. This was the 8-sign seal composed of 2 4-elephant seals by the 4th Hokage. It was very strong. He just didn't want to waste time arguing. The key was to complete the task quickly and leave Naruto. The inherently evil Uchiha clan, you want to control me again. No, I don't have this ability. Nine Tails, can't you see that I am only a second Magatama? I'm here for this child, Naruto, and you are both pitiful people. Wang Jin spoke very fast, and Nine Tails sneered and closed his eyes after hearing this. Pity. The damn 4th Hokage sealed me in his son's body, didn't he, just because of my strength? It would be better if this kid is dead. The most disgusting thing is Kushina. She clearly promised to let me go, but she ended up like this. The damn Uzumaki clan is as annoying as you Uchiha. Nine Tails behaved very stubbornly, but this was within Wang Jin's expectation. It has been used as a worker beast by the Uchiha and Uzumaki groups for so many years, and it should be hated. Wang Jin, Nine Tails, give me a minute, I guarantee you will thank me after listening. Haha, let's talk about it, it's boring anyway. Nine Tails folded his 2 front paws, leaned his big head on them, and stared at Wang Jin with a pair of animal eyes with a sneer. In the dark and damp sealed space, Wang Jin and Nine Tails stared at each other through the red wooden pillar prison. Wang Jin's expression was sincere, while Nine Tails snorted and sneered. Nine Tails, you are even more pitiful than Naruto. After all, you have been alone for these thousands of years without even a single friend. You actually know my origin. Nine Tails was slightly surprised when he heard the word 1,000 years. He put away his sneer and became more serious before continuing. Human beings don't know these things. Where did you hear this? Nowhere, I just should know. After all, I am the person you have been thinking about, Otsutsuki Hagoromo. Wang Jin pretended to be mysterious. At this moment, it suddenly occurred to him that he could use his omniscience and omnipotence to play a big game of chess. Anyway, this world is false, and no one can stand up to expose it, so why not dig out the only cheat to the extreme? The most critical 2 people and beasts in the future of the Hokage world have come into contact with each other. Sasuke, who needs a beating, is not in the mood to make friends, but Naruto and Nine Tails can take advantage of it. However, compared to the simple Naruto, this fox that has lived for thousands of years is a little harder to deceive, but only a little. This fox's brain is not that smart, so there is no pressure to fool him. Impossible, there is absolutely no way, you are an old man. When Nine Tails heard the name of Sage of Six Paths, he sat up suddenly, stared at Wang Jin and growled. He died 1,000 years ago, how could you be him? Can't you use chakra to reincarnate after death? Wang Jin smiled softly, touched the wooden pillar with his palm and transferred his chakra to it. It's easy for me. If you don't believe it, Nine Tails can sense it well. After all, I also gave you the ability to sense maliciousness when I separated chakra. You even know this. Nine Tails is very sure that Wang Jin is not Sage of Six Paths because this is too nonsense. However, the secrets or processes that Wang Jin mentioned were only known to Sage of Six Paths and itself. It was impossible for a third person to understand, so he was now confused. Nine Tails was dubious and tried his best to sense Wang Jin's chakra, but it didn't feel familiar at all and immediately sneered. Haha, I almost got deceived by you. I have never seen your chakra before. You've seen a ghost before. Wang Jin secretly laughed in his heart. This was just part of the plan, and then he threw out a trump card that shocked Nine Tails completely. Kurama, it seems that my chakra has changed after thousands of years of reincarnation, which is why you can't sense it. But it doesn't matter. As long as you and Naruto get along well and support each other in the future, I will be satisfied. Kurama tried to sense Naruto's chakra. Asura often hugged you when you were a child, and he is more Grandmaster reincarnation than me. You, try it. You actually know my name? Who the hell are you? Nine Tails roared, so many unreasonable and reasonable words that it almost short-circuited its brain. Wang Jin smiled secretly in his heart, but on the surface he was still pretending to be mysterious. You'll understand after you sense it, come on. Such a thing is absolutely impossible. Nine Tails didn't believe it, but his body involuntarily began to carefully sense Naruto's chakra. Wang Jin said something on the side, don't be anxious, take your time, you also know Asura's character. Don't you think Naruto is very similar to him? When you say that, the reckless temperament of these two people is really similar. Nine Tails recalled the appearance of his old friend thousands of years ago and the chakra fluctuations in his mind while sensing. After a while, its expression became more solemn, until it finally opened its eyes and stared at Wang Jin with a complex expression. What you said is true. I did sense Asura's aura from this kid. But I don't believe you are the old man's. If he doesn't want to die, he doesn't have to play tricks like reincarnation. You're right, my strength can last forever. Wang Jin smiled mysteriously and continued to lie. But today's ninja world has broken away from the ideas I founded the ninja sect. People have begun to kill each other again, and even chakra has become a killing weapon. And I saw this clearly in the Pure Land. I've had enough. The world shouldn't be like this. Wang Jin gave the Big Fox a fair excuse to fool him. Nine Tails was stunned for a while, and his disbelief at the beginning slowly turned into recognition. Indeed, humans have been using my power to hurt each other. Old man, your ninja ideas were lost by them hundreds of years ago. So you came out of the Pure Land this time to solve these problems. But I'm afraid your powers. So I need your help. Wang Jin stretched out his hand, and Nine Tails hesitated and touched him with a tail behind his back. I believe you for now, old man. What do you want me to do? Become friends with Naruto first, and wait until I regain some strength before making the next step. This body is that of a dead Uchiha. I am using it to restore my strength for the time being. I will be able to become a sage again soon. Then it's time for you to be useful. Together with your Jinchuriki and me, we can change this ninja world. Ben, I know, old man's. Nine Tails nodded heavily. Wang Jin smiled happily and exited the sealed space. When Naruto arrived at the ninja school early the next morning, he practiced the clone technique as usual. He had just formed the seal and was surprised to find that today was extremely easy. Unlike chakra, which couldn't be controlled for half a day in the past, ninjutsu was successfully used. I know the clone technique. Naruto was dizzy and couldn't believe this was true. A lean young man with a bun next to him couldn't help complaining. It's so troublesome. Now even the tail end of the crane is like me. It seems that I have to work harder. After the bald-headed boy finished speaking, a fat man holding a snack in his hand took a big bite and said vaguely, Shikamaru, you should have studied hard long ago. You are the smartest person in the class. I don't want to be a smart person, it's too much trouble. In the divine tree space, when Wang Jin just appeared, a powerful chakra suddenly entered his body, causing his strength to undergo earth-shaking changes. 15 calories, 20 calories, 30 calories didn't stop until it soared all the way to 45 calories. This feels so good, Wang Jin said to himself with a smile on his face, but I can feel even better. Sacred Tree, I want to submit the task of Maruhoshi Kasuk. The mission is completed. Chakra rewards 15 cards, Maruhoshi Kasuk's favorability plus 20, current favorability is 70. Boom! Wang Jin's chakra amount increased by another third, reaching 60 calories. Finally caught up with those super geniuses. Wang Jin clenched his fists, feeling that his body was filled with inexhaustible power. On August 26, countless parents sent their children to the strongest university in the southern continent, Anchang University. Some of these people have already been admitted, but most of them still need to take entrance examinations, including Wang Jin and Wang Yue. The family of four did not take the bus to the main city like most people, but waited for someone. Wang Jin, Zhuo Xiaoyu, and Yan Meng had just exited the Divine Tree world that morning and had to head to Anchang City without any time to prepare anything else. So they simply decided to set off together. The Zhuo family had a huge influence in Zieg district, so sending a special car was a piece of cake. Soon, a luxury light passenger car stopped in front of Wang Jin. Except for him, the other three members of the family seemed a little reserved. Xiao Jin, let's not trouble them. This is the Zhuo family. Cheng Feng is a typical rural woman. She has never traveled far in her life, let alone met important people. She is very nervous. Wang Yue and Wang Jiaqing were also nervous and did not want to ride in the same car with such an important person. Just as Wang Jingxia was about to comfort her family, Zhuo Hui came out. Haha, Xiao Jin is here, quick. What, why did your chakra volume suddenly increase so much? Before Zhuo Hui could finish his words, he sensed Wang Jin's current strength and was stunned. He clearly remembered that Wang Jin had just reached Genin in the God Tree world a few days ago, but now he has already broken through more than half. Dad, what's wrong with you? Zhuo Xiaoyu came out of the car at this time. She didn't have Zhuo Hui's ability to sense chakra, so she rolled her eyes out of curiosity. Suddenly, she saw that Wang Jin had more chakra than her, and she immediately covered her mouth in shock. 60 calories. You actually broke through to 60 calories. How is this possible? I reached the breakout period a few days earlier than you, but I still don't have as many calories as you. Though, how many cards do you have? Wang Jin opened the 2 Magatama Sharingan and everything became clear at a glance. 56 calories, that's enough. Are you not satisfied with an increase of 2 or 3 calories a day? But you consume 4 or 5 calories a day and you don't have my resources. This is unreasonable. Zhuo Xiaoyu was dumbfounded, and Yan Meng, who had just got off the car, was also dumbfounded. He only had 52 calories, not as much as the former. F***K bro. Your eyes evolved too. Is this the 2 Magatama Sharingan? Yan Meng noticed the difference in Wang Jin and everyone was shocked again. 60 cards are what Xiaojin and the others said true. Wang Yue is just an ordinary person. Even with Wang Jin's help, he only has 4 cards of chakra now. His strength cannot be seen at all. Wang Jin was not the kind of person who liked to show off. After exiting the Divine Tree space in the morning, he brought his family here directly, causing his family to be unaware of his strength. This amount of chakra could shock even the geniuses of big families. Wang Jiaqing and the other two didn't know how to express their feelings and were silent for a moment. Wang Jin patted Wang Yue on the shoulder, looked at his adoptive parents and smiled. Uncle, aunt, sister, I am different now than before. From now on, let me take care of this family. I promise that it will prosper. It's more than that. Zhuo Hui sighed. Wang Jin, with your status in Konoha, as long as you don't get dragged down by the Sharingan, it will be easy for you to surpass me in the future. Your Wang family will be the next largest family in the West Valley district. What do you mean by being dragged down by Sharingan? Is it your blood-red eyes? Cheng Feng's focus was on Wang Jin's safety. Wang Jiaqing and Wang Yue had no access to the information blocked by the parliament. Wang Jin glanced at Zhuo Hui, who immediately understood after slapping his head. It's not a big deal, you don't have to worry. By the way, hurry up and get in the car. Anseong University's assessment will start after noon. Oh, get in the car, get in the car. Wang Jiaqing did not dare to go against Zhuo Hui's wishes, and the family immediately boarded the car and set off. In the car, Zhuo Hui took the initiative to chat with Wang Jin's adoptive parents to relieve their pressure. Mr. Zhuo, do you think my Xiaojin can pass the exam and enter Anseong University? Haha, of course, Zhuo Hui laughed. If he can't get in, not many students will be admitted, so don't worry. Then can you tell us about the examination process? My daughter may. Well, this little girl does have limited talent. Anseong University is a bit difficult for her. But you don't have to think too much. Most of these students will not be admitted. They are just going through the motions to see the strongest genius. As for the examination process, it is very simple. It has been the same over the years. If you have more than 30 chakra cards, you will be exempted from the preliminary examination. That is, ninjutsu, taijutsu, etc. Those who perform well after the preliminary examination can enter the re-examination, and who will be admitted will be determined based on the quota and strength. This year there seem to be 200 quotas, which is too much. As for the top-performing batch of super geniuses, there will be a seed assessment. and those who pass will be the ones Anseong University will focus on cultivating in the next 4 years. Ninjutsu high-end Warcraft meat, transmission equipment, etc. are all provided for free. It can be said that as long as you become a seed genius, you will rise and your future will be unlimited. Seed genius! Chang Feng's eyes were full of longing after hearing this, and she looked at Wang Jin expectantly. Zio Jin, you must do your best to pass the exam. This is for yourself. Don't worry, Auntie, I will do it. Wang Jin comforted his adoptive mother, showing confidence. However, he Zhuo Hui and Zhuo Xiaoyu all had a strange look in their eyes. They all knew that Sharingan might be a hindrance, and the final result might be unsatisfactory. At Anseong University, at least tens of thousands of students and parents are gathered in the square, and the large area makes them not feel crowded. Wang Jin has been shocked more than once since he stepped here. Jonin, powerful monsters or dignitaries can be seen almost everywhere. Everyone be quiet. At this time, a figure flew high into the sky. Ordinary people who had never seen the world were immediately amazed. This was flying. Due to the distance, the face of the figure could not be seen clearly, but the old and loud voice made people recognize that it was an old man. The old man continued to say in a voice that could be clearly heard by the whole audience, "The assessment will begin soon. Now please, parents of the students, stay where you are and don't move. Candidates, follow the guide to the no. One training ground to wait for the assessment. Parents, don't worry, our Anseong University will broadcast the assessment results in real time, so that you can understand your children's situation at any time here. Start to disperse now and guide people to enter quickly." "Yes, Principal." The loud voices of hundreds of powerful ninjas revealed the identity of the old man, who was the highest authority of Anjo University. These ninjas erupted their own chakra to frighten the parents who wanted to waste time by asking questions, and led the students from their respective areas across the square to the inside of the school. Wang Jin, Zhuo Xiaoyu, and Yan Meng followed a middle-aged beautiful woman and whispered about each other's strength. In the end, they all agreed that it was definitely Jonin, and they immediately sighed. It is indeed Anjo University, there are too many Jonin. On the way, a beautiful middle-aged woman took the initiative to introduce herself and Anseong University to the more than 200 students behind her. "Welcome everyone to register for Anjo University. I am your team leader Xinglan. Water Fire Style Jonin, chakra amount is 1300 calories. You can just call me Teacher Xing. Now let me give you a brief introduction to our principal, Han Mingxuan. He is 90 years old this year. He is a shadow-level powerhouse in the parliament who is not publicly known. His status is not below the first or second speaker, and he has great influence. The second is some basic information about the school. First of all, what you see now is not the real school, that is its true appearance. You can only see it after you enroll." Xinglan pointed his finger to the east, and everyone looked immediately. There was nothing in the distance except a towering mountain peak. "The school is in the mountains?" a girl in blue asked in surprise. Xinglan Dinfeng narrowed her eyes and nodded with a smile. "Yes, that's where students and teachers practice on a daily basis. This is just a downtown area that provides us with daily necessities." "Teacher, how many students are there in the school now?" "More than 700, including teachers. There are just under 1,000. Xinglan continued, "The no. One training ground you are going to is a public place that can be used by people outside and inside the school. However, it was cleared today and is used for training. You evaluate. Now if you have any questions, ask me quickly. When you meet the teacher responsible for the assessment later, don't waste everyone's time by asking questions. You just need to do what they say. Do you understand?" Yes, everyone quickly took note, and several students immediately asked questions. Not surprisingly, they were all about the assessment content. Xinglan's answer was the same as Zhuo Hui's. Zhuo Xiaoyu looked at his formation with white eyes and spoke in a low voice. "They are all ordinary people. The one with the most chakra only has 10 calories. It seems there are not many geniuses." Yan Meng's eyes lit up after hearing this. "This way we have a great chance of becoming seed geniuses." "It's not that simple." Zhuo Xiaoyu shook his head. "The number of seed geniuses is not determined according to the proportion of students each year, but based on individual talent. Even if all students are successful this year, they will not be selected one by one. So whether you can become a seed genius depends on your own performance. You too must remember this. Understood, use as much strength as you have." Wang Jin nodded and subconsciously touched his lower abdomen with his palm. There was a 9-tails chakra inside that could not be seen by outsiders. Although I don't know how the sacred tree deceived Byakugan, Zhuo Xiaoyu and her father Zhuo Hui didn't see it before, so it was even less likely that other perceptive ninjas would find out. Wang Jin didn't have time to explore this group of chakra, but he could tell by feeling that the amount was amazing. At least the 60 calories of chakra he had now couldn't compare with it. This is his last trump card, and if someone can force it out, he won't hide it. After all, it will inevitably be discovered by others in the future, so it is better to use it to bring substantial benefits to oneself. As for whether the exposure would cause trouble, Wang Jin was worried at first. But then I thought that even Sharingan couldn't be hidden, and there was no need for a mere group of 9 tails chakra. Xiaoyu Wang Jin, a clear female voice rang out just after they arrived at a huge open-air training ground. It was Luo Shiking. She and Tao Yu walked towards Wang Jin and the others, and the latter asked as soon as they met. Wang Jin, have you been able to improve your strength these days? The 4 of them all knew why Tao Yu asked this. He still had a task that needed Wang Jin's help, and they were worried that he would not grow up fast enough. Wang Jin smiled slightly and said, I'll have to do it, I just refined 50 calories of chakra. How much? Tao Yu was stunned when he heard this. 50 calories? Are you kidding me? I only refined 30 calories. Are you serious? Luo Shiking was also shocked and looked at him carefully. However, she was not a sentient ninja, so she had no way of spying on his strength. Zuo Xiaoyu pouted, he's not joking, he already has 60 calories of chakra. Damn it, what kind of bad luck did you have in the world of the sacred tree? Are you so crazy? Tao Yu smacked his lips. He didn't believe that Wang Jin's talent was so great. He must have been lucky enough to receive a mission with generous rewards. You can say that if you want. I completed a special task and was rewarded with 30 cards of chakra. Wang Jin spread his hands, and Tao Yu quickly asked after hearing this. There are also special tasks, why haven't I heard of them? This is also the first time I have encountered it. There is nothing special about it except that the rewards are distributed in real time. You mean you don't have to wait to go to the sacred tree space to receive the rewards? You can give them directly in the sacred tree world. Yes, maybe this is the special place. Then you can't reward 30 cards. You are so jealous. Tao Yu looked envious. He didn't even get a hair in there for 10 days. Compared with Wang Jin, he was speechless. It seems that I made the right choice for you. Your luck is unmatched. Tao Yu complained and then shut up. He was worried that he would be even more envious if he said it again. Luo Shiking clicked her tongue in surprise. Okay, Wang Jin, now you've caught up with us. There's still a gap. I don't believe you two have slept in the past 10 days. Wang Jin opened Sharingan and saw through the amount of chakra they had, which was about 80 calories each. It's still normal growth, almost as he expected. After all, these two people had 50 cards 10 days ago. They are the kind of real super geniuses, much better than Zhuo Xiaoyu and Yan Meng. While the 5 of them were chatting, all the students had arrived, and Wang Jin finally saw the true face of the president of Anxiang University. Regardless of his identity, he is no different from an ordinary old man, but he looks much younger, like someone who has just turned 60. Han Mingxuan and 9 middle-aged men and women were sitting in a bleacher-like place opposite many students, and Xinglan's voice sounded at the right time. Except for the principal, the other 9 are your assessment teachers. All your performance, including your character, etc., will be evaluated by them. It is the 9 of them who have the final say whether you can enroll or not. The principal doesn't care about this. So you must not offend the assessment teacher, otherwise no one will be able to remedy the situation. Do you understand? Clear. After hearing this, many students immediately geared up and prepared to perform well. Han Mingxuan stood up. He was very ordinary in appearance, and he did not have as powerful aura as the other 9 assessment teachers. His smile was very kind. Before the assessment, I will say something. All students must listen carefully. So far, there have been a total of 92-30 applicants, but this year the school's goal is to enroll 200 students. The competition to choose one from almost 50 is very stressful, but this is the maximum number that our school can accept. We ask for your understanding. The admission of seed geniuses does not depend on the amount of chakra, but only on your personal performance, so in theory everyone has a chance. Director Zhao is invited to preside over this assessment. Everyone welcomes it with applause. After Han Mingxuan finished speaking, an old man in black who looked older than him stood up beside him, and the students immediately burst into warm applause. I Zhaolai, the academic director of Anzhou University, Elite Jonin, now announced the start of the assessment. Students with more than 30 calories of chakra are exempt from the preliminary test. Please come here to register. Others will wait patiently. Zhaolai is not tall, he looks about 1.6 meters tall. But his voice was cold and his whole body was filled with a huge amount of chakra, which made all the students feel in awe. Let's go! Zuo Xiaoyu took the lead, and Wang Jin and 4 others immediately followed and walked towards the stands. About 100 students walked towards the stands, and an unknown teacher immediately took out the registration book. Start with you and open your own personal panel. Yes, teacher, a sturdy boy was called and immediately opened his personal panel. Name, Kwejiyuan. Camp Yuan Village. Chinese letter 7. Body 6. Fantasy 2. Essence 6. Chakra. 30 cards. Level Genin. Chakra nature changes, water, fire. Bloodline limit, nuns. Master ninjutsu. Water style water prison technique, water style water barrier, fire style great fireball. Past next one. Thank you, teacher. The sturdy boy was delighted when he heard that he was accepted. The next girl immediately showed her face impatiently. She was also accepted with similar talent to the former. The examiner wrote very quickly, and soon all 10 students had registered. No one has a bloodline limit, Tao Yu said in a low voice. He and 4 others were ranked in the 80s almost at the end. The quality of students this year is very average. Take it easy, there are only a few of you, Luo Shiking shook her head. As soon as she finished speaking, a students' panel caught Wang Jin's attention. Name, Su Luo. Faction Fire Country, Konoha Village. Chinese letter 1. Body 9s. Fantasy 1. Essence 3. Chakra 35 cards. Level, Genin. Chakra nature change, Earths. Bloodline limit, nuns. Master ninjutsu, none. What's going on? You have so much chakra but you don't practice ninjutsu. Teacher, I don't know ninjutsu. Su Luo's face flushed and he quickly explained, I only know one physical skill called 8 gates. I was given a chance by someone. A Konoha Taijutsu Jonin took a liking to him and taught him. 8 gates Dunjia. The teacher in charge of registration paused after hearing this and looked back. The other 8 examiners in the stands immediately smiled, and one of them even laughed out loud. Great, great. I didn't expect Su Luo to be so amazing that he could be taught this forbidden technique. Forbidden technique. As soon as the teacher finished speaking, both the students in the training field and the parents outside were shocked. The name of the forbidden technique was too big. Wang Jin was also shocked. He didn't expect that besides himself, there was someone else with such good luck that Might Guy actually noticed him. Isn't this the guy who participated in the internal assessment with us? Yan Meng scratched his head and looked at Tao Yu, isn't it him? He was 3 or a few cards at that time. That's him. I didn't expect his luck to be so good after not seeing him for a few days. Not only did his chakra increase so much, but he also got a forbidden technique. What a shitty luck, why can't I run into him? Tao Yu was too tired to complain. He found that everyone had gained more than he did in the world of the sacred tree. Do you know him? Wang Jin was surprised and Yan Meng nodded. As for the exam you didn't go to a few days ago, we were all selected internally. And now we are just going through the motions and waiting to compete for the seed talent. Mengzi, this guy has a bright future ahead of him. We must make friends with him. What? Do you know this forbidden technique? Is 8 gates Dunjia very powerful? Nonsense, how can it be a forbidden technique if it's not powerful? Wang Jin was speechless to his silly buddy. Don't mess with him in the future or you'll be kicked to death. Tusk, it's just physical skills, it's hard to become a great weapon. Yan Meng was disdainful. In his opinion, physical skills are the most useless. Wang Jin patted him on the shoulder. Don't say I didn't remind you when you get beaten up by him. Your lava style can't stop 8 gates at all. I know, I'm just going to express my opinion. I'm not the one causing trouble. Yan Meng's expression was casual and Wang Jin shook his head. Next, the registration teacher wrote down Su Luo's information and started writing quickly. Soon more than 20 students were recorded, but they were all ordinary geniuses, and there were no forbidden monsters like Su Luo. When the 59th person was registered, a red-haired boy once again shocked the audience. Names Yang Zhen Whirlpool Zhens. Faction none. Forbearance 9. Body attends. Fantasy 6. Fine 8. Chakra 170 cards. Level Chunin. Chakra property changes, wind. Blood inheritance limit, none. Master ninjutsu. 4 symbols seal, wind release great breakthrough, wind release wind cut wind. Are you mistaken? Are you a chunin? How the hell did you refine chakra? The student next to the red-haired boy was shocked. Yang Zhen spread his hands and said helplessly, I don't know either. My chakra increases sharply when I drink cold water every day. There's nothing I can do about it. F *** K it bro, you're so awesome. That's right, I'm so angry. Drink cold waters. This guy must have a big secret. Yes, he doesn't even have a camp in the world of the sacred tree. This is so outrageous. Everyone be quiet. The registration teacher shouted lowly and then smiled at everyone. You are all students, what do you know? Classmate Yang Zhen's country was destroyed. Isn't it normal to have no camp? As for why his chakra is so huge, you will understand it when you have the corresponding status. I can only say that his situation is not outrageous, but it is almost ridiculous. At this age, a chakra amount of over 200 calories is normal. Wow, after the registration teacher said this, all the students became restless. In their perception, Yang Zhen is already a monster among monsters. How can he still be understood? At this time, Zhuozhaoyu seemed to have thought of something and looked at Wang Jin fiercely. Uzumaki, so you've known for a long time that this last name is unusual, right? You just know, Wang Jin glanced at her, who said that I was just a young boy and didn't have the necessary contact. Now I regret it. Ah, Wang Jin, why don't you bring others together for such a big thing? This is. SHH, Wang Jin quickly interrupted her. Luo Shiking and Tao Yu looked at the two of them doubtfully, while Yan Meng was still too shocked to notice. What whirlpools? It's nothing, Wang Jin shook his head. You two are destined not to inquire. This is the rule of the sacred tree world. It's useless even if you know it. One of them is the country of earth, and the other is the country of rain. Even if Naruto's identity is known in the real world, there is no way to reveal it or have thoughts about it in the world of the sacred tree. This is the rule set by the sacred tree. As for Zhuozhaoyu, Wang Jin didn't want her to contact Naruto with a purpose. Not only will this not bring any benefits, but it will also attract the hostility of Konoha's top brass. After all, she is not herself and cannot deal with difficult objects from a global perspective. Whirlpool body, this guy is really lucky. Wang Jin was filled with envy. What he most wished for now, apart from Mangekyō, was to have a physique with the bloodline of Sage of Six Paths. The registration continued until it was Wang Jin's turn, and none of the 5 people showed up with another amazing genius. However, Tao Yu and Luo Shiking, 2 super geniuses with 10+ points in individual events, caused some commotion. But it was just a little bit, not as shocking as Yang Zhen. Not to mention Zhuozhaoyu and Yan Meng, they can barely be classified as super geniuses. The registration teacher clicked Wang Jin, who took a deep breath and showed the panel. So many days of hard work finally paid off. Name Wang Jin Uchiha Jin. Faction Fire Country Konoha Village Uchiha Clan. Forbearance 6. Body 4. Fantasy 7. Fine 10+. Chakra 60 card. Level. Genin. Chakra nature changes, fire, thunder, water. Blood succession limit, Sharingan. Master ninjutsu. Lightning style earth walk, fire style great fireball, water style water dragon bullet jutsu, water style water body, water style big explosion water shockwave 3. 10+ 60 cards. Not bad, it's a super, what, Sharingan. The registration teacher's hands shook, and he stared at the blood succession limit column on Wang Jin's panel with a serious expression, as if confirming. Damn it. Why did such a powerful genius awaken this useless blood successor? Oh, what a disappointment. The registration teacher waved his hand to signal Wang Jin to put away the panel. The 8 assessment teachers behind him all looked at him with pity and shook their heads. I didn't expect that Sharingan, who had disappeared for so many years, would appear again. It's so rare. I almost forgot about the limit of blood inheritance. Well, it's a pity for this kid. He's good in every aspect, but he just has this useless eye of awakening. He is destined not to become a seed genius. What do you think? I agree, giving him this treatment is a waste of school resources. That's right, the school has trained several Sharingans, but each one died suddenly in the end. We can no longer be willful. Yes, cultivating a seed genius requires too much resources and energy. The 8 assessment teachers had already sentenced Wang Jin to death when he was ready to perform well and have a big fight. After Wang Jin and the other 5 registered, there were only 10 students left. Just when everyone thought there would be no more super geniuses, the 3rd boy from the bottom caused another violent commotion. Name. Hyo-chen Yayuchen. Faction Kingdom of Thunder Union Village Yayu Clan. Tolerance 10+. Body 10+. Fantasy 6. Essence 7. Chakra 98 cards. Level Genin. Chakra nature changes. Wind, fire, thunder, earth, waters. Blood inheritance limit, none. Master ninjutsu, water style shun shui water style. Fire style great fireball, fire style, wind release. Earth style, lightning style ground walking, lightning style chakra mode, lightning style. 5 attribute genius. The students in the examination room and the parents outside the examination room were once again deeply shocked. So far, only Huo Chen has reached the 5 attributes. No one doubts that he cultivated it the day after tomorrow, because there was no time, he must have the 5 innate attributes. However, Wang Jin's focus was different from that of others. Wang Jin stared at the words lightning-style chakra mode in Huo Chen's ninjutsu panel bar with a flash of expectation in his eyes. Good stuff, I wonder if my demonized Sharingan can replicate it. Sharingan is also known as the copying eye. In the original work, no one has tried to copy this technique, but Wang Jin wants to give it a try. He thought that Sharingan in the real world would not only have enhanced side effects, but its abilities would also be greatly improved. Maybe I can really copy this technique of stimulating cells and improving body strength. At this time, Huo Chen didn't know that someone was eyeing his baby. His eyes were on Zhuo Xiaoyu and Yan Meng with a contemptuous smile on his lips. I heard that you two are students at Zieg 6th Middle School. Then Li Shuo should be your teacher. What do you mean? Yan Meng frowned and looked at Huo Chen, who was much stronger than him. With a height of 1.9 meters and a strong body, people will think of a strong physical skill at a glance. It's nothing. Huo Chen pursed his lips to a short old man in the stands. That's my teacher Kang Xin. He had some grudges with Li Shuo when he was young. Today I'm here to teach you a lesson for him. It's considered my filial piety. Bar. After Huo Chen finished speaking, Kang Xin in the stands stroked his beard slightly with a pleased smile on his face. He smiled at an assessment teacher beside him and said, that guy Li Shuo refused the school's invitation and went to the 6th middle school. Today I will let him see it. Look how stupid that decision was. Haha, everyone has their own ambitions. Don't let Huo Chen go too far, after all they are all classmates. Don't worry, I'm sensible, I just wanted to show off Li Shuo's face. It's a pity that he didn't come today and couldn't see this scene. Who said he didn't come? I saw him outside just now and he's here. Oh, that would be more interesting, haha. Kang Xin and the assessment teacher did not deliberately lower their voices. The hundreds of students in the audience were all ninjas. The actual combat assessment was in full swing, and soon after dozens of games passed, it was the turn of another talent that attracted attention. In Anseong University Plaza, although it was already late, no one from the parents or students who had signed up from major cities left. They knew that their children would not be admitted, and as Zhuo Hui said, they came here to see how perverted the super genius was. In an inconspicuous place, Li Shuo quietly looked at one of the 9 big screens. On it was Yang Zhen, the freshman with the largest amount of chakra. His opponent is barely a super genius with 3 attributes and 55 cards of chakra but no blood inheritance limit. He has a special physique. I don't know if Xiaojin is his opponent. Li Shuo thought about it and was relieved to see Wang Jin and the latter's growth again. The young eagle finally flew into the sky and was ranked alongside the super genius. I'm afraid he's still a little behind now. After all, his foundation is too weak. He should be at the bottom among these super geniuses. Li Shuo shook his head slightly, although in his mind Wang Jin was still unable to dominate the freshman competition. But he believes that in a few years, Wang Jin will completely stand in the ranks of Jonin. At that time, he will be at his peak. The disadvantage of a too low starting point will no longer exist, and the 6th middle school will surely become famous all over the world. As Li Shuo was thinking about it, Yang Zhen's game started. His opponent was very fast in forming seals. He had a fight with Wang Jin and got the upper hand. A huge fireball flew towards the former. Yang Zhen ignored this and formed the seal smoothly. When the fireball came, he put his hand in a spiral shape to his mouth, and the chakra in his body that was several times that of an ordinary genius exploded. Wind escape great breakthrough. Hoo tilde. A gust of wind appeared from Yang Zhen's mouth, and the giant great fireball was instantly blown away. Its user flew dozens of meters away and hit the stands heavily. Ahem. The boy vomited blood and felt that his internal organs were broken. He was in unbearable pain and was cursing. Damn it, Feng Dun has suppressed fire style, how can we fight now? The boy had no choice but to ask the assessment teacher to admit defeat. The chakra gap was too big, which made him despair. Yang Zhen easily won the competition. Countless students and parents in the square couldn't help but praise him. Such a chakra amount made people envious and jealous. Classmate Huo Chen, what do you think of classmate Yang Zhen? In a crowded circle, Wang Jin and several super geniuses gathered together subconsciously, Luo Shiking said with a smile. Huo Chen smiled slightly and looked at Yang Zhen walking back with a flash of disdain in his eyes. It's just based on the abundance of chakra. It's just an illusion and nothing to be afraid of. Though, then I want to see how you can look down on me. Yang Zhen happened to come back at this time. Hearing Huo Chen's evaluation, he was very unconvinced. You are just a person with 5 attributes, why are you so crazy? Oh, you'll know in a moment whether I'm crazy or not. Huo Chen didn't take Yang Zhen seriously. The opponent he thought was Wang Jin, he glanced at him and thought in his mind. It is said that Sharingan's insight can only be seen with a white eye. This person's seal formation speed is no slower than mine. Simplifying the seal technique is simply crazy. He is my biggest enemy. The game continued, and soon all the super geniuses took the stage. When the sun set and the lights of the training ground came on, only a few 9th-level super geniuses were still qualified to challenge, and everyone else was eliminated. Su Luo, Yang Zhen, Huo Chen, Luo Shiking, Tao Yu, Xiu Zaiou, Yan Meng, Wang Jin, and a genjutsu girl who surprised everyone, Xiang Feifei. Xiang Feifei's competition made students feel very strange. She only used one genjutsu all the way to this point. But everyone didn't know the name, they could only see the result. The opponent fell unconscious without any warning, without any exception, making the super geniuses in front of her extremely fearful of her. Now is the beginning of the main event. The first collision between Super Genius and Super Genius finally occurred. Tao Yu faced Su Luo. Tao Yu was wearing a black combat uniform, and Su Luo's dress seemed a bit unusual to ordinary people, but Wang Jin looked very pleasing to the eye, wearing a big green tights. He is truly worthy of the attention of the blue beast of Konoha. He is dressed the same. That's right, Su Luo was wearing the exact type of clothes that Metkai and Xiao Li wore, a green-skinned, tight-fitting monster. Tao Yu, don't underestimate your physical skills, don't let him get close to you. Wang Jin reminded. Tao Yu nodded and walked to the middle of the ring. Su Luo, come on, let me see why 8 Gates Dunjia is called a forbidden technique. Then be careful, I'm afraid I can't control my strength and hurt you. Su Luo looked very shy, which made Tao Yu frown and shouted. You're already a ninja and you're still so shy, use all your strength. Yes, Su Luo nodded quickly. After Kong Xin gave the order, he immediately rushed towards Tao Yu at a speed exceeding that of ordinary people. Fire-style Phoenix Sage Fire Technique. Tao Yu spit out 7 or 8 basketball-sized fireballs one after another, using chakra to control the trajectory and frequently block Su Luo's approach. However, the latter's figure was agile, and even though he was surrounded by so many fireballs, he still easily broke through the blockade and quickly approached Tao Yu. Tao Yu originally had a way to use ninjutsu to attack from a distance, but he just didn't believe in evil and insisted on seeing Su Luo's physical power. You're not the only one who knows physical skills. When Su Luo had just approached him, Tao Yu kicked Su Luo in the chest with a sweeping kick. However, Su Luo easily pinched him with one hand, and the former's expression immediately changed. Damn, what a strength. Tao Yu is finished. Wang Jin sighed in the distance. I reminded him not to underestimate the Taijutsu ninja from 8 Gates. He is really a fool to insist on touching his strengths. He shouldn't be defeated just like that. Luo Shiking looked at Tao Yu, who barely resisted Su Luo's fierce physical attack, and frowned slightly. He has also specialized in physical skills, and he is considered a master. Master? Wang Jin shook his head. It's useless. There is no other physical skill that can compete with 8 Gates Dunjia. Just watch, Tao Yu will be defeated within a minute at most. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of cracking stone slabs could be heard within the arena between the two of them. The power of Su Luo's attacks was very terrifying. A seemingly ordinary punch could often make Tao Yu pay the price. At this moment, Tao Yu already regretted competing with the opponent in physical skills, but it was too late. He had no time to form seals now and was completely suppressed by Su Luo. I still have a chance, hold on. Tao Yu's hands and legs were numb, which was the result of the collision with Su Luo's physical skills. Su Luo, if your physical skills only have this power, it is impossible to win. Tao Yu roared, seizing an opportunity to knock Su Luo back a few steps with a punch and made a swish seal with his hands. Tao Yu wins. Seeing this, Luo Shiking's lips curled up slightly. Su Luo will definitely lose once he has the chance to form a seal. He is. First gate of opening opens. Konoha tornado. Boom. Before Luo Shiking could finish her words, Su Luo suddenly exploded and kicked Tao Yu, who was still preparing for ninjutsu several dozen meters away. He fell heavily to the ground and fainted. Su Luo Sheng Xiu Zaiou Yang Zhen next time. Kong Xin was in charge of invigilating the exam and gave Su Luo a smile. Boy, work hard, your future limit is immeasurable. Yes, Teacher Kong. Su Luo blushed after being praised, excited, and returned to the super genius team. Seeing everyone looking at him, Su Luo's shy character broke out again, and he quickly lowered his head so as not to look at them. I didn't realize it, you're still a sultry kid. You have a wild fighting style hidden under your shy personality. Yan Meng smacked his lips. He knew very well how powerful Tao Yu was, but he couldn't even take a single blow from Su Luo. It was really scary. Ha ha ha, I'm just lucky. I'm lucky, and classmate Tao Yu is also very good. Su Luo scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. Everyone shook their heads when they saw this. The contrast between this boy's fighting style and personality was too big. Xiaoyu, wait. What's wrong? Wang Jin grabbed the girl who was about to go on stage and whispered in his ear. Are you planning to use gentle fist to block Yang Zhen's chakra? Yes, I know how to do this. Is there any problem? Yes, and it's a big problem. You have to be careful about him using chakra to break the ban after being tapped. There are also his sealing techniques. Once you are hit by chakra, you can no longer use it. It is much more perverted than the acupuncture points of your Byakugan clan. Wang Jin warned seriously, although the girl had no hope of winning. Zuo Xiaoyu was shocked after hearing this, and her eyes were full of disbelief. You mean he dares to break through the acupuncture points regardless of his body? How is this possible? This is too harmful to the body. Most people. Go on, remember my words, you are talking about an ordinary person. Yang Zhen is not. Wang Jin patted the girl's shoulder to encourage her, and Zuo Xiaoyu walked to the ring with a heavy heart. If what Wang Jin said was true, then he would never have any chance of winning. Yang Zhen is tall and burly, while Zuo Xiaoyu is just one head shorter and faster than him. Her slender and perfectly proportioned body is in sharp contrast with the other person, giving people a feeling of beauty and the beast. Haha, classmate Xiaoyu, you go first. Yang Zhen was polite. Zuo Xiaoyu nodded without refusing and showed the gentle fist stance. Bang bang bang. Zuo Xiaoyu took action. Her white eyes combined with her family's physical skills allowed her to perform even more fiercely than Su Luo, and the suppressed Yang Zhen was unable to effectively fight back. However, the chakra amount gap between the two is too big. Yang Zhen's speed and strength far exceed Zuo Xiaoyu. Although she took the lead, she did not cause effective damage to the opponent. Gentle fist. After the two competed in body skills for about a minute, Zuo Xiaoyu let out a sweet shout and pointed her fingers hard at the former's solid and powerful chest. Yang Zhen did not dodge or dodge as if he was waiting for her to attack. After completing the seal with his hands, he also patted Zuo Xiaoyu's stomach. He didn't have time to cast sealing techniques. Zuo Xiaoyu judged the result instantly. Without changing his defense, he fired his chakra into Yang Zhen's acupuncture point. Everyone on the continent knows about the Byakugan Daimyo Divine Tree, and Yang Zhen certainly knows its abilities. It's just a small trick. Let me show you what a real block chakra looks like. Open it for me. Boom. Yang Zhen let out a low drink and a trace of blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. Under Zuo Xiaoyu's disbelieving gaze, chakra entered her body. What happened? Wang Jin was right. Zuo Xiaoyu instantly felt as if the chakra in her body disappeared, and she became an ordinary person. Bang! Yang Zhen kicked Zuo Xiaoyu in the stomach, causing the girl to fall to the ground in pain and unable to get up. After losing chakra, she is just an ordinary person. Being able to take a ninja's blow is already a physical strength. Zuo Xiaoyu has lost his fighting ability, Yang Zhensheng, Kang Xin said and glanced at the latter helplessly. Boy, I know that you Uzumaki clan have powerful bodies and abnormal recovery abilities, but you can't fight like this. Be careful to leave hidden wounds that will make you regret it for the rest of your life. Haha, that's what the teacher taught you. Yang Zhen smiled heartily. I just want to try the power of the white eyes so I won't be so reckless in the future. Go ahead. Teacher Wang Ling is still a medical ninja. Let him treat you without affecting the rest of the game. Oh yes. Yang Zhen helped Zuo Xiaoyu up and laughed, and apologized all the way back to the freshman. Wang Jin took the girl from his hand and spoke helplessly. Why don't you people listen to my advice? Tao Yu is, and so are you. Does it hurt now? It hurts so much. Zuo Xiaoyu's eyes were filled with tears. Yang Zhen didn't have any strength left in that kick. You're still laughing. You'll take revenge on me later and teach this big guy a lesson. I'm sorry, classmate Xiaoyu, I didn't mean it. Yang Zhen smiled awkwardly. It was indeed embarrassing to hit a woman. Wang Jin helped the girl sit down and said with a smile, Don't worry, I will help you beat him up later. Next group, Xiang Feifei Yan Meng. Damn it, why is she such a pervert? It's over. When Yan Meng heard that he was going to confront the genjutsu girl Xiang Feifei, his neck suddenly shrunk and he lost his confidence. Brother, please give me some help. I can't help you. Genjutsu can only be solved by yourself. Wang Jin spread his hands to express his helplessness. The premise is that you must realize that you have been hit by genjutsu at the first time. Damn it, I'm so lucky. Except for this pervert, everyone else, Layazi, has the confidence to fight. Yan Meng cursed and walked towards the middle of the ring. Xiang Feifei was already in place with no expression on her face. She didn't say a word to either of them until the whole fight, and she seemed to be a naturally indifferent person. Let's begin, Kang Xin said indifferently, and Yan Meng immediately rushed towards Xiang Feifei, trying to end the game before she could use genjutsu. However, every opponent thinks so. It is impossible for Xiang Feifei to reach this point with more than 30 calories of chakra without some real ability. Wang Jin saw Xiang Feifei, who was thin and pale, looking at Yan Meng with her beautiful eyes. The latter fell straight to the ground as if his head had been hit hard. What exactly is genjutsu she's using? Wang Jin frowned and mentally reviewed the genjutsu that appeared in the original work, but couldn't find any that were related to girls. Did she develop it herself? That's outrageous. This guy's genjutsu talent is really high. It's not enough to develop it yourself. Huo Chen beside him said in a low voice, her surname is Xiang, her body is more fragile than ordinary people, and she comes from Daryuan County. If you guessed it right, she is the only genjutsu in the mainland. The family is directly related to the Xiang family, and her method should be a secret that has been developed by the family for hundreds of years. Xiang family. Genjutsu family. Wang Jin licked his lips after hearing this, and a flash of expectation flashed in his eyes. It just so happens that I'm short of genjutsu right now, so that's great. Xiang Feifei once again defeated her opponent in a way that no one could understand. She walked silently to the corner alone, not communicating with anyone, and stood there quietly waiting for her next game. Damn it, this girl's mental power is so terrifying, I feel like my head is going to explode. Yan Meng was unconscious for only a few dozen seconds before he woke up and returned to Wang Jin to complain. Wang Jin nodded slowly and analyzed in front of everyone. She should be using the visual system genjutsu. Theoretically, you can avoid it without looking into her eyes. How can you fight if you don't look at your eyes? Su Luo said with a bitter face. I don't even know how to do ninjutsu, I can only fight at close quarters. The other super geniuses all looked solemn after hearing this. If they can't even grasp the opponent's movements, how can they win? You. Wang Jin saw Su Luo's lack of confidence and said with disdain, others can't understand it even if they can't do it. You, a taijutsu ninja who practices 8 gates, don't even have this ability. Look at her legs and use her lower body to guess the movements of her upper body, right? What? Su Luo was dumbfounded after hearing this. Is there really such a way of fighting? It's too difficult. After hearing this, Wang Jin shook his head and did not tell him any more about this issue. This method was exactly what Mangekyō used to deal with Uchiha Itachi in the original work. Although Itachi may have let his guard down at that time, it was indeed effective. Su Luo, you are the one who is least afraid of Xiang Feifei among everyone. Don't forget the special nature of your 8 gates dungeon estate. What do you mean? Su Luo was stunned after hearing this. Wang Jin saw that even though he said he understood it so well, the other party still didn't understand. His IQ was worrying. You think about it yourself. After Wang Jin finished speaking, he looked towards the ring. This match was between Luo Shiking and Huo Chen. He himself was equivalent to a bye round. There is not much difference in chakra between the two. There is only a dozen cards difference. It can be said that it has no impact. Who can win depends on basic skills and unique skills. Judging from previous performances, Huo Chen and Luo Shiking are comparable in terms of speed of seal formation, combination of ninjutsu, and simplification of seal techniques. It is hard to say who is stronger in this game. However, Wang Jin felt in his heart that Luo Shiking had little chance of winning, because so far no one had forced Huo Chen to use lightning-style chakra mode. Seeing that his disciple finally met a super genius, Kang Xin grinned and said, Chenner, if you defeat her, don't embarrass the teacher. Teacher Kang, that's enough, you are the referee now. Luo Shiking rolled her eyes, you can't favor anyone. Haha, don't be angry, Luo girls. We are all acquaintances anyway, so it won't be a problem. Let's begin, your battle will definitely satisfy everyone. Oh yes. Luo Shiking and Huo Chen shouted at the same time and took action at the same time. The two ninjutsu appeared almost at the same time. Fire-style fire dragon bullet technique. Water-style water turbulence. Zizi, Luo Shiking's fire dragon was extinguished and offset by Huo Chen with a huge stream of water. A large amount of rich water vapor instantly appeared on the stage, blocking everyone's sight. At this time, teachers and students each used their own abilities to understand the competition through water vapor, but they were not as clear as Wang Jin and Zhu Xiaoyu's pupil skills. Wang Jin opened the Sharingan and instantly saw the outline of the two people's bodies, meridians, chakra, etc. in the water vapor clearly. Neither of the two people in his field of vision stopped because they couldn't see them. Instead, they took the opportunity to attack their opponents, both trying to take advantage of the blocked field of vision. Bang bang bang. Boom. A series of physical collisions and the sound of ninjutsu fighting appeared in the white smoke screen, making everyone watching the battle anxious and wanting to know what was going on. Wind escape great breakthrough. Whoosh, a strong wind blew away the water vapor, and only then did everyone see the result. It was Huo Chen's hand. He was a little embarrassed at the moment, and there were burnt marks on his clothes. It was obvious that he had suffered a loss due to being invisible. Luo Shiking's breathing was still steady, her clothes were clean, and she looked at her opponent with a smile. Can't help it. I thought you were very capable, but it turns out it's nothing more than that. I just rely on my strong sense of perception. Next, I will let you see my true strength. Huo Chen's face looked ugly. He had indeed suffered a loss just now. Earth-style river. Huo Chen spit out a lot of dirt from his mouth, and the momentum was so fierce that Luo Shiking had to hide. The art of instantaneous body. Whoosh! Luo Shiking only made 2 seals before disappearing from Huo Chen's eyes, appearing from his left side and approaching quickly. Upon seeing this, the latter immediately changed his moves, half-crouched on the ground and slapped his palms on the ground, and a blue and white thunderbolt rushed towards Luo Shiking at high speed. Luo Shiking immediately evaded in disguise, forming seals while moving, using her speed advantage to suppress Huo Chen, forcing him to counterattack and unable to take the initiative in the battle. Water prison jutsu. Lightning-style razor. Wind escape great breakthrough. The speed of the 2 seals was very fast, which instantly dazzled everyone watching. Several combinations of ninjutsu appeared one after another, pushing the battle to a climax. Okay, this is the most exciting game today. Yes, Luo Shiking is so powerful, she always takes the initiative in the battle. Huo Chen has been forced into a corner, he has no more moves. If he continues like this, he will lose. Don't worry, his lightning-style chakra mode hasn't been used yet, and Luo Shiking's boil style hasn't appeared yet. Both of them still have a lot of energy left. More than 200 students analyzed that several super geniuses looked at the 2 men who performed extremely bravely, and their expressions were not very good, and they had no confidence in defeating them. After the ninjutsu competition lasted for half a minute, both Huo Chen and Luo Shiking had consumed more than half of their chakra. It seems like we can't win without this trick. Huo Chen felt the pressure this talented girl put on him. After summoning an earth wall to block the strong wind, blue and white thunder began to appear all over his body. Coming. Wang Jin, who was several hundred meters away, immediately started copying when he saw this, and he could clearly see the root of the chakra in Huo Chen's body. However, he failed to copy the lightning-style chakra mode and had a strange look on his face. Is the distance too far? It seems like we have to wait until we fight him. A strange feeling came back from Sharingan, and he immediately understood the problem. After carefully realizing that if you want to copy the opponent's ability, you can't go beyond 100 meters, so you immediately put away your consumption and no longer waste your pupil power. Sharingan has indeed been strengthened in the real world. In this way, the disadvantages of side effects are negligible, and the advantages outweigh the disadvantages. At this moment, Wang Jin was very satisfied. There was no copy of Uchiha in the original lightning-style chakra mode. Maybe he couldn't, maybe he could, but in short, his Sharingan did not disappoint. Boom! Huo Chen's body surface was enveloped by a large amount of blue-white thunder, and his speed greatly increased. In one breath, he appeared in front of Luo Shiking across 100 meters. So fast. Luo Shiking suddenly felt something bad. Huo Chen's speed was beyond her expectation. She had no time to form a seal and immediately attacked with physical skills. However, she could still compete with Huo Chen in physical skills before, but the power of the opponent's physical skills changed drastically when he was in lightning-style mode. It only took 3 moves to determine the winner, beating Luo Shiking until she vomited blood. You lost. Huo Chen put a finger on Luo Shiking's white and smooth neck, his voice cold. If I thought about you, you would be dead by now. I was too careless. Luo Shiking said calmly, I didn't expect your lightning-style chakra mode to be so improved. If you had used boil style earlier. It's useless. Huo Chen retracted his finger. Your eyes can't keep up with my speed. No matter how strong the ninjutsu is, it means nothing if it can't hit the opponent. After saying that, he turned around and left. Luo Shiking smiled bitterly and left the ring. No matter how you say it, you have failed, and no matter how many excuses you make, it will not change the fact. Next game, Su Luo Wang Jin. Mom and Dad, it's my turn. In the square, Wang Yue shouted excitedly after hearing Wang Jin's name. Cheng Feng and Wang Jiaqing's faces were filled with satisfaction and expectation. They were so proud that Wang Jin could get to this point. The parents of the students around were shocked when they heard this and quickly surrounded the family of three to ask them all kinds of questions. So that's your child? Yes, Wang Jin. Oh my God, you don't look like you are from a wealthy family judging by your appearance. How did you raise this child? How come he is so outstanding? Xiao Jin is talented. It has nothing to do with our education. Wang Jiaqing grinned. He felt very happy to be envied by others and talked about Wang Jin's past casually. When the parents of those students heard that the couple were ordinary people and their financial conditions were not as good as their own, they became even more envious and jealous. A fat lady immediately slapped her child, angrily saying, "I told you not to work hard during the holiday and play with your phone every day. I will smash it when I get home." Mom, I don't have talent and no matter how hard I try, I can't get into Anjo University. I might as well just lie down and play with my phone. The boy felt very aggrieved and was extremely angry towards Wang Jin, believing that it was he who had caused him to suffer undeserved misfortune. Haha, okay, don't hit the child. Some things are destined to be out of reach for ordinary people like us. Yes, and Cheng University only accepts 200 students a year. It's too difficult to get in. Don't force your child. It's not bad to go to an ordinary university. Yeah, my little girl not only plays with her phone during the holidays, but also sleeps in every day. No matter how much I scold her, it's useless. Several parents tried to persuade and complain at the same time, and their children looked at each other speechless. What is going on? I get scolded for watching a game. These adults are really enough. On the ring, Wang Jin stretched his body. Su Luo, you'd better use 8 gates right away, otherwise you won't have a chance. That's what I planned. Your water style is amazing. Su Luo scratched his head and smiled innocently. That's good. I've been eyeing 8 gates taijutsu for a long time. I think it will satisfy me. What's the meaning? Su Luo didn't understand, so Wang Jin waved his hand to signal Kong Xin that he could start. Kong Xin's eyes flashed with anticipation. Boy, you want to copy his physical skills, right? Yes, Wang Jin did not hide anything and admitted it openly. Although he is not a physical ninja, physical skills are still very important to him, especially in the world of the sacred tree. Uchiha is naturally good at physical skills, and it would be a waste if Sharingan, with such excellent insight, did not study physical skills. It's just that no one taught him before and he had no time to practice. Now is a good opportunity and Su Luo's efforts will become his own. Very good. The Sharingan has been silent for so many years that I almost forgot its abilities. Let's begin. Let me recall the shock I felt when I first saw the Sharingan. After Kong Xin finished speaking, he jumped a few hundred meters away from the ring. Su Luo wanted to ask something else, but Wang Jin instantly activated the second Magatama Sharingan and shouted in a low voice. Get started. That's okay. First gate of opening opens. Sharingan copy. Boom, Su Luo and Wang Jin both showed abnormalities on their bodies at the same time, but the former rushed over at an extremely fast speed, and the latter's first door closed the moment it opened. No, my health is too poor. I can't bear the consumption of 8 gates. Wang Jin smiled bitterly in his heart. The 8 gates dungeon was copied, but he was like a sickly person, unable to support it, so he was forced to close it. Su Luo got close and then leapt into the air and kicked hard with his right foot. Wang Jin's Sharingan clearly copied his movements and memorized every key point. Bang. Wang Jin's right arm blocked just right, but the power gap between the two was too big and his technique was useless, and he was kicked away by Su Luo. Su Luo took advantage of the victory and completely suppressed Wang Jin with a series of fierce physical skills, even more easily than the previous battle with Tao Yu. Wang Jin relied on Sharingan to hold on and persisted in the fierce attack, which puzzled the spectators. Why doesn't he use his simplified water style? This was the question that everyone was wondering, except Kong Xin and the examiners in the stands. Tao Yu frowned. I dare to test that guy's physical skills. Does Wang Jin really think that he can block it with just a pair of Sharingan? Maybe, Huo Chen sneered, this kid is very arrogant. He told me not to hold back before. It seems he is also a reckless person. I heard that the Uchiha clan is very proud, and it seems that Wang Jin is no exception. The two of them talked back and forth, and the other super geniuses listened and nodded slowly. However, Zhu Xiaoyu, Yan Meng, and Luo Shiking did not believe that Wang Jin was such a person and thought he must have ulterior motives. The first two are due to their understanding of him, while the latter is due to their knowledge of Sharingan. Is he learning Su Luo's physical skills? Luo Shiking murmured, but why doesn't he show any signs of mental exhaustion? This is different from what is recorded in the family records. Boom boom boom. Su Luo had been suppressing Wang Jin for almost a minute. At this moment, the latter felt pain in his arms, numbness in his legs and feet, and could no longer hold on. His attacks were repeated. He probably has no other tricks left. It's my turn now, this guy is really powerful. Su Luo suddenly noticed that Wang Jin's eyes had changed. Thinking that Wang Jin had some trick up his sleeve, he quickly stepped back 2 steps. However, an unexpected scene occurred. Instead of taking this opportunity to form seals and perform ninjutsu, Wang Jin took the initiative to attack with physical skills. How dare he? Yang Zhen was surprised, but before he could finish his words, the expressions of all the people watching the fight were stunned. Wang Jin's physical skills were too familiar. I say, a parent of a student in the square stared at the big screen blankly and said, "Isn't this Su Luo's trick? How come Wang Jin also knows it?" "Yeah, when did he learn it? Was it just now?" "No way. Is Wang Jin so talented? He learned it after watching it once. And it's exactly the same, only a demon can do this, right?" In the square and the training ground, the super geniuses were all surprised. They didn't expect the battle between the two to turn out like this. Bang bang bang. Wang Jin used Su Luo's tricks to attack him, which shocked the latter and made him feel awkward at the same time. "I finally understand, your Sharingan can learn other people's moves instantly." Su Luo grabbed Wang Jin's right arm and shouted, "Wang Jin, to be precise, it's a copy. Your physical skills are very good and it helps me a lot." "What a scoundrel!" Su Luo was indignant. "You took away something that others have worked so hard and sweat to learn in just a few seconds." "It's so irritating." "Haha, who gave me a Sharingan?" Wang Jin kicked Su Luo away, a flash of admiration flashed in his eyes. "But to be honest, even if I know how to use it, I'm just a showman and I can't reach your level." "Su Luo, work hard. No one can imagine your upper limits." Thank you very much, you also." Kano Hagakure Liu." Before Su Luo finished speaking, Wang Jin's body disappeared among the fallen leaves in the sky. When he reappeared, he imitated Huo Chen's gesture and pointed his finger at Su Luo's temple. "You lost. Are you a Genjutsu ninja too?" Su Luo looked horrified and was caught off guard. It's him, Han Mingxuan, the president of Anseong University who had not intervened since the start of the game, suddenly stood up and stared at Wang Jin. "What about him?" "Principal, what's wrong with you?" "Nothing, just thinking of a friend from the sacred tree world." Han Mingxuan shook his head and sat down, feeling mixed emotions in his heart. "Hey, I hope Wang Jin doesn't know about my relationship with his teacher in the future. Otherwise, it will be difficult to explain." Wang Jin Sheng next game Yang Zhen Yan Meng. "Boy, wait a moment." Just when Wang Jin was about to return to the team, Kong Xin stopped him. "What are your instructions, Teacher Kong?" "You don't feel a headache." Kong Xin carefully observed his facial expression but found nothing unusual. "No, I'm normal," Wang Jin said and walked back to the team, leaving Kong Xin to touch his head. "It's weird, this kid has just turned on the 2 Magatama Sharingan and yet there's no pressure. It's really weird." According to Kong Xin's knowledge for many years, the second Magatama Sharingan can only be opened at the Chunin period at the very least. Wang Jin opened his eyes too early. However, compared with Kaiyan, his mental state was surprisingly good, and he did not appear to be tortured at all, which made Kong Xin puzzled. However, what he didn't know was that Wang Jin had a special opportunity and obtained a fragment of Sasuke's Sharingan. His mental power was greatly strengthened, so that he could be calm and natural. Otherwise, according to the consumption of his first Magatama, even if he opens the second Magatama, he will not be able to use it now. Yang Zhen and Yan Meng came on stage, but few super geniuses paid attention because this was a game that Yan Meng must lose. Their attention was all on Wang Jin, who had just returned. "No wonder you dare to be arrogant, it turns out you have such a trick." Huo Chen stared at Wang Jin and said seriously, "Genjutsu is indeed troublesome, but don't even think about defeating me with this thing." "I still have a backup plan that will satisfy you," Wang Jin smiled. "I just hope you won't hold back. I'm also very interested in your lightning-style chakra mode." What a shameless thief." "Haha, don't use it if you have the talent. Give me the title of first place in the freshman competition." "Damn it." Huo Chen turned away with a dark face and stopped talking to Wang Jin. The others looked at each other, not knowing what to say. The ability to copy is so abnormal that no one can accept the feeling of giving away all the years of hard work. Yan Meng was defeated in less than a minute. No matter how many skills he had, it was useless in the face of absolute strength. He could only come back with some kind of unique skill, but he didn't. In the second game, Huo Chen faced Zuo Xiaoyu, and as expected, the former easily won the game. The girl couldn't stop his series of ninjutsu combinations, and she didn't even have a chance to fight in close combat. In the third game, Luo Shiking and Tao Yu faced off. Both were super geniuses and were close in strength. The former used all the boil style and used all his chakra to barely win. It was another exciting match. In the fourth game, Xiang Feifei played against Su Luo, and Wang Jin got a bye again. He didn't know if it was Kong Zin's intention. Su Luo, who had been hit by genjutsu once, was smart now. He stopped looking at Xiang Feifei's eyes and stared at her legs to judge the movement. However, his rush to the battle was too sudden and unskilled at all. After several attacks, he still couldn't help but look into Xiang Feifei's eyes. Open it! Su Luo felt like he had been hit by a genjutsu. The violent Eight Gates chakra surged violently in his body and got rid of the genjutsu, which surprised Xiang Feifei. The realm of illusion. The pale girl spoke for the first time, beads of sweat dripping from her forehead, looking like she was struggling. Su Luo had just gotten rid of one genjutsu and was pulled into the second genjutsu. It seemed that the genjutsu at this time was even more powerful. He couldn't hold it anymore and rushed towards the stands alone. He's crazy, dare you attack the teacher? Yan Meng's eyes widened. Wang Jin shook his head. He was controlled by Xiang Feifei and mistook the teacher for her. Boom, a certain teacher swatted away flies with ease and used chakra to knock him out. Xiang Feifei wins. Next is Yang Zhen Wang Jin. Girl, are you okay? Kong Zin asked again after the announcement. Xiang Feifei didn't say anything, just shook her head and silently returned to the corner again. This character is too introverted. How dare the Xiang family let her study alone? Kong Zin sighed and began to organize the next competition. Yang Zhen looked serious when he came on stage, and Wang Jin put a lot of pressure on him. Classmate Wang Jin, if there is anyone among so many people that I am afraid of, it must be you and Huo Chen. But if I could choose one as my opponent, I would rather fight him than you. Your Sharingan and Genjutsu are too tricky. They are simply hexagonal fighters without any weaknesses. That's not right. If I must say it, your chakra is not dominant, but I still dare not underestimate it. Me too, Wang Jin said calmly. You are a strong enemy among these people. I don't dare to look down upon you. Let's get started. Use your full strength. First of all, I remind you not to rely on the huge amount of chakra to fight a war of attrition with me. Not fighting a war of attrition. Yang Zhen shook his head. No, this is the only way I can think of to win at the moment. Don't blame me for bullying. Wind escape, great breakthrough. Whoosh, a super strong wind appeared, and 1/5 of the chakra in Yang Zhen's body was instantly consumed, making ninjutsu's power reach terrifying levels. Seeing this, Wang Jin cursed secretly. This was a fight in the ring. He didn't have much room to dodge. He could only take it hard and fight back. With the same amount of chakra. Water-style big explosion water shockwave. A huge wave of more than 30 meters high appeared and offset Yang Zhen's strong wind. Just when Wang Jin was about to use Konoha style to determine the outcome, Yang Zhen's next ninjutsu came again. After releasing the first ninjutsu, he didn't care whether it had any effect or not. He had no intention of stopping and wanted to suppress it with force. Destroy Wang Jin. Haha, Yang Zhen is such a shameless person. He bullies people in this way just because he is so small in the ring. Huo Chen laughed, and several other super geniuses were speechless. If he plays like this against Yang Zhen later, there is really no way he can do it. Wang Jin was wronged because he couldn't even use his full strength. Tao Yu sighed. I originally wanted to see if Yang Zhen could block his genjutsu, but I was really disappointed. Yes, it's a pity to lose such a good opponent. Well, this guy is really shameless in order to win. Several other super geniuses also agreed, not believing that Wang Jin could make a comeback under such extreme conditions. Yang Zhen, that's enough. What's the point of fighting like this? But I want to win, so I'm sorry. Wind escape, great breakthrough. Yang Zhen was determined to be shameless. Wang Jin cursed secretly in his heart and was speechless. If that's the case, then don't blame me. I didn't want to bully you like this. Wang Jin shouted. Light red bubbles appeared all over his body and his breath suddenly tripled. What the hell is this? Yang Zhen's eyes were full of horror. At this time, he felt that Wang Jin's chakra was not weaker than his own. 180 calories. Wang Jin used Nine Tails chakra. He looked at the tailed beast coat on his body and nodded with satisfaction. That's right. Not only has the chakra increased dramatically, but my defense has also been greatly improved. Normal ninjutsu can no longer hurt me. Yang Zhen's great breakthrough attack was offset after hitting the tailed beast's coat, at the cost of consuming some of Wang Jin's chakra. However, 180 calories is the limit of Wang Jin's body, not the limit of Nine Tails chakra. The lost chakra will be replenished instantly. Moreover, Wang Jin also felt that the Nine Tails chakra would automatically return to its original state after the total amount was lost. He didn't know where it got the energy from, but he just didn't have to worry about running out of it one day. I like this plugin, it's so perverted, haha. Wang Jin was overjoyed when he used Nine Tails chakra for the first time. This thing is so powerful. Like using chakra to bully people, try it again. Water-style big explosion water shockwave. Boom, a huge wave of 100 meters enveloped the entire arena, hitting Yang Zhen like it was the end of the world, causing the latter to curse loudly. Okay, did you use 150 calories of chakra for this technique? Yes, Wang Jin stood on the huge waves, folding his arms and letting his opponent struggle helplessly. Don't you like fighting like this? I'll accompany you. Water-style big. Stop it, I won't fight. Yang Zhen quickly gave in when he saw that Wang Jin's chakra was not consumed and he wanted to attack again. He can block one ninjutsu but not two or three. His chakra amount is only large but not unlimited. A very strange game ended. Only then did everyone come back to their senses and were all a little dazed. Wang Jin's tailed beast coat shocked them too much. Not to mention that the chakra increased several times, but they were still afraid of being consumed. This outrageous method was unheard of by everyone. Wang Jin put away his tailed beast coat, and a burst of pain made him grimace, causing large areas of skin burns all over his body. My body is too weak, I can't use this thing often. This is a side effect of the tailed beast's coat. Naruto also has it in the original novel, but since he has a Uzumaki body and has 9 tails to help him recover, he doesn't care at all. Monster, after Wang Jin returned to the ranks of super geniuses, everyone couldn't help but think of this word. This is simply no longer a human method. Fortunately, they just thought and didn't say it, otherwise Wang Jin would definitely admit that he was a monster. After all, this is the power of 9 tails. Wang Jin, this trick of yours? Tao Yu couldn't help but ask. The others quickly pricked up their ears, but they hadn't heard it either. Wang Jin didn't tell him but patted Tao Yu on the shoulder. Don't worry, you will know after some time. Oh, this is your secret, I don't want to say it. Tao Yu nodded repeatedly. It was very taboo to inquire about other people's details at will. No one liked it. Yang Zhen was defeated. Wang Jin's opponent in the next game was either Huo Chen or Xiang Feifei. Both of them were facing formidable enemies and had no confidence to win the game. It would have been okay if he hadn't exposed his tailed beast coat before, but now, he has almost no chance. Game after game continued. Zhuo Xiaoyu defeated Yan Meng. Su Luo broke out in the third gate and defeated Luo Shiking. Huo Chen struggled to defeat Xiang Feifei, and Tao Yu used his combat experience and skills to successfully defeat Yang Zhen, which was an upset. Next game, Wang Jin Xiang Feifei. It's finally here. Wang Jin walked to the ring and looked at Xiang Feifei, who was pale and frail, with a flash of expectation in his scarlet eyes. Dad said not to let me and Sharingan Ninja get involved. Xiang Feifei unexpectedly communicated with others for the first time, which surprised everyone. Why? Wang Jin was also stunned for a moment and asked quickly. Xiang Feifei has purple hair flying in the air and looks pitiful, as weak as a girl who often stays in the hospital. Because the genjutsu of our Xiang family are all visual K, and Sharingan is naturally resistant to visual K, so there is no chance of winning. Is that so? Are you going to admit defeat? Wang Jin was a little pity. It seems that he won't get genjutsu today. However, something unexpected happened, and Xiang Feifei shook her head vigorously. No, I won't admit defeat. I want to see if what Dad said is right. I don't think my mental strength is weaker than yours. Maybe I will become the first person in family history to defeat Sharingan. Haha, this is right. A strong man cannot stop at rumors. Wang Jin was so surprised that he was so happy that he grinned from ear to ear. He could tell what he was trying to do. Bah, Luo Shiking spat. This guy just has a crush on Xiang Feifei's genjutsu and he talks so high-sounding, how shameless. No way, it's his ability to be able to copy, we can't envy him. Tao Yu smiled bitterly, speaking freely, but in his heart he was very envious of Sharingan's ability. Kong Xin warned Wang Jin seriously before announcing the start of the game. Boy, the consumption of copying physical skills and copying ninjutsu is different. You stupid young man, don't seek death. You can't control these cursed eyes now. Thank you, teacher, for reminding me. I know what I'm doing. Let's get started. Wang Jin shook his head and refused. After hearing this, Kong Xin frowned and looked unhappy. Since you are looking for death, I won't persuade you anymore. Let's get started. Buzz, as soon as Kong Xin finished speaking, Wang Jin felt a powerful spiritual force invade his mind, making him feel drowsy. There is no warning, what a powerful genjutsu. The sudden attack left him unprepared to copy it, so he could only use his mental power to resist it. Xiang Feifei is very powerful and mentally strong, making Wang Jin even feel the pressure. But I only felt some of it, which was offset by him using the same amount of mental power. It's really hard to deal with. Take my next move. The realm of illusions. Buzz. This time Xiang Feifei's mental power exploded, and Wang Jin also copied her genjutsu as he wished. Just when she was about to use her mental power to neutralize the opponent's attack again, Sharingan suddenly heard a strange movement, snatching away part of his mental power and launching an attack independently. The sky and the earth turn around. Boom, Xiang Feifei, who had always used genjutsu to bully others, actually fell to the ground and fainted, leaving everyone watching the battle stunned. It turns out to be this technique. What an unexpected gain, Wang Jin muttered to himself. He took 2 or 3 steps to the girl and helped her up. The latter woke up slowly at this time. Mirror Tenchai Tan is a power of the Sharingan. To put it simply, it is a genjutsu rebound. In the original novel, Yuhei Kurenai was reckless and played genjutsu in front of Uchiha Itachi, and was rebounded to her by this technique, and she was hit by her own genjutsu. As expected of you, Sharingan, Xiang Feifei struggled to get out of Wang Jin's hand and said weakly, I also have a mental strength of 10 plus, but I still can't beat you. I really can't accept it. Even without the Sharingan, I'm not afraid of your genjutsu. Wang Jin smiled slightly. I think you've also felt that there's a difference between 10 plus and 10 plus. The total amount of your mental power is far behind mine. That's true, but it's not to the point where there is no chance at all. Sharingan restrains me too much. Xiang Feifei was still not convinced, and Wang Jin did not argue anymore but asked her. By the way, what is this technique called and what abilities does it have? The realm of illusion can make the opponent unconscious. People with weak mental strength can even be affected in their cognition and be confused by the caster. What a good name, what a great ability, it's worthy of your family inheritance. Wang Jin was not stingy with his praise. The realm of illusion did not require any hand seals and was activated very suddenly. This alone was enough to kill 90% of the genjutsu in seconds. Although the genjutsu was copied, Xiang Feifei was very free and easy, and she and Wang Jin had a feeling of mutual understanding. She whispered softly as she was about to return to her corner. Wang Jin, genjutsu has always been neglected by the strong men on the continent because it is inherently weak against monsters. I hope we can restore its reputation and tell the world what the most powerful technique is. Well, I know this too, I feel uncomfortable too, let's work together. Wang Jin stretched out his hand, and the latter, contrary to his introverted personality, raised the corners of his mouth slightly, and held his white and tender little hand together, which made the other super geniuses look strange. Yan Meng, awesome, this brother is really awesome. Did he bring back a young wife from the fight? Don't talk nonsense, don't you see that they are just admiring each other? Zhu Xiaoyu hit Yan Meng hard on the head and the latter chuckled. Xiang Feifei seems to have a good family background and she's pretty good looking. Jinzi might consider her, hee. Get lost now, you have been thinking about something good all the time. What do you care if a man or a woman loves you? Zhuo Xiaoyu, do you like Wang Jin? I like your heads. Like me, then I'll just accept it reluctantly. Roll. Well, the competition continued, and when it came to the last game of this admission, except for Wang Jin and Huo Chen, everyone else had played against each other. In general, it was consistent with everyone's judgment. The super geniuses were divided into 2 echelons. Wang Jin, Huo Chen, and Yang Zhen belonged to the first echelon, and the others were weaker. Among them, Yang Zhen is a little worse than the first 2. After all, he lost 2 games, while Wang Jin and Huo Chen have won all the games so far. But from the perspective of future potential, Yang Zhen is ahead of everyone, so the current ranking does not mean that he is not good enough. Almost everyone knows that there are a few geniuses every year, but not many of them can really grow into Jonin and have the last laugh. Jonin is the biggest threshold in the Divine Tree continent. Once you break through, your life level will be improved accordingly. So far, there has been no example of Genin Chunin being able to defeat Jonin from below. The last match, Wang Jin Huo Chen. Kong Xin smiled slightly. You two represent the quality of the strongest freshmen this year. Show all your strength and let everyone enjoy a wonderful match. Yes, teacher, Huo Chen said in a low voice, and Wang Jin nodded slowly. Kong Xin retreated to the edge of the ring and waved his hands under the gaze of everyone. Start. Water-style water dragon bullet technique. Earth-style wall. Wang Jin was the first to complete the seal, and a water dragon more than 30 meters long appeared, but Huo Chen used the earth flow wall to resolve it. Tu Liubai find an opportunity to copy it. Wang Jin has no intention of defeating his opponent all at once. He is convinced that he has the strength now. He also saw the match between Huo Chen and Xiang Feifei. It was very difficult to resist the girl's genjutsu. He believed that he would never be able to stop the opponent if he used it. Sharingan not only restrains the visual type genjutsu, but also strengthens it. The same technique is as powerful in his own hands as it is in Xiang Feifei's hands. But this way, the lightning-style chakra mode cannot be obtained, and the gain outweighs the loss. After Huo Chen defused Wang Jin's first wave of attacks, he made a swish seal with his hands. Wang Jin didn't care what technique the opponent used and directly copied it, using the same gesture to form the seal with him. Their movements were almost synchronized. Fire-style fire dragon bullet technique. Fire-style fire dragon bullet technique. Hold head high. Two fire dragons more than 30 meters long appeared almost at the same time, biting each other, and their strength was evenly matched. The two took this opportunity to bump into each other, fighting each other with physical skills and attacking their opponent's vital points with moves, neither of them holding back. Bang bang bang. Wang Jin used Su Luo's physical attack and Sharingan's amazing dynamic capture ability to gain the upper hand, but was unable to defeat Huo Chen. After all, his body is his weakness. Although the latter's skills are not as good as his strength and speed are significantly ahead, and he will not be defeated at all for a while. The fire dragon bites in the sky, and the two people compete in physical skills on the ground. The parents of the students in the square and the super geniuses in the fringe area saw a very high-quality competition, and they secretly admired it in their hearts. Li Xiu saw that Wang Jin, who was still a ninja apprentice 2 months ago, could now compete with the strongest genius, and he was so happy that he had tears in his eyes. Although Zhu Xiaoyu and Yan Meng were also carefully trained by him, they both came from wealthy families, and it was natural for them to have achievements beyond ordinary people. In Li Xiu's heart, the only disciple he recognized was this big boy who was born as a commoner and had come to this day step by step on his own. It was not easy. Wiping the corners of his eyes, Li Xiu looked at Kang Xin, who had a serious expression on the screen, and laughed proudly. "Old guy, you still lost to me, haha. Well, you're really strong, I'm going to do my best." Huo Chen kicked Wang Jin away, roared, and blue-white thunder began to appear all over his body, with a trace of unwillingness flashing in his eyes. "Although I know I will be copied by you, I will never give up my title of #1 among the freshmen to you." "Haha, let's try it." Wang Jin's eyes lit up, and he began to consume a lot of mental power. The Scarlet Sharingan saw through Huo Chen's whole body's meridians. Under the strong mental power, chakra became like an arm and a finger, extremely well-behaved and obedient. Lightning-style chakra mode. Buzz! One after another, the two used the secret technique of Reikage from all generations in the Hokage world, a nintai jutsu that enhances strength, speed, and defense by stimulating cells. Boom! Wang Jin and Huo Chen once again collided with physical skills. Under the blessing of lightning-style chakra mode, they burst out with amazing speed and power, which made all the spectators give thumbs up. It's amazing. It's truly the strongest showdown this year. It's really an eye-opener. Yes, especially this Wang Jin. He had no reputation at all before. No one thought that he could reach this point. He is just a dark horse with a shiny black body. That's right, this kid became famous in one battle. After today, there will be a lot of talk about him in the 3 major cities. That's right, Wang Jinsuan has completely entered the eyes of the big forces, and there are definitely people who want to win over him. Several students' parents pretended to know a lot about world affairs and talked eloquently. What the hell, however, at this moment, an old man with gray hair, wrinkles on his face, and coarse clothes and linen sneered, and everyone around him frowned after hearing this. "What do you say, old gentleman?" A middle-aged man holding a cigarette asked. "Are you saying we are wrong? Wang Jin's talent cannot be recognized by big forces." "That's right," the old man Azabu smiled lightly. "What powerful forces do you ordinary people know? I assert that Wang Jin will not be looked down upon by others." "Hey, are you blind, old man? Can't you see that Wang Jin is going to be the strongest freshman at Anseong University this year?" "You actually said such a thing. I think it's because your child didn't pass the exam and he's jealous of others, right?" "Would I be envious? It's really ridiculous." When he saw someone making an argument, the old man suddenly raised his voice by 2 points and vowed. "If you don't believe it, just look at it. Even Anseong University doesn't want him, don't you believe it? Only a ghost can believe it. You old man may not have Alzheimer's disease. Everyone please ignore him. This old man is probably a bully and is deliberately trying to pick a fight with us. It's just that someone who is about to be buried is still talking so loudly, it's simply ridiculous." No one believed what the old man said. The old man shook his head and smiled without arguing. Instead, he looked at Wang Jin on the screen and prayed secretly in his heart. Han Mingxuan, you are an old man who has been in a coma all your life, so don't suddenly wake up and accept Wang Jin today. In the ring, Wang Jin and Huo Chen were still at a disadvantage in the physical skills duel. But this was intentional on his part, because he wanted to test the lightning-style chakra mode he had just mastered. In just this short period of time, I felt that my cell activity had greatly increased. This technique is really important. Wang Jin was still in the mood to care about the changes in his body at this time. He quickly glanced at the panel in his mind and found that the body item had actually increased a little, from 4 to 5. This proves that as long as you use lightning-style chakra mode to stimulate cells for a long time in the future, your body will continue to get stronger. Of course, the effect is not so abnormal. The change in his physique has a lot to do with the fact that he has been eating monster meat like crazy these days. Lightning-style chakra mode just detonates these energies. Boom. After being unable to attack for a long time, Huo Chen unleashed all his strength and knocked Wang Jin away with one punch. The latter had achieved all his goals at this time and did not want to play with the opponent anymore, so he directly used the strongest method. The realm of illusions. Kano Hagakure Liu. Buzz, Wang Jin's Sharingan, the second Magatama, shone slightly, and he spent a lot of mental energy to use 2 genjutsu in succession, directly killing the competition. His finger stopped at the temple of Huo Chen, who was still struggling in the genjutsu. Are you using too much force? Wang Jin nodded with satisfaction as he looked at Huo Chen, who was still suffering from the effects of the illusion realm, with cold sweat dripping down his forehead. 2 genjutsu is just that he doesn't want to give the other party any chance to resist, but now it seems that 1 is enough and Kano Hiryu is wasted. Wang Jin retracted his fingers and took 2 steps back, staring calmly at the struggling Huo Chen. After about half a minute, a roar echoed throughout the arena. Break it for me. Hoo tilde. Huo Chen breathed heavily as if he was exhausted, sweat drops appeared as if he hadn't wiped his face after washing it, and his body swayed to keep from falling. I've seen through your genjutsu, keep fighting, Huo Chen growled with a look of reluctance. I have never lost to someone of the same level since I became a ninja, and you, Wang Jin, are no match for me either. Huo Chen yelled and was about to form a seal to attack, but was caught by an old but steady and strong hand. That's enough, Chenner, you have been defeated. No, sensei, I still have chakra, I can still fight. Shut up, Kongzin shouted and slapped Huo Chen awake from the madness. It seems that your grandfather and I love you too much. People who can't even face failure will never become great in the future. Did I lose? The pain on his face made Huo Chen wake up a little. He looked at Wang Jin across from him blankly and murmured, I actually lost to an opponent of the same level. With a wry smile on his face, Huo Chen walked directly off the ring. His dejected look made countless people feel sorry for him. Hey, this boy was born at the wrong time. Without Wang Jin, he would be the new ruler this year. It's a pity that Huo Chen's mentality is not good. One failure can't prove anything. Can't we just work harder to defeat our opponents in the future? Haha, I know from what you said that you don't understand Huo Chen's background. If you knew who his grandfather was, you would understand why he cares so much about losing to someone of the same level. Who is it? The surname is Huo. Haha, could he be the grandson of the second speaker? You actually know. Yes, he is the grandson of Huo Long, the second speaker of the current parliament, and the son of Huo Meng, the minister of Anbu in the southern continent. What's really this? Now you can understand why he cares so much about winning and losing. I understand. With such a high starting point, I lost to Wang Jin, who was born as a commoner. This is really hard to accept. I'm afraid it would be the same for me. Everyone was talking. Kongzin looked at Huo Chen's back, shook his head, and then announced loudly, the actual combat assessment is over, and the winner is Wang Jin. The last test is next, courage. Everyone was surprised when Kongzin finished speaking, including Wang Jin. Zhuo Hui didn't say there would be an assessment after the actual combat assessment. What is courage? At this time, 9 super geniuses came to Kongzin, and Yan Meng scratched his head and asked, Kongzin, this was only reformed this year. In the past, we found that some geniuses had abilities but did not have the corresponding mentality. When he said this, he took a deep look at Huo Chen, who lowered his head in shame. He knew that the teacher was using him as a negative teaching material. Teacher, the student has calmed down now. I know I was wrong. Haha, it's great that you can realize your mistake so quickly. Your journey as a ninja has just begun. 1 or 2 failures mean nothing. You can just work hard to recover in the future. Kongzin smiled happily and continued to talk about the assessment content. The so-called mentality not only refers to combat experience, but also awareness and courage. You will know the specific steps soon. Boom! As soon as Kang Xin finished speaking, a terrifying murderous intent suddenly filled his body, shrouding the 9 super geniuses. You will pass the test if you take 3 steps forward, Kang Xin said calmly. This is. Yang Zhen immediately trembled and found that his body was so intimidated by the murderous intention that it became inoperable. Not only him, but everyone else was like this. They couldn't move their bodies even if they wanted to. Only Wang Jin had a relaxed expression. He walked up to the other party as if taking a walk after dinner, smiled slightly and said, "Teacher Kong, I think I passed." A mere ninja who was not even an elite Jonin wanted to scare him with murderous intent. Wang Jin was extremely amused. Kang Xin's murderous intention is far from the real cold-blooded murderer Orochimaru, let alone Konoha Anbu minister who killed Jonin like a dog in the Sunagakure battlefield in World War II. Hatake Kakashi's father, Hatake Sakumo, that's even worse, it's a world of difference. He actually did it. The 8 super geniuses who made it to the end all stared at the calm and composed Wang Jin with an expression of disbelief. At this moment, they were deeply trapped in the murderous intent and could not extricate themselves. Their bodies were completely out of control and they could not even move a finger. They could not understand the ease shown by Wang Jin. Such a gap ... can't exist. Boom! The arrogant Huo Chen was stimulated by Wang Jin. He broke through his limit, took 3 steps forward and came to Kang Xin. I can do it too. Huo Chen stared at Wang Jin and finally let out the breath he had been holding in his heart. Wang Jin smiled slightly and said nothing, not caring about the other party's pursuit at all. He didn't take these so-called super geniuses seriously at all. They didn't even have a direction for his future path, so how could he compare with them? After Huo Chen, Luo Shiking and Tao Yu also suppressed their inner fear, broke through Kang Xin's murderous intent and completed the assessment. Everyone else, including Yang Zhen, was unable to move, and they were unable to overcome their instincts from beginning to end. Seeing this, Kang Xin put away his murderous intent and slowly shook his head. See, this is your courage, you are still far from it. After he finished speaking, he looked at Wang Jin with complicated eyes. The talent and potential shown by the disciple of this old rival today shocked him and made him feel a little regretful at the same time. My killing intent has no effect on you. Why? Because I've seen people with stronger auras than you before, and I'm used to it. Wang Jin told the truth and did not hide anything. The ninjas in the real world have been greatly enhanced, but when they go to the Hokage world, they will return to their original state. Kang Xin would be just an ordinary elite Jonin in Konoha. They are so far from being truly strong among the Jonin, such as Orochimaru, Kakashi, Maruboshi Kasuke, and Hatake Sakumo, that they cannot be compared at all. Kang Xin nodded silently after hearing this. I see, no wonder you are so calm. Now I declare that this year's freshman entrance examination is over. The first place is Wang Jin. The second place is Huo Chen, and the third place is... As Kang Xin read out the names one by one, the annual entrance examination of Ancheng University came to an end. The 9 of you wait here. I will discuss with the other examiners and announce who will be selected as the seed genius. After saying this, Kang Xin returned to the stands. The parents of students in the square looked at the 9 super geniuses on the big screen with extremely envious eyes, knowing in their hearts that as long as they didn't die, they would definitely become powerful people in the future. My dear colleagues, please start expressing your opinions now. Among the 9 of them, which one of you can be trained as a seed genius? Grandstand. Kang Xin sat back in his seat, and the other 8 examiners immediately began to whisper and discuss with each other. Huo Chen is undisputed. He must become a seed genius. Well, I think the girl from the Luo family is also okay. What do you think? Yes, you have a good talent for ninjutsu. With a little training, you will become a Jonin. There's no need to talk about Yang Zhen, right? It would be too much if his whirlpool physique couldn't become a seed genius. Yes, he is one. How is Tao Yu? He has enough talent and a good attitude. Well, I think he's still a little short. Will you consider it next time? That's fine, there will be another assessment in a few months anyway. What about Xiang Feifei? What do you say about this girl? She is the heir of the Xiang family, and her genjutsu talent is too high. Agree to become a seed genius. I'd agree. Well, count her ins. You only look at ninjutsu talent. What about my favorite Su Luo? I support him. I have been waiting for a taijutsu genius who can use 8 gates for many years. Don't worry, old Liu. We know that you are in urgent need of a physical arts genius to inherit your physical skills mantle, but Su Luo's basic skills are not good enough right now. We will not stop him next time when he grows up. Did you agree? It's agreed. Okay, then let's not select him this time. I said you didn't mention it right, how to deal with Wang Jin's trouble. Quiet. As soon as these words came out, the assessment teachers who were still laughing and joking immediately shut up. They all looked at the upright young man standing under the stage with extremely complicated expressions, and they were very confused. If Wang Jin hadn't been the strongest freshman this year, they wouldn't have done it so hard. However, his performance was exceptionally outstanding, leaving the other 8 super geniuses far behind, which made the 9 teachers stop doing it. Originally, according to their previous intentions, Wang Jin would definitely not become a seed genius, but if the results are still announced like this, then countless parents of students and even people who learn about today's situation in the future will definitely be upset. The second and third place have become seed geniuses, but the first place is ignored by me. At the very least, you will be laughed at and blinded in your heart. It's difficult to handle. A middle-aged woman frowned. The school can't communicate to the outside world without giving him a grade, but this child is destined to be unable to be cultivated, which will be a waste of resources and energy. Teacher Chin is right. Just follow the previous decision and give him ordinary genius treatment. I think it's okay, let's do it. I don't agree, Kang Xin said in a deep voice. The reputation of the school is more important than anything else. We cannot take away Wang Jin's due treatment just because he wasted some resources and gave excuses to outsiders. What Lao Kong said is right, but I don't agree with it either. Another teacher expressed his stance. Seeing this, the others began to discuss again. After a while, the remaining 7 teachers shook their heads at the same time. We do not agree to give Wang Jin the treatment of a seed genius. The minority obeys the majority, and this decision is passed. Hey, Kongzin sighed, this is a rule set by the school, it needs to be voted on. 1 or 2 people can't change anything. He looked at Han Mingxuan, who had been silent just like a bystander, and wanted to give it one last try. Principal, please make a statement. This student Wang Jin cannot give up, otherwise the school will lose its trust in front of the world in the future. The 9 of you are school directors. You decide and I won't take sides. Han Mingxuan shook his head and refused. Kongzin could only shut up when he saw this. Outside the number 1 training ground, many students and parents did not leave, waiting for Anjo to announce the final list. However, these people did not expect that what they were waiting for was astonishment. Kongzin stood up in the stands, glanced at the 9 super geniuses, and his voice spread through the equipment inside and outside the training ground. The school's decision will be announced below. There are 4 people selected as seed geniuses this year, and they are coming. When everyone heard that he was about to announce the results, they all looked forward to it. Wang Jin clenched his fist slightly and stared at Kongzin in the stands. Becoming a seed genius means that with angel investors, all future resources will become readily available. I hope Anseong University will not disappoint me. Huo Chen's, Yang Zhen's, Xiang Feifei, and Luo Shiking. The 4 of them are this year's seed talents. The others will continue their efforts. I hope to see you all selected next time. Wow, after Kongzin's words, the students and parents in the square went crazy. None of them expected that Wang Jin, who performed best, was not selected, and they all complained about him. The voice of protest even reached the number 1 training ground. Not only these people, but even the more than 200 ordinary students who had been admitted were shocked. They argued and discussed with others one by one, fighting for Wang Jinbao. Teacher, this is not fair. The first person who dared to question Anseong University appeared. No one expected Xiang Feifei, an extremely introverted girl. Xiang Feifei's performance along the way has been witnessed by everyone. She didn't even want to talk to anyone, but she spoke up for Wang Jin at this time. You can imagine how much public outrage Anseong University caused. Kongzin's face was expressionless. Classmate Xiang Feifei, every decision the school makes is for you, and there will never be any deliberate embarrassment for students. No, Xiang Feifei snorted, changing her previous introversion and arguing with reason. Wang Jin is the best among the 9 of us. Even our defeated players can become seed geniuses, but he was not selected. Teacher, are you humiliating us or yourself? Shut up, it's nothing like a big one or a small one, Kongzin shouted, and Xiang Feifei's strong momentum enveloped her, making her tremble all over, and she was speechless. Teacher Kong, Luo Shiking saw this and took a few steps forward to resist the pressure with Xiang Feifei. She is right, and I don't accept it either. Count me in, Yang Zhen scratched his head. He seemed reluctant to disobey Kongzin, but he seemed to be suffering inside. Wang Jin is better than the 4 of us in every aspect. If he is not selected, he will not be able to convince the public. 3 of the 4 super geniuses expressed their opinions. Only Huo Chen looked calm and did not participate. It's exactly what I thought. Zhuo Xiaoyu sighed and said softly. Wang Jin's Sharingan has had such a negative impact on him that no big power is willing to invest in him. Damn it, these old stubborns have gone too far. Yan Meng was indignant and spoke on behalf of his good buddies. Jinzi, let's not go to this shabby school because we won't let this bird suffer. You're right, Wang Jin took a deep breath and suppressed the frustration in his heart. Originally, he thought that Anseong University was different from other forces and would not be biased against him. But now it seems that they are looking down upon them, and these people are still not immune. Since the other party looks down on Sharingan, why should I depend on others? He couldn't afford to lose this man. Thank you very much. Wang Jin walked to the side of Xiang Feifei and the others and looked directly at Kong Xin. A flash of apology flashed in the latter's eyes and he looked away. Wang Jin, you can't give up, you have to fight for the benefits you deserve. Xiang Feifei said anxiously, thinking that he had accepted his fate. Luo Shiking also supported. We will help you speak together to make the school change its mind. Well, although I don't have much friendship with you, I respect your strength and I am willing to support you to the end. Yang Zhen smiled lightly and stated his position. Seeing the three classmates who dared to fight against the school for themselves, Wang Jin felt very happy. I have taken note of everyone's kindness, but I don't want to stay in an environment where I am discriminated against. What are you going to do? Xiang Feifei was shocked. Are you going to leave here? Yes, Wang Jin nodded, then glanced at the 10 people in the stands and said in a clear voice, Anchang University is nothing more than that. After he said that, he turned around and left without hesitation. Wait, Kong Xin shouted when he saw this and disappeared from the stands, blocking Wang Jin. Have you thought about it? If you regret it in the future, this school will never accept students who voluntarily drop out. There's nothing to think about. Wang Jin dodged him and strode away, not bothering to explain to him. Watching him walk away step by step, more than 200 students secretly gave a thumbs up. This guy is awesome. He actually withdrew from Anseong University. Yes, this is the first case since the establishment of Anseong University, right? Wang Jin is amazing. All our senior high school students in the southern continent are proud to be able to enter Anseong University, but this Wang Jin is an outlier. He will definitely regret it in the future. Not necessarily. Geniuses are geniuses wherever they are, and they won't be lost to everyone just because the environment changes. At most, Wang Jin will have a harder road ahead, and he won't be worse than us. I mean, today is really an eye-opener. Having a classmate like this will make me brag even more when I drink, haha. While everyone was talking, Wang Jin walked step by step outside the school. Almost every student secretly admired his decisiveness, except for two good friends. Zhuo Xiaoyu and Yan Meng hurriedly caught up with him and tried their best to persuade him. Wang Jin, don't listen to this idiot Yan Meng. Even if you can't be selected into Anseong University as a seed genius, you are still irreplaceable. Without you, your future achievements will be limited. Well, brother, I just said something casually out of anger, but I didn't know you took it seriously. Let's just stay, don't act out of anger. Wang Jin looked at his friends who cared about him and smiled slightly. Mengzi, you don't have to say anything, I've already had this intention. You guys should study hard here. I didn't plan to go to Anzhou University from the beginning. I came here today just to see the strongest people at the same level, so don't try to persuade me. But I've made up my mind, let's go. After Wang Jin said this, he left the two of them and continued to walk out. Zhuo Xiaoyu still wanted to chase, but then an old and powerful voice sounded. Wang Jin, how about I promise that as long as you don't die in 1 year, you will be selected as a seed genius. Are you willing to stay? When everyone heard the sound and looked around, they were all surprised. It was Han Mingxuan, the president of Anseong University, who personally retained the person. Han Mingxuan stood in the stands, staring at Wang Jin with his old and cloudy eyes. Wang Jin paused, turned around slowly, and looked at the other party calmly. Senior Han Mingxuan, do you think that no one can let go of your school? Anseong University does have excellent conditions, but I just don't like it. It's not a matter of whether I can be selected as a seed talent. I just don't want to be under your discriminatory eyes. None of us are discriminating against you. We just have opinions about Sharingan. This blood inheritance limit cannot be cultivated. Han Mingxuan continued with a calm voice. Your talent is very good and I'm sorry you left, but the school has trained too many Sharingans in its history, and without exception, all the efforts were in vain. I am already very sincere. I have one last message for you. It's not a bad thing for young people to be arrogant, but if you leave school on your own initiative today, I can tell you that you will die within 3 years at the speed you are opening your eyes. This useless blood successor has destroyed too many geniuses, and you will not be an exception. Wasted blood successor. Are you no exception? When Wang Jin heard this, an unknown fire suddenly arose in his heart. Sharingan, who has unlimited potential, is looked down upon and called a waste. How ridiculous. As Wang Jin's heart fluctuated, the two scarlet magatama appeared in his eyes, faintly conveying a message of arrogance, and contempt for Han Mingxuan. If you can't play well, why don't you just blame Zuji Bayan? Wang Jin snorted and sneered. Principal Han Mingxuan, I also want to give you a message. In less than 3 years, I will prove to everyone that Sharingan is not a waste, but a waste of human beings. Farewell. After saying this, Wang Jin's body erupted with blue and white thunder, and his figure disappeared with a whoosh, as if he didn't want to stay here for a second. All the students silently gave a thumbs up, moved by Wang Jin's heroic words. Dare to boast in front of a shadow-level powerhouse. Even if you can't do it, it takes a lot of courage. This Anseong University is really nothing. It will be troublesome if others hear you. In the square, when Wang Jin dropped out of school, Cheng Feng couldn't help but curse. Wang Jiaqiang quickly stopped her, but there was disappointment on his face. For the two of them, today was like falling from the clouds to hell, from hope to disappointment. The couple originally thought that Wang Jin had embarked on a bright road, but they didn't want to end up not even entering school. Although in their hearts they can accept the treatment of ordinary geniuses, after all, this is Anseong University that every family wants to enter. Even if it is ranked last, it is still better than other schools. But Wang Jin dropped out of school on his own, and of course his children have self-esteem when they are older. Although it is a pity for the couple, they will not forcefully stop him. What can't be said? The senior management of Anseong University are just a bunch of old stubborns who don't know how to adapt. Who are you, old gentlemen? When the couple saw an old man with Azabu coming to talk to him, they hurried to be polite. They are just at the bottom, and they cannot afford to offend even a genin. I'm Wang Deming, you must be Wang Jin's parents. It's us, what's the matter with the old gentleman? Oh, it's nothing. I just like your boy's talent and want to invite him to my school to attend college. Your school, are you the principal of a university? Cheng Feng was immediately happy when she heard this. In her heart, her children would have a bright future as long as they went to university. Wang Deming is dressed in coarse linen clothes, with slightly gray hair and a long beard on his chin. He is stroking his beard and smiling. Yes, I run Mingzhu University in Mingzhu City. It's not far from your West Valley district. It's convenient for Wang Jin to come to school and go home. How about it? Are you two willing? Yes, Cheng Feng said quickly, but Wang Jiaqiang pulled her and coughed lightly. We have to ask the children for their opinions, we can't make a decision. I think you are worried that my school is not good. Wang Deming took out his phone and swiped it a few times before placing it in front of the couple. Did you see that? Although our University of Minnesota does not have much reputation, it is still a school recognized by the parliament. It is much better than those private pheasant universities. And I promise that Wang Jinhui will receive the highest attention from this school, and will never discriminate against him. This is sincere enough. Wang Jiaqiang felt relieved when he looked at the official information displayed on his phone. He had indeed never heard of Mingzhu University, and he was indeed worried about being cheated before. Since it is a school run by the Mingzhu government, let's consider it. Still considering it, Wang Deming frowned and continued. It seems that you and your wife really don't understand what Sharingan represents. I dare say that there is no one else besides me who is willing to train Wang Jin. If he misses our Mingzhu University, he will have to rely on himself for the rest of his life. Have you forgotten the attitude of Anseong University just now so quickly? Who can compare to them in terms of wealth and wealth? Even Han Mingxuan did not dare to train Wang Jin. One can imagine how much discrimination Sharingan suffered. The couple were frightened by Wang Deming's words and looked at Wang Yue. After all, they have never seen each other in their lives. Now that their daughters are ninjas, they subconsciously want to rely on them. Wang Yue can't make up her mind. Although she has chakra, she still thinks like an ordinary person. Parents, look, it's Xiaojin. Come on, Xiaojin, there is an old man here who wants to get you to enroll. Wang Yue saw Wang Jin returning from a distance and waved quickly. Enrollment. Wang Jin returned to his family and looked at Wang Deming before he spoke. The latter smiled slightly. You know Wang Shanshan, right? Are you her grandfather? Wang Jin suddenly realized after hearing this, and the latter smiled and nodded. I've met Senior. You're welcome. Wang Deming burst out chakra slightly, allowing Wang Jin to feel his aura, at least Johnen's strength. Boy, my granddaughter has praised you to the heavens these days, so I made a special trip to see your performance. I have to say that you are very good. If it weren't for Sharingan, it wouldn't be my turn to recruit people. How about it, consider our University of Minnesota. If you don't dare to say otherwise, at least you won't be discriminated against here. Senior, let's talk this way. Wang Jin asked the other party aside to avoid his family. Boy, tell me what you means. Don't think about it, I'll go. Wang Jin smiled. I've heard of Mangekyō University. It's neither good nor bad, I have no objection. So happy, Wang Deming prepared a lot of things to win over Wang Jin, but he didn't expect that they were useless. Yes, Wang Jin grinned, but I have two conditions. Let me tell you, I will agree to it as long as it doesn't go too far. First, you have to accept my sister, give her genius treatment, and ensure that she grows up smoothly within 4 years there. That's easy to say. I agreed, it's just a quota, it's very simple. Wang Deming readily agreed. Wang Jin breathed a sigh of relief and continued. The second thing is that you can't control me. I decide whether to go to school or not. If something happens, you have to give me leave. Huh, you want to ask for leave before you even enter the school? Wang Deming shook his head after hearing this. This won't work. If I agree, I will be irresponsible to you. Senior, I don't know something. Wang Jin glanced at the family of 3 in the distance and sighed softly. If it weren't for the peace of mind of my adoptive parents, I wouldn't want to go to Anseong University. Compared to the divine tree world, staying in college is a waste of time, so I won't change the second point. If you don't agree, I'll find a school that agrees. This, okay, I promise you. Wang Deming saw his resolute attitude and took a step back. But you kid must also follow my advice and not act randomly. Okay, Wang Jin nodded and reached an agreement with Wang Deming. In comparison, Wang Shanshan and Fatty were acquaintances, and they would definitely be given priority if they wanted to enroll in a school. When Wang Deming saw that he had agreed to enroll, he immediately grinned and said, Wang Jin, you will be grateful for today's decision in the future. I hope so. Principal, I will go home first, and we will meet again on the first day of school. Wait a minute. Wang Deming grabbed his hand and smiled half-heartedly. If I'm not mistaken, do you want to use these days to hunt World of Warcraft? Huh? How do you know? Wang Jin was surprised, with a look of pride on the latter's face. I'm not afraid to tell you that I belong to the intelligence department in Konoha. It's easy to grasp your movements. Intelligence service. Wang Jin took a deep look at the other party, a little surprised. As far as he knew, only those who could be trusted by Hokage could enter the intelligence department and perception department. He thought that Wang Deming could manage so well. What do you mean? I have a favor for you, and of course I don't want you to do it in vain. Wang Deming lowered his voice when he said this. I have prepared a good task for Shanshan. Since you are my own now, let's go together. There is also care on the way. Mission, tell me about it. Wang Jin suddenly became interested. This is the real world. As long as there are talents and tasks, they will come to you. After all, some people's identities are too special and they cannot leave their village at will. Auntie, uncle. Wang Jin took Wang Deming back to his family and said with a smile, I have decided to go to Mangekyō University, which is also a good school. Zio Jin, would you like to ask a few more schools? Wang Jiaqiang reminded, wanting him to choose one with better conditions. Wang Jin shook his head. Uncle, the principal is very sincere. He is also the grandfather of a friend of mine. I can trust him. He has promised to take in his sister and give her genius treatment. He guarantees that she will grow up smoothly, and she will be at least a Chunin when she graduates. Chunin, the couple were immediately satisfied upon hearing this. They knew very well what was going on with their daughter. If it weren't for Wang Jin's help, she wouldn't even be able to go to college, let alone become a ninja. And now the president of a university has promised to become a Chunin, something they had never even dreamed of before. In that case, I'll listen to you. Wang Jiaqiang sighed. Xiaojin, you have grown up and are more promising than us. You can choose your own path in the future. Yes, Wang Jin was very happy with his family's understanding, and he immediately took out a scroll from his arms and handed it to Wang Yue. Sister, open it. What kind of technique is this? Wang Yue was surprised. Of course she knew it was a ninjutsu scroll. You'll know when you open it. Hello? Wang Yue did as she was told and immediately opened the scroll. Suddenly, a white light flew out of the scroll and shot into her mind, and she was immediately stunned. Blinking technique, it's actually a technique that ninjas dream of, Wang Yue muttered blankly. The family was stunned by Wang Jin's actions and could not understand him anymore. Wang Jin, uncle, please go back first. Remember to bring my sister to school on September 1st. What about you? The principal wants to train me now. I won't go back in the next few days. Let's meet at school. By the way, he is Jonin, so you don't have to worry about my safety. Jonin, the family watched Wang Jin leave blankly. They were not even qualified to look up to such a strong man. Mingzhu City is a small city located in the south of Zieg District, about 300 kilometers away from the two places. In Wang Deming's private car, Wang Jin sat in the back seat with him, and a middle-aged man in front was responsible for driving. Principal, now can we talk about the specific tasks? It's a worldwide mission. Wang Deming opened his mobile phone, pulled out a photo and put it in front of Wang Jin, who immediately looked at it. I saw in the photo a boy about his age who was taken when he opened his personal panel. The data in all aspects were very ordinary. He was a genin with 20 calories of chakra. However, his taskbar caught Wang Jin's attention and he immediately checked it carefully. Protect the rear mineral veins. Sea-level mission divided into world missions. Mission introduction. Most of Uchiha's high-end forces have gone to attack the Senju clan, and the metal veins behind are guarding the void, unable to resist the sneak attack of the Hui Yoruichi clan. Task requirements. Protect the metal veins from being destroyed. No more than 3 genin teammates can be invited. Task reward, chakra 15 cards, favorability of entourage 20%, banknote 30,000 taels. Warring States period. Wang Jin's pupils shrank sharply, and he immediately determined the timeline of the mission world. He knew very well how chaotic this era was. The 4 warring states clans of Senju, Uchiha, Kaguya, and Hyuga were attacking each other, competing for territory and resources, etc. In the end, Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama joined forces to end the melee and establish the ninja village. Good stuff. You must get Senju Hashirama's favorability. Wang Jin was very excited, but he didn't show it on his face. He now has a Senju bloodline fragment. Tsunade is the only Senju clan member in the main world left. If he doesn't go to different worlds to find other Senju, he will never be able to collect 3 pieces to exchange for bloodline. Wang Deming's task was a timely help, giving him a chance to succeed. As far as I know, this era is too old to be verified. Even I didn't get a single clue from the intelligence department. But judging from the rewards, it shouldn't be difficult. You are from the Uchiha clan, so you are the best choice. Wang Deming analyzed that Wang Jin did not hesitate after hearing this and agreed directly. It can be done, but I suggest postponing it for some time. Why? Wang Deming was puzzled. The opponents who limit the tasks that genin can complete should not exceed Chunin. With your strength, you are completely worthy of them in the world of the sacred tree. Principal, there are things you don't know. My teacher Gyusuk told me that people in this era are very strong and live in war every day. Even genin cannot be underestimated. Wang Jin didn't want to be disappointed just after going to the warring states period. He must be fully prepared for such a good opportunity before entering, so he continued immediately. I need to prepare some detonating talismans, shurikens, soldiers' grain pills, etc. This task is not urgent, we must be fully prepared. Is it really that difficult? Wang Deming didn't know about the warring states period and thought he was similar to the ninjas in the main world. He felt that Wang Jin was too careful. Wang Jin, it's not that the task is difficult, it's that the environment is terrible. It's always good to be more prepared. You don't want Wang Shanshan to die there with me. Since you insist, it's decided. Wang Deming agreed and continued, the next time will be a month at the earliest. How do you plan to spend this time? It's better to hunt monsters. Wang Jin continued, I just came out and couldn't get back in for 10 days. I will use these days to hone my fighting consciousness. As far as I know, you don't know the teleportation technique. You gave the scroll to your sister, do you still have money to buy it? Wang Deming smiled half-heartedly. Boy, a ninja who doesn't know the teleportation technique has no ability to save his life. What? Wang Jin chuckled after hearing this. I can't do it, but you can. Principal, you are a strong jonin. You kid, Wang Deming was speechless. I know there is a reason why you did these things in front of me. You really want to have S*X for free. Forget it, you are my favorite student. If I don't help you, who will? Stop the car. Yes, senior. The driver immediately parked the car on the side of the road. Wang Jin couldn't wait to get out of the car, followed closely by Wang Deming. You see clearly, I only need to use it once, don't blame me if you can't learn it. That's enough, thank you, principal. Wang Jin immediately opened the Sharingan, and an old man and a young man taught him the teleportation technique on the road, envying the driver and passers-by ninjas who understood Sharingan's abilities. Wang Deming's teleportation technique is the most common one. It is different from water teleportation, mist teleportation, and sand teleportation. It is just the most common method of gathering a large amount of chakra in the legs to increase movement speed. Wang Jin plans not to take the water teleportation route. Although turning into water to dodge attacks is useful, He has an ace in his hand that is more suitable for use with the teleportation technique, lightning-style chakra mode. This is a compulsory move for Raikage in the past. Not only can it greatly increase strength and speed, it is even more powerful when used in conjunction with the teleportation technique. The fourth Raikage in the original book relied on this technique to compete with Namikaze Minato, who was known as the fastest in the ninja world at the time and mastered the Flying Thunder God. You can imagine how fast he was. However, integrating the two to a perfect level does not happen overnight. It requires a lot of time to practice and cannot be rushed. After promising Wang Deming to arrive at school on time on September 1st, Wang Jin went to the Mingzhu City government building alone and went to the task hall to pick up the task. After all, Mingzhu City is a city, larger than Zieg District, with more types of tasks. After a while, Wang Jin found a task that suited him and took it with the identity plate issued by the council. This is a sea-level bounty mission to capture a Phoenix Shadow Bear for the poster, and the reward is 500,000. Phoenix Shadow Bear is a kind of monster that has just reached sea level. They don't grow very big. When they reach adulthood, they will be about the same size as a large dog. Chakra is usually about 120 calories. Because of its relatively mild temper and cute appearance, rich people often buy it as a pet, but it is just that most people who are too quick and timid cannot catch it. The secret realm where Phoenix Shadow Bear exists is located in the urban area of Mingzhu City. It is more convenient to enter and exit than the Fire Wolf secret realm without even leaving the city. This was also the reason why the Warcraft suddenly retreated back then. In order to speed up recovery, humans built cities on the original buildings. Within half an hour of taking a taxi, Wang Jin arrived at Fengying's secret realm. There was only a small sacred tree with hundreds of vines within a radius of 500 meters. There were no buildings and it looked very empty. However, there were many ninja teams setting up stalls, and various shouts reached his ears. I came here to check out Feng Wangxing's special intoxicating drug. The price is cheap, and I'm sure I'll sleep until dawn. We have formed a team to capture Phoenix Shadow Bear. We are short of a control ninja. Anyone with ideas can sign up. The Phoenix Shadow Bear I just caught is so cheap. It's only sold for 600,000 yuan. Does anyone want it? 30,000 yuan to find a bodyguard and follow me into the secret realm. It will end after dark. Wang Jin passed through many ninja teams and came to the stall of a young man about 20 years old. He picked up 2 packages of poison and asked, "How much does it cost?" 1,000 per pack. 2 packs are 100 cheaper for you. Here you go. Wang Jin paid the bill directly. To be on the safe side, he bought an extra pack as a spare. No matter how cute the Phoenix Shadow Bear is, it is still a monster. When cornered, it will not just bite people but will kill them. Drugs are indispensable. After paying an entry fee of 10,000 yuan to the 2 chunin who were guarding the door of the secret realm, Wang Jin strode in after investing 12,000 yuan. Phoenix Shadow Secret Realm is controlled by a big force, and you have to pay money if you want to enter. This kind of thing is very common. Different from the sparsely populated Fire Wolf Secret Realm, the Phoenix Shadow Secret Realm has small risks and high rewards. There are many people coming and going, and there are more than 100 people at the entrance alone. In a virgin forest, Wang Jin stayed away from the crowd and walked in a direction where no one could be seen. He drove Sharingan all the way for reconnaissance. Now the consumption when not fighting is almost gone, and he will not feel any pressure even if he uses it for a long time. The Phoenix Shadow Bear, which was difficult for others to find, had nowhere to hide under Wang Jin's Sharingan. In less than an hour, he found the target and immediately approached it carefully. When the distance between the two was less than 30 meters, he could clearly see the hair on the other person's body. The Phoenix Shadow Bear in front of me is about 80 centimeters tall, with a brownish-red body and only a golden feather-like tail. It looks very much like the legendary Phoenix, which is also the origin of its name. 130 cards. Wang Jin thought about it and planned to use Genjutsu to sneak attack. Feng Wangxing is timid by nature. If he fights head-on, the opponent will never accept it and will definitely run away. He used trees to quietly approach Feng Yingxing. When the distance between the two was less than 10 meters, Wang Jin suddenly jumped out from behind the tree and shouted, "Stupid bear, look at this." Roar. The realm of illusions. Buzz. Feng Yingxing was frightened by the sudden movement and subconsciously wanted to see clearly, but he met Wang Jin's pair of Sharingan and was immediately hit by his Genjutsu. He rolled his eyes and fainted. Wang Jin quickly stepped forward and opened Feng Yingxing's mouth, poured a packet of poison in, and then felt relieved. Although Sharingan has enhanced visual Genjutsu, Warcraft is naturally a master at getting rid of Genjutsu, and he doesn't know when this stupid bear will wake up. The first one. Wang Jin went on the road again, but he didn't intend to just grab one and stop. There is a huge market for Phoenix shadow bears, and as long as the price is right, there is no need to worry about selling them. Even if you don't have time to set up a stall and haggle for a cheaper price, you can throw it to the mission hall for a cheaper price. For example, his current buyer can always wait patiently for the right one if he hangs up his demand. However, since the Phoenix shadow bear is a living creature and cannot be put into the storage scroll, Wang Jin can only carry it on his back and go out, planning to get another one and go out. After all, he can't carry more. Unexpectedly, Feng Yingxing woke up within half an hour of his journey and gave him a hard blow on the back of his head. If Wang Jin hadn't reacted quickly, the consequences would have been disastrous. Damn it, I bought fake medicine. Wang Jin immediately pushed Feng Yingxing to the ground. Blue and white thunder erupted from his body, and used the stimulation of cells to increase the power to open the opponent's mouth and pour in the last packet of drug, making him unconscious again. After doing this, Wang Jin was not in the mood to capture the second Phoenix shadow bear. He quickly ran out of the secret realm with the prey on his back and went to find the young man selling counterfeit medicine. However, the other party had already left the building, so Wang Jin cursed secretly and spent 2,000 yuan to buy a new pack of poison. Young man, let me tell you, if you are greedy for cheap, you will suffer losses. How can there be a good thing that is half the price in the world? Is this your first time here? The boss of the drug seller was a middle-aged man. He couldn't help laughing when he saw that the back of Wang Jin's head looked like a dog had chewed a piece of hair. This is the first time, Wang Jin said with a dark face. Uncle, do you know that guy? Do you know where he lives? Don't look for it. People like this usually just take a shot and move to another place. They're familiar with it. Come to me when you buy intoxicants from now on. I dare not say that I am the cheapest here, but I am definitely the most effective. A bear like you can make it sleep for 2 days without waking up. Wang Jin learned wisely this time and did not buy more. He took Feng Yingxing to find a place with few people and started practicing. Even after dark, Feng Yingxing showed no sign of waking up. The drug finally made him feel relieved. He extracted 2 cards of chakra and went a hand in the task. In the next 4 days, Wang Jin continued to appear in Feng Ying's secret realm, catching at least 6 prey every day, which made him famous. Many senior ninjas who have been here all year round know that there is a Phoenix shadow bear killer here. In the early morning of September 1st, when Wang Jin brought a half-human tall Phoenix shadow bear to the gate of Minju University, he became the focus of almost all the girls. Phoenix shadow bear has a cute and furry look, coupled with its timid and gentle temper. It is very cute and can capture the hearts of girls. Wow, it's Feng Yingxing. Does the school still allow pets to come to school? Isn't it okay to just treat it as a psychic beast? The school doesn't object. Yes, but this thing is very expensive. I want to have one too. Well, 5 or 600,000, ordinary people can't afford it. Several girls slowly approached, obviously wanting to touch her. Wang Jin smiled and said, if you like it, touch it. It won't bite. This Phoenix shadow bear was the most humane one he had caught these days. It was a pity to sell it. Wang Jin planned to give it to Wang Yue as a pet or a psychic beast. It would be safer to have her with him when he was away. Soon Feng Yingxing attracted onlookers, mostly girls. However, where there are girls in the freshman class, there will definitely be boys, and Wang Jinwei is quickly confused. Go and have a look. There is a buddy who is also very good at flirting with girls. On the first day of school, he brought a Phoenix shadow bear to trick girls. Damn it, why didn't I think of this trick? It's really amazing. The 2 boys were walking and talking, which attracted the attention of a fat man. Is there still a master? I want to see who it is. The fat man was unconvinced. He felt that he was at a disadvantage when it came to flirting with girls. He quickly came to the crowd and squeezed through the 2 girls and walked to the end. He was dumbfounded. Wang Jin. Why is it you? Fat man, Wang Jin smiled slightly. The person coming was Fang Lei, whom he hadn't seen for many days. The 2 left the crowd and walked towards the teaching building. On the way, the fat man looked at Feng Yingxing and marveled. I can't believe that your skills are not as good as mine, so you can attract girls like this. This is for my sister. I have no intention of doing so. Wang Jin pouted. When will the entrance ceremony start? How long will it take to complete? 9 o'clock soon, the fat man said as he led the way. Since you are here, let's share a dormitory. Originally, I planned to live in a single room. Can I live alone? Wang Jin looked at the campus of Minju University. It was not too big and there were quite a lot of students. At first glance, it seemed that the total number of old and new students was no less than 2,000 or 3,000. Fatty, just spend money. What can you do if you just spend money these days? You can't live in it. There are only 4 people in a normal dormitory. Of course, I don't like crowds, and it's quite troublesome to get to know a few roommates again. Then let's go. Our dormitory is on the first floor. The fat man took Wang Jin to the commercial street on campus, which was the first building. She's pretty good at finding places. That's mainly about convenience. The two walked into a room in the dormitory building. It was 40 square meters in size and had only one bed, but it had a separate bathroom. Wang Jin went to the commercial street not far away and bought a bed and bedding. After half an hour of steaming, he finally settled down. Looking at the time, it was almost 8 o'clock. Wang Jin planned to go to the school gate to pick up his family. As expected, Feng Yingxing became the focus of attention again, and almost all the students who came in and out would look at it twice. Soon a cross-city bus stopped at the school gate, and a family of 3 got off. Little brother. Wang Yue flew over, feeling very excited that her years of dreams had come true. This is for you, see if you like it. Wang Jin pointed at Feng Yingxing, who was impatiently being touched by several girls. Wang Yue was stunned immediately. It was given to me. Oh yes. Come here, Wang Jin greeted, and Feng Yingxing quickly ran over. It still remembers the fear when it was controlled by Genjutsu and is full of awe of Wang Jin roar. Feng Wang Bear was very understanding of human nature and knew who his future master would be. He immediately roared and hugged Wang Yue's thighs with 2 furry paws, which made the girl's heart melt. I like it so much. Thank you, little brothers. Just like it has 130 calories of chakra. It can help you when you are in danger. Wang Jin introduced it to Wang Yue with a smile. The other girls were almost envious after hearing it. They also thought of such a cute and powerful pet. Want to have. Wang Jiaqiang and Cheng Feng were first surprised by Feng Yingxing. After learning about it, they blamed Wang Jin for his waste and asked him about his situation these days. The family walked towards the teaching building while talking. Wang Jin deliberately said it casually, which reassured the family. When the time came to 9 o'clock in the morning, in the auditorium of Mingzhou University, Wang Deming announced the start of the admission ceremony. In addition to the usual encouraging speeches, they also introduced several talented freshmen this year, including Fatty and Wang Shanshan, the 2 of whom are the strongest, with 40 calories of chakra. When Wang Yue was also introduced, her chakra volume, which was less than double digits, caused many students to whisper and were very unconvinced. But as Wang Jin came on stage and Wang Deming told him about his performance at Anxiang University, the students in the audience were shocked and refused to say anything bad about Wang Yue. The teachers at Minju University were overjoyed. Dozens of people rushed to grab Wang Jin. Everyone wanted him to be their student. This scene touched Wang Jin. Although Mingzhou University was not 1/10 as good as Anxiang University, he liked the atmosphere. At least no one here would discriminate against him. Finally, Wang Deming came forward and assigned Wang Jin, Fang Lei, Wang Shanshan, and Wang Yue to one teacher, thus ending his competition. After the entrance ceremony was completed, Wang Jin came to Wang Deming's office. When the latter saw him coming, he immediately twitched the corner of his mouth and spoke helplessly. Don't tell me you're here to ask for leave. Principal, you guessed it right, I want to take half a month's leave. Wang Jin touched his nose and felt a little embarrassed. After all, on the first day of school, he didn't even know where to open the classroom door, so he had to take leave and still half a month. Although Wang Deming was helpless, he also knew that forcing Wang Jin to stay in school was a waste of his time, so he immediately wrote a leave application note and threw it to the latter. Give this to your teacher and she will approve it. Be careful in the secret realm. Thank you, Principal. Wang Jin got the leave request and walked away. The latter shook his head and smiled bitterly. I didn't expect that I would be manipulated by this kid after living my whole life. I'm really speechless. After complaining, Wang Deming put away his wry smile, looked at the door and whispered. However, the school can strive for a ranking this year. Let's just think of it as inviting foreign aid. Wang Jin did not see the teacher directly, but entrusted Fatty to bring him the leave request, and went to Feng Ying's secret realm alone. The fat man held the note in his hand and looked at Wang Jin, leaving with a confused look on his face. After a moment, he couldn't help but swear. F***ku, you are so awesome. You are really a role model for our generation. Take half a month off on the first day of school, there is no one like you. For the next 5 days, Uranus Jin kept using Phoenix Shadow Bears to make money. Since he could easily find and capture them with Sharingan, dozens of Phoenix Shadow Bears appeared on the market in a short period of time, driving down the price. Okay, that guy discovered the den of Phoenix Shadow Bear. How come he catches 3 or 4 of them every day? I guess so, if he continues to be involved like this, the value of Feng Yingxing will drop to 300,000. I'm speechless. At the entrance of Fengying's secret realm, two senior genin couldn't help cursing when they saw Wang Jin leaving with two Fengying bears on his back. They are just ordinary ninjas without any special means. It often takes several days to catch a phoenix shadow bear and earn 5 to 6 million yuan. Although they are not rich, they can barely afford to practice. However, since Wang Jin appeared, the price of Feng Wangxing has dropped again and again, and now there are only 450,000 left. This makes many genin hate him to death and think he is too curly. After glancing at the two people, Wang Jin hummed a tune and headed to the mission hall. He had no choice, and he didn't want to be so involved, but he was too short of money. The effect of C-level Warcraft meat was too poor, so he had to find money to go to B-level. After selling the two Phoenix Shadow Bears to the mission hall for 900,000 yuan, Wang Jin went to the nearest Luo family transmission equipment store. Boss, look how much this sword of mine is worth. It's very ordinary D-level equipment, but it's quite new. You can recycle it at a 20% discount. So dark. I only used it for less than 2 months. Wang Jin was speechless. His rapier was well preserved without any scratches and was almost as good as new. Boss, this is what second-hand goods are like. If you buy a new weapon now, you will immediately lose 10% of it as soon as you walk out of this store. Don't you believe it? Okay, I'll sell it to you, and I'll give you a C-level conductive weapon and a rapier. Wang Jin gave the old weapons to his boss. Now that he has money, of course he has to update his equipment. Okay, you take a look first, then call me when you're done. The boss recycled Wang Jin's weapons, and the latter went directly to the second-hand merchandise showroom, not planning to buy new ones. Soon, Wang Jin fell in love with a black rapier that originally cost 20 million but was now priced at 13 million and had only been used for less than a year. The rapier does not appear to have any traces of use on the surface, and the Luo family also gave an appraisal that it was 95 new, and if there is a quality problem within 6 months, it will be returned or replaced. That's it. How much do I have to pay back? 1,000 and 400,000. Since you are a regular customer of my Luo family, I will give you a discount of 200,000. It's interesting. Here you go. Wang Jin transferred the money directly and inserted the black thin sword into the scabbard on his back. As long as the weapons of the Luo family are of the same type and have the same specifications, it is easier for ninjas to get started quickly. Selling Phoenix Shadow Bear now gave him 25 million, and he bought a C-level conductive vest for 12 million. At this point, Wang Jin finally felt like he had exchanged a shot for a cannon. Next time I come out, I will hunt down stronger C-class monsters. With ambition, he returned to the vicinity of Minshu University, randomly found a sacred tree that still had its place, and entered the world of Hokage. Konoha Village, the residence of Maruboshi Kasuk. Teacher, I'm here to see you. You have nothing to do these days. Uranus Jin was very worried about Gyusuk as soon as he left. After all, the latter was now completely disabled and it was difficult to live alone. When Gujai saw him coming, a kind smile appeared on his old face. What can happen to a bad old man like me? It's very good. Zio Jin, where have you been these past 10 days? You just left quietly without even saying hello. Oh, there's a little something that needs to be taken care of. It's done now. Wang Jin responded casually, but Gujai didn't think much about it. This is the rule of the sacred tree world. It uses power that humans cannot understand to erase the doubts of the indigenous people towards people in the real world. Otherwise, according to those supporting characters with high IQs such as Orochimaru, Uchiha Itachi, Danzo, etc., we would have already discovered that these people have problematic and inexplicable identities. To put it simply, they have been intellectualized by the sacred tree. Teacher, what do you want to eat for lunch? I'll buy it for you. Ramen, I haven't done it for a long time. Please bring me a bowl. Good. Bidding farewell to Gujai, Wang Jin went to the commercial street. He sorted out the banknotes on his body and found a total of 110,000 taels, the combined income from several tasks. Replenish supplies first. Walking into a ninja shop, Wang Jin bought 10 ordinary kunai, 30 detonating charms, and 100 military ration pills, and spent a lot of money. The main thing here is the explosive talisman, which costs 3,000 taels each. The remaining items are not much money, especially the soldier grain pills, which only cost 20 taels each. 30 detonating talismans are enough to save 30 Jonin's lives. With these materials, Wang Jin will be confident. Even if he goes to the Warring States period in a few days, he will be able to protect himself. It conflicts with Tao Yu's mission. It seems that we need to discuss with him to postpone it. Tao Yu had already invited Wang Jin to go on a mission together, and it was also a worldwide mission. He had previously taken a fancy to the group of 4 Tails chakra. But now that the 9 Tails chakra is obtained, Tao Yu's remaining chakra reward can still attract Wang Jin, but it is not as important as the Senju bloodline fragment, so he must wait until later. I bought 2 bowls of ramen and went back to Kasuk's place to finish it. It was just noon. Zyojin, how are you doing with the ninjutsu I taught you? It's all under control. The master and apprentice were sitting in the room chatting. Gujai kept looking at Wang Jin with a smile. He didn't know why he liked this obedient and well-behaved apprentice even more when they met again this time. Wang Jin also felt that the teacher treated him better, and he was secretly proud. Favorability is so important. If I mentioned supporting Danzo to the teacher now, he would probably agree. According to people's research on favorability for so many years, the probability of triggering a task will be greatly increased if it is above 30. If it is above 50, you can become an apprentice and learn skills, and if it is above 70, you can get married. 100% favorability will only be more terrifying. After all, there are only a few people who can be trusted 100% in life. Considering that his favorability level was already through the roof, Wang Jin felt that he didn't need to beat around the bush and spoke directly. Teacher, in the past few days, I accidentally opened the second Magatama Sharingan, which can be used to copy ninjutsu. Do you have any other practical ninjutsu? I want to copy it. Have you activated the ninjutsu? Gyusuk nodded with a smile, very generously. I don't know which technique is practical for you, so I might as well teach you all ninjutsu. Thank you, teacher. The 2 masters and apprentices walked out of the house one after another. With both arms disabled, Gyusuk could only use the soles of his feet to slowly form seals to guide chakra. Several water-style ninjutsu were copied away by Wang Jin one after another. Finally, a defensive ninjutsu. Wang Jin was secretly satisfied. He had just copied a technique called water barrier. There are 2 ways to activate this technique. One is to spit out waterfall-like water from its mouth to resist the enemy's attacks. The other is to create an erected water wall from bottom to top to protect yourself. As long as the difference between the caster and the opponent's chakra is not big, you can basically defend against 99% of the attacks. Ninjutsu is very practical, and its defense is not inferior to the Doryu wall. This time I entered the Hokage world to improve my strength, but the focus is not on chakra but on shuriken throwing skills and taijutsu. Although the former is useless in the real world, where people mainly pursue huge chakra, it is extremely useful in the Hokage world, at least in the early stages. For example, Itachi, Shisui, Sasuke and other Uchiha, the shuriken is very slippery and can kill ordinary jonin with just skill. Considering that the ninjas in the Warring States period were rich in experience, Wang Jin wanted to learn all the moves he could use. Physical skills are easy to say. He has already copied Su Luo's skills. As long as he slowly practices, he will be able to reach a higher level in no time. Only the shuriken was a problem, which required guidance from a good teacher, but Kasuk couldn't do it, and his disabled hands couldn't help. This left Wang Jin to find a way to learn from a plot character who understood his character and could get in touch with him. Who should I look for in this timeline? Wang Jin sat in the yard and thought. There seemed to be few people with whom Grandmaster Shuriken was easy to get in touch with. Uchiha Nishiki, Hokage-sama wants to see you. Kakashi, it's you. A tall silver-haired Anbu man wearing an animal mask squatted on the wall of Kasukaiuan. He was Hadake Kakashi, whom he had met a few days ago. This person also has a Sharingan and is almost the strongest except for Itachi and Sasuke in basic skills such as Shuriken. After all, he is also a super genius who has skipped a level. Senior, we meet again. Can you tell me your name this time? Anbu must not reveal his name when performing tasks. Uchiha Nishiki, please don't ask. Kakashi spoke coldly, but then his tone softened. Master Hokage told me about you. We may be team members in the future. I will take the initiative to find you during my shift. I also want to see how talented the existing Uchiha and Shisui are. Then it's agreed. I'll wait for you, senior. Let's go. Kakashi took Wang Jin not to the Hokage building, but to Ikaraku Ramen, which surprised the latter. Hokage-sama also likes ramen. Absolutely, it's mainly because of him. Kakashi pointed at a little yellow hair, and Wang Jin instantly understood that this was the old third generation who took time out to accompany Naruto. Third generation Sama. Oh, Jin is here, sit down quickly. Brother Jin, come and eat ramen. Grandpa third generation is treating you today. Naruto took a sip of ramen and smiled. Wang Jin patted his head and sat next to him, smiling. I've eaten, you can eat. Have you eaten? What a pity. Then Uncle Naruto, just eat your bowl too. Uncle, please have another bowls. Okay. Naruto was eating like crazy. Kakashi was guarding the door, and Hiruzen Sarutobi and Wang Jin were chatting. When Naruto finished 3 bowls of ramen and couldn't eat anymore, he followed the two of them and left. Kakashi, you go back first. I'll go for a walk with Naruto and Uchiha Nishiki. Yes, Kakashi disappeared with a whoosh after receiving the order. Wang Jin smiled and said, "It turns out to be Senior Kakashi. No wonder he is so powerful at the same age as me. Haha, Kakashi inherited Sakumo's talent and entered Anbu early to help me." Sarutobi Hiruzen laughed, his expression quite proud. Naruto didn't know Kakashi yet and was not interested in him, so he pulled Wang Jin's sleeve out of curiosity. "Grandpa, third generation, brother Jin, where are we going?" "Go to the back mountain. Grandpa will teach you 2 ninjutsu today." "A ninjutsu?" "Yeah." Naruto jumped for joy. Becoming a ninja and changing the villagers' view of him has always been what he wanted most. Wang Jin was slightly surprised after hearing this. In the original book, Naruto never learned ninjutsu before graduating from the ninjutsu school at the age of 12, and only knew the inferior 3-body technique. Why did the old third generation change his mind? Is it because of me again? Another shift in the future made him confused, but he didn't ask much and waited for the old third generation to tell him. A group of 3 people set off towards the back mountain. When the villagers on the road saw Sarutobi Hiruzen following them, they all shut up and did not dare to speak ill of Naruto. But the hatred, disgust, and disgust in their eyes did not stop. Little Naruto lowered his head all the way and pulled Wang Jin's sleeves. Walking through the housing area to the sparsely populated back hill, the old third generation couldn't help but sigh when he saw how pitiful Naruto was. "Zyojin, if you have time in the future, you can spend more time with Naruto for me. There are too many things going on in the village, and it's hard for me to be free." "Yes, Lord Hokage." Wang Jin sneered in his heart, but remained respectful on the outside. "Isn't it because you are a hypocrite and a good person that Naruto is in his current situation? Grandpa third generation, please teach me ninjutsu." Naruto shouted excitedly, and Hiruzen Sarutobi took out a palm-sized piece of paper from his arms and squatted down with a loving smile on his face. "Little Naruto, it's not that simple to learn ninjutsu. You must first know what the nature of your own chakra changes." "Chuck change?" Naruto couldn't remember such a long name and asked curiously. "Then how can we know?" "That's it." Sarutobi Hiruzen handed him the paper in his hand. "This is called chakra test paper. Chakra that absorbs different changes in properties will have different reactions. If the nature of your chakra is fire, then the paper will burn. If it's water, it will be moist. If it's soil, it will crumble. If it's wind, it will split in half. If it's thunder, it will become wrinkled. Everyone has at least one nature change, and a genius can have several. What about you, Grandpa third generation? What are you?" "Me, haha, of course I have it all." The old third generation laughed proudly. After hearing this, Naruto immediately admired him and said something embarrassing to him. "Wow. Grandpa third generation is truly the strongest Hokage, the villagers say. You are so awesome." "The strongest Hokage?" Wang Jin almost couldn't hold it back and quickly suppressed his smile and regained his calm expression. The old third generation coughed dryly and said, "Naruto-chan, you are wrong. I am not the strongest Hokage. Shadai and Nidame are both better than me." A little, Wang Jin, who had finally suppressed his laughter, couldn't hold it back any longer. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly and he quickly used words to divert his attention. "Third generation Sama, let's give Naruto a test quickly. I'm very curious about his attributes." "Yes, let's do business first and talk about gossip later." "Come on Naruto, enter chakra here." Under the guidance of the old third generation, the chakra test paper separated from the middle as expected, showing the wind attribute. "Fuma, let me teach you this ninjutsu." The old third generation casually used a D-level wind escape, blowing off a tree in the distance that was as thick as an adult's waist. Naruto admired it and shouted to learn it. Wang Jin was watching the two of them from the side. He knew that the old third generation did not come to him just for fun. He must have something important to explain. Naruto studied with Hiruzen Sarutobi very seriously and showed great talent. He was able to barely release ninjutsu in only 2 hours. This should have been a good thing, but the expression on Sarutobi Hiruzen's face became more and more solemn, and finally he murmured in confusion. "Nine Tails really didn't cause trouble, why is this so?" "What did you say, Hokage-sama?" Wang Jin asked, pretending to be confused, but actually he knew everything in his heart. Originally, according to the plot of the original work, Naruto was disturbed by the chakra of 9 tails since he was a child, and he was extremely slow to master ninjutsu. As a result, the whole class graduated and only he failed, which led to a series of things such as stealing the sealed book. But now Nine Tails was deceived by Wang Jin's tricks, reconciled with Naruto and stopped causing trouble, which allowed him to show the talent inherited from his parents. After all, both of them are powerful among shadow-level experts. How can the child they gave birth to be an ordinary person? But these Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't know. Maybe this was the reason why he called him here today. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a puff from his large pipe and spoke in a deep voice. Kasuke told you about Jinchuriki, right? Yes, Master Hokage, I understand. Hey, there may be something wrong with Nine Tails now. Hiruzen Sarutobi asked Naruto to play aside and continued to worry. Originally, it was an enemy of Naruto, and it has been using its chakra to interfere with Naruto's training. For so many years, it has been so. But for some reason recently, Nine Tails seems to have forgiven Naruto and doesn't affect him anymore. This makes me very worried. Jinchuriki is too important to make any mistakes. Is it possible that Nine Tails is tired of fighting with Naruto? Wang Jin pretended to analyze, and the old third generation shook his head after hearing this. It's impossible. Nine Tails will never forgive us humans. The only way now is to enter the sealed space. I have to talk to Nine Tails personally. Can outsiders enter the sealed space? Wang Jin was surprised. The old third generation nodded and led him to Naruto. His palm turned into a knife and he lightly slashed at Naruto's neck. Naruto immediately fainted. Then he unzipped Naruto's shirt, put one hand on his belly, and pulled Wang Jin with the other hand and drank in a low voice. Opens. Buzz, Wang Jin was in a daze and actually followed Sarutobi Hiruzen into the sealed space, feeling a little surprised in his heart. The old third generation actually brought me in. What on earth does he want to do? With doubts, Wang Jin pretended to be normal and curious, and followed Sarutobi Hiruzen step by step towards the big fiery red fox at the end of the space, Nine Tails. Damn third Hokage, damn Uchiha, how dare you come here? Haha, how dare a prodigal dog make noises? The old third generation smiled scornfully. Nine Tails, it's been hard these past few years. How does Kushina's seal feel? HMPH, when I get out of trouble, I will be the first to destroy Konoha. Nine Tails bared its teeth and showed a ferocious look, but it did not show any acquaintance with Wang Jin. It seemed that it knew better than to be exposed. This performance made Wang Jin very satisfied, and he silently watched the confrontation between one person and one fox. After the old third generation ridiculed Nine Tails, he carefully inspected the sealing techniques and found no problems. They were very solid, but this made him even more puzzled. He didn't understand why Nine Tails suddenly changed his gender, so he asked immediately, Demon Fox, you have been acting strangely recently. You didn't bully Naruto. What? You old man want me to bully him every day. It's not that, I just can't figure out why you did it. Hee, I just suddenly don't want to compete with a brat, is that not okay? Okay, that's great. I'm definitely happier that you're so generous. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't notice anything unusual and left the sealed space with Wang Jin. He asked Wang Jin to carry Naruto home and assigned him a task. Uchiha Jin, I now appoint you as the protector of Nine Tails Jinchuriki in the name of the Hokage. You must complete your mission well and ensure Naruto's safety. Yes, I will not let you down. Wang Jin immediately knelt on one knee and even changed his address. He knew that from this moment on, he had officially become the confidant of the old third generation. As long as he didn't find any abnormalities in the future, he would be able to slowly make his way to the core layer of Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen was very satisfied with his attitude. After giving the order, Ching pulled Wang Jin up kindly and said with a smile, Jin, do you know why I brought you to see Nine Tails? I don't know. Please enlighten me, Hokage-sama. Hee, that's because your Uchiha's Sharingan is naturally able to restrain Nine Tails. If one day it escapes, I will have to rely on your power to keep it in check. So I let you get in touch with Nine Tails earlier so that you can be mentally prepared in advance and avoid panic when the time comes. Restrain Nine Tails, Wang Jin was puzzled. The old third generation told him about Mangekyō and encouraged him to keep trying. The latter immediately expressed his loyalty. I've given you the task, and I'll go back now. Hokage-sama, take care. Wang Jin respectfully saw the old third generation off, and after thinking for a while, he returned to Naruto's home. This time he had no worries and went straight into the Nine Tails space. Now he could finally have legitimate contact with the Jinchuriki. Kurama, you did a great job just now. Old man, I have lived for thousands of years, and I cannot hide such a small trick of human beings from my eyes. Nine Tails' big mouth opened slightly, and the tail behind him swayed gently. Wang Jin's praise seemed to make him very happy. After all, he now represented the Sage of Six Paths, so it was not an exaggeration to say that he was Nine Tails' father. Wang Jin nodded gently. Kurama, it's time for us to take the next step. Oh, so fast. Old man, your strength hasn't recovered much. Don't worry, it's not me who's doing the work, it's you. Wang Jin pretended to be mysterious. I'm afraid my strength won't be able to recover to its peak within a year or two, so Naruto must grow up quickly and become a great help to me. Naruto, what are you going to do? Ninetales sat up straight with a serious expression. Wang Jin, it's simple. Your relationship with Naruto is not good enough. He doesn't even know you exist. It's time for you to become a real friend with him. Only when you two recognize each other in your hearts, Naruto can use your power perfectly and burst out with powerful strength. This old man's you don't know the other half of my body. I know you were sealed into the Shinigami's stomach by the fourth generation. I will help you get it out. Old man, you can even break the demonic sealing technique. Ninetales was shocked after hearing this. In its knowledge, there was no solution to this technique. Wang Jin smiled mysteriously. Don't forget that ninjutsu was invented by me. Even if people develop new ninjutsu based on mine, it's just a different way of using the yin-yang style. How difficult is it to break the Shiki Fujin? For Wang Jin, who has seen all the Hokage, he knows more than the real Sage of Six Paths, and the other party may not be able to break the Shikigami Fujin. This technique was originally the Uzumaki clan's ultimate sealing techniques. It was a terrifying method in which the practitioner gave his soul to the Shinigami, dragging the enemy down with him, and could not even go to the Pure Land after death. The original novel does not say how this technique fell into the hands of the fourth and third generation, but Wang Jin strongly suspects that they were taught by Uzumaki Kushina. After all, he is a genuine member of the Uzumaki clan, so it is reasonable for him to use this technique. To break the Ghoul Seal, you must first get the Shinigami's mask, which is placed in the Uzumaki clan's mask storage hall at the end of Konoha village. What he has to do next is to guide the Shinigami, who has sealed away the corpses, to possess him. As long as he cuts his own belly, the Shinigami's belly will also burst open. At this time, the soul of the sealed person will be liberated and the seal will be released, but the caster will die as a sacrifice. But in the original work, Shinigami met the science madman Orochimaru, and Uncle Snake was crazy about bugs and played around with Shinigami, and he cracked the technique without paying any price. Wang Jin, who saw this scene for the first time, was so shocked that he bluntly said that Uncle Snake is awesome. But these are things for the future, now he just wants to make a big move quietly. Let Naruto avoid detours by a few years compared to the plot period, and strive to use this great help for himself as soon as possible. Wang Jinjin taught Ninetales how to make Naruto trust him, such as brainwashing Tiantian, but not to reveal his identity as Sage of Six Paths. Ninetales said that it was no problem, it could handle this matter well, and ensured that Wang Jin would become Naruto's most trusted person. After the discussion, one person and one beast immediately took action. Ninetales pulled Naruto's consciousness into the sealed space. The two met several years earlier than in the original work. Ah, what a big tanuki! Naruto was frightened by the appearance of Ninetales as soon as he entered the sealed space, and he exclaimed repeatedly. After all, he is only 6 or 7 years old now. Ninetales said with a dark face, "Are you a fool, kid? I am a fox." "Huh, are you a fox? I thought you were a tanuki." Naruto scratched his head looking silly. At this time, Wang Jin put a hand on his shoulder, which startled Naruto again, but he immediately felt less scared after seeing clearly that it was him. "Brother Jin, where are you?" "This fox is so big." "Naruto, haven't you always wondered why those villagers bullied you? I will tell you everything today." Wang Jin lost his usual smile, and his expression was very serious. Naruto was stunned for a moment after hearing this. Why? "Because in the eyes of those ignorant people you are it, the Nine-Tails demon fox," Wang Jin said and pointed to Ninetales. He didn't want Naruto to retaliate with kindness and use love to influence those who bullied him since childhood. He wants Naruto to embark on another path, becoming dark. Naruto was even more sluggish now, staring blankly at Ninetales and muttering, "No, I'm not a demon fox, I'm not a demon fox." "Yes, you are not a demon fox, and Kurama is not a demon fox. There is no demon fox in this world. It is human ambition that created a demon fox that does not exist. Naruto, you are the son of the fourth generation. 7 years ago on the day you were born, your father and mother chose to sacrifice themselves to protect you and the village, and sealed Kurama in you. They originally hoped that you would be respected as a hero. But the old third generation hid this fact and spread rumors to deceive the villagers that you are Kurama, a demon fox that can eat people. Naruto, the old third generation, has been using you all these years. He has always wanted to use you to master Kurama's power so that he can dominate the ninja world. He has always been a hypocrite and a fake good person. He only pretends to be nice to you. He is even so hateful that he swallowed up your parents' property. The son of the fourth Hokage, the fastest ninja in the world and the first sealed ninja in the ninja world, your parents didn't leave you enough money to live on. It's really ridiculous. No, it's not. That's not the case with Grandpa third generation. Naruto was stunned by a series of shocking news. His worldview is about to collapse. The person closest to him is actually taking advantage of him. He didn't want to believe this fact. Wang Jin snorted and sneered, "You don't believe it. Then I'll prove it to you." Kurama released the chakra of Namikaze Minato and Kushina, and let our poor and pathetic little Naruto meet his parents. My parents are still alive. Naruto was very excited when he heard this word, which he thought was an extravagant wish even in his dreams. Wang Jin shook his head. No, they are already dead. It's just that before death, a part of the remaining chakra and 9 tails were sealed in your body to protect you. You are their favorite person. Wang Jin's tone was sensational, and Naruto couldn't help crying after listening to it. It turns out that I have always misunderstood my parents. I am not abandoned. Brother Jin, Brother Kurama, please let me see my parents quickly. Tusk, it's really shameful to call me brother when you're obviously a brat. Although 9 tails had disdain on his face, Naruto's sincere attitude touched him, and immediately 2 figures, a man and a woman, appeared with their big tails wagging. The man has blonde hair and is very handsome, while the woman has red hair and is very beautiful. 9 tails, by the way, I'm dead. Is the seal going to be broken? Damn it. After the woman appeared, she didn't see the situation clearly and attacked 9 tails directly. Several thick black chains appeared on her body, trapping 9 tails. She didn't even have the strength to resist and could only roar furiously. Damn it, Kushina, when are you going to get over your impulsive habits? HMPH, who asked you to bully my Naruto? Uzumaki Kushina clapped her hands proudly. It seemed that bullying 9 tails made her very happy. It seemed that she had done it often before. Kuyukina, why did you come out too? Has Naruto grown up? The blonde man is Konoha's 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato, and he only has eyes for his wife at the moment. Uzumaki Kushina hugged him when she saw the latter clearly. A young couple finally met again after many years of separation. Are you, my parents? Little Naruto bit his finger and slowly approached the 2 of them as if he was afraid of the other party's denial. He looked extremely pitiful. When the 2 heard this title and saw Naruto, they were stunned. After a moment, they looked at each other and saw an unbelievable look in each other's eyes. You are Naruto, Uzumaki Kushina seemed afraid to confirm, and Namikaze Minato also looked at Naruto carefully. Naruto nodded and couldn't stop his tears from flowing down. The couple also cried, and the family of 3 immediately hugged each other. I'm sorry, Naruto, you have suffered these years without mom and dad by your side. Honey, don't worry too much. Naruto will be very happy with 3rd generation Sama here. Naruto's family cried for a long time, and Uzumaki Kushina asked questions here and there, until she asked a question that Wang Jin felt he could interrupt. Naruto, have you eaten well these years? Eat? It's already a great kindness of the 3rd generation that your son didn't starve to death. Who are you? What do you mean? Vortex Kushina looked at Wang Jin suddenly. She and Minato Namikaze had already discovered him, but they just didn't care about him because they were missing him. Wang Jin waved his hand, and 9 tails understood and used his chakra to quickly flash past scenes of Naruto being bullied over the years, eating expired food, crying secretly in a cold home, and feeling extremely wronged. This shocked Uzumaki Kushina and Namikaze Minato, as they could never have imagined that their son would encounter such an experience. Every time Naruto cried, it was like a hammer, hitting the couple's already guilty hearts hard, making the anger in their hearts even stronger. 9 tails, that's enough, don't let me go. Uzumaki Kushina was furious, her fiery red hair stood upside down, and the chain that bound 9 tails suddenly tightened, causing her to suffer so much that she started to curse. Kushina, are you crazy? This is all done by the old 3rd generation. What are you bullying me for? If it weren't for my strong recovery ability and vitality supporting me these years, your son probably wouldn't be here today. It's fine if you're not moved, but you're taking your anger out on me. You're the one who's had enough. Uzumaki Kushina, let 9 tails go. Wang Jin replied calmly, every grievance has its perpetrator and this matter has nothing to do with it. Damn you 3rd generation, you actually treated Naruto like this. The words of the man and the beast calmed Uzumaki Kushina down a little, and his teeth were almost broken. She let go of Nine Tails and looked at Wang Jin coldly. Who are you and why are you in this sealed space? Uchiha Jin, the orphan of the Uchiha clan. Wang Jin said expressionlessly, don't get excited first. Don't doubt my motives for approaching Naruto just because you heard that I'm a Sharingan. If I want to manipulate Nine Tails, you can't stop me. Don't forget you and the fourth generation are already dead. Uzumaki Kushina was struck by what he said. Jinchuriki was most afraid of being controlled by Uchiha, and this was also her worry. Minato Namikaze did not blame the old third generation. He was once the Hokage of Konoha and knew the darkness in the village, so he could understand it to some extent. But no matter how much he understood, he still felt resentful. Even if his child's identity could not be exposed, the Konoha high-ups could find any reason to make him a hero. But in the end they used Naruto as a weapon. This went against his original intention of sealing Nine Tails into his son's body. He originally planned to let Naruto use the power of Nine Tails to fight against the mysterious masked man and protect the village, but now Sarutobi Hiruzen's actions have chilled his heart. Mr. Third Generation, you disappoint me so much. Perhaps because he had died once, the current fourth Hokage had given up on the village, and Naruto was his only one. I'm sorry Kushina, my plan failed and my son suffered. Minato, stop talking, it's not your fault, you did it for Naruto and the village. Uzumaki Kushina had a ferocious look on her face. She was never a good girl and had the nickname of Blood Red Pepper when she was a child. If she hadn't been changed by Minato's gentleness and his ambition to protect the village, she wouldn't care about the shitty Konoha. Minato, I once chose to support your dream and protect Konoha for you. But now I don't want to do that. I want revenge on Konoha and make those bastards who used and bullied Naruto pay the price. Granny Mido is Nine Tails Jinchuriki, I am Nine Tails Jinchuriki. And my children are also Nine Tails Jinchuriki. We the Uzumaki clan never owe Konoha, but Konoha owes us a huge debt of gratitude. It's okay if they don't pay back. But they still dare to torture my son like this. There is no need for such a village to exist anymore. Minato, do you support me or do you love your village as always? At this moment, Uzumaki Kushina's hatred for Konoha broke through the sky, and Namikaze Minato looked calm after hearing this. I will neither support nor oppose it. Chakra can't do anything about it. Kushina, if you want to take revenge on the village, go ahead. My responsibility was completed during my lifetime. Okay, I know you're in trouble, so I'll do it myself. When Kushina said this, she looked at Nine Tails and actually knelt down to it, leaving the latter at a loss. What do you want to do? Nine Tails, I know I used to bully you when I was your Jinchuriki and made you suffer for many years. But now I need your help. I hope you can help me just once for the sake of a desperate mother. Are you dreaming? It's okay that she didn't ask Nine Tails, but as soon as she opened her mouth, Nine Tails became furious. Kushina, I have begged you before not to chain me with diamond chains, but you just didn't listen. And you made your own decision without asking me for my opinion. You made the sealed space as disgusting as a little girl's room and turned a blind eye to my objections. How do you still have the nerve to beg me now? I will never help you. Kurama, Wang Jin raised his hand to stop the furious Nine Tails. Calm down and listen to what she has to say first. HMPH. Nine Tails didn't want to disobey Wang Jin's order, but he didn't want to let him help someone who had bullied him every day, so he could only snort. Uzumaki Kushina saw that Wang Jin's words were so useful, and immediately knelt down facing him. Members of the Uchiha clan, I hope you can help me get some chakra from Nine Tails, so that mine and Minato's chakra body can be preserved here for a long time, okay? We believed in Hiruzen Sarutobi before, chose to entrust Naruto to him, and gave up our parental responsibilities for the sake of the village. We are sorry for Naruto, but now we just want to make up for it, watch Naruto grow up, teach him how to not be bullied by others and live a good life, okay? Okay, Wang Jin nodded. But I didn't agree because of your begging, I also agreed because of Naruto. Kurama, from now on, the fourth generation couple will ask you to give them some chakra regularly to keep them together. Snord. Naruto. You will have parents in the future, are you happy? Wang Jin smiled and touched Naruto, who was always afraid to look at them. The latter nodded blankly, do I have parents too, I'm very happy. Haha, you will never be an orphan again. Rather than trying to persuade Naruto to take the path of darkness, Wang Jin felt it would be easier to let Kushina Uzumaki do it. After all, Naruto is the reincarnation of Asura, and Asura's chakra will subtly lead him to the path of love, making it more difficult to become black. But now the Uzumaki Kushina is eager for revenge. Although Namikaze Minato will not help her eliminate Konoha, he is disappointed with it and chooses to turn a blind eye at most. In this way, Naruto not only had two more excellent teachers, but he also had two more great helpers, which would be of great help to his future plans. Kushina-senpai, you know ninjas better than I do. Now is not the time for you to be exposed. Don't let Naruto be suspected by the high-level officials of Konoha. Don't worry, I care about Naruto more than you. In the sealed space, Wang Jin gave the last word and wanted to leave. Now that the basics have been laid down, I have 4 trump cards in my hand. I just need to slowly develop them over time and execute the plan when my strength matures. Naruto, Mom will never let you be bullied again in the future. You must learn to be cold-blooded and ruthless. You must not be so kind anymore, otherwise you will not be able to survive in this world of cannibalistic ninjas. Kushina taught earnestly, and after hearing this, Naruto hesitated and said, Mom, I don't blame those people, can you forgive them? What did you say? Kushina immediately became angry when she heard this. They bullied you so much and you don't want to take revenge. You are so naive. Mom will teach you skills. When you grow up, you will be the first to kill the villain Sarutobi Hiruzen. You must avenge you and us, otherwise Mom will never forgive you. I know. Naruto didn't want revenge in his heart, but Kushina was more important in his heart and suppressed Asura's chakra influence. Wang Jin is very satisfied with Kushina's performance. It is much more convenient to have her in Naruto's darkening process. However, just as he was about to exit the sealed space, Kyukina, Nine Tails, Naruto, and Namikaze Minato suddenly stopped moving, as if time had stopped. Before Wang Jin could figure out the situation, the voice of the sacred tree suddenly sounded in his mind. Wang Jin, you have made major changes to the plot. Now the world of the sacred tree is about to be updated. Your actions will be reported to the entire continent. Do you need to hide your identity? Update notification, hide God tree, don't expose me. Okay, the person who changed has chosen to hide his name and will start reporting now. After getting confirmation from Wang Jin, the Divine Tree directly announced the news to all the players in the Divine Tree world, and they were all shocked. Due to *** changing the future, the Sacred Tree world will be updated in 5 minutes. All players please leave. Update Content 1, the timeline has begun to advance. After the update is completed, the world of the Sacred Tree will be synchronized with the real world time and will no longer stay. Update 2, the entry method has been changed. The 10-day cooling period is no longer required. However, players will still be kicked out of the Sacred Tree world after the chakra of their body left in the real world is exhausted. They can enter again after recovery. Update 3. Death penalty reduced, unlimited number of deaths. 1/5 of one's chakra will be deducted for each death. Update 4, a new prestige system is added. Players can obtain prestige points by completing tasks and quickly improve their status in the ninja village. The report is completed, and the update is expected to take half an hour. All players are asked to log off within 5 minutes, otherwise they will be responsible for the consequences. Sacred Tree, don't I even get a reward for triggering a major event? No, anyone can change the future. It's really stingy. Wang Jin muttered and returned directly to the Sacred Tree space, then exited. In the real world, the whole continent is in a state of shock right now, and everyone is discussing the world of the Sacred Tree. In the southern continent, at the top of the parliament, a group of old men were arguing fiercely around a round table. The world of the Divine Tree has never been updated in the past 20 years, and the timeline has been stuck until now. We must find out who changed the plot in this incident. I think it doesn't matter who it is, what's important is that we have to make changes. I suggest speeding up the development of the Divine Tree world and investing more efforts to seize the opportunity. If necessary, you can sacrifice for results. Anyway, the death penalty is reduced. No, I support the second speaker. First, find the person who changed the plot and study it carefully to see what he did and whether there are other means to trigger major events. I also agree that this person is very important and must be captured and studied. Agree. In the northern continent, at the top of the Dark Bounty Palace, the same group of old men were talking about the same problem. Master of the second hall, this person should be from the parliament. There should be no one in the northern continent who can trigger major events. Why? Our management method is different from the parliament. They are relatively loose. Many powerful people are not under surveillance. It should be those people who change the plot. Can't this person be a weakling? My subordinates have also suspected it, but I think it is unlikely. The world of the Sacred Tree is too cruel. Without Jonan's strength, he is just cannon fodder. It seems that the secret is about to be activated. Tell her to find out the truth at all costs and dig out that person. Yes, sir. The entire Divine Tree continent is in a state of excitement, and all major forces want to find Wang Jin. Wang Jin also knew that he could not be exposed, and he was not worried about being exposed. No one knew about it unless he said it. After hanging up the phone from Zhu Xiaoyu, the girl was also very surprised. He chattered 8 trigrams non-stop on the phone, saying frankly that his strength will improve in the future and he will no longer have to give up on missions because of fear of death. Half an hour passed quickly, and Wang Jin entered the Hokage world again, still appearing in the sealed space when he exited. Kushina, 4th generation Naruto will be left to you. Leaving the sealed space, he saw Kakashi as soon as he walked out of Naruto's house. The latter did not hide his identity at the moment, squatting on the roof of a certain house with 2 team members and watching here. Senior Kakashi. Wang Jin waved his hand, and the latter whispered to the people around him and came to him. Wang Jin is not surprised by the arrangement of the old 3rd generation, and his real intention may be to make himself a bond to Naruto. At the moment, these Anbu are the ones responsible for safety. With their own strength, they can't protect Naruto at all. Hate Kakashi did not deny his identity this time because Sarutobi Hiruzen had already revealed it in front of the 2 of them. Uchiha Nishiki, hello. Hello, senior. The 2 held hands together and officially knew each other. Kakashi nodded. How is Naruto? Very well, ninjutsu is tired after a day of practice and has gone to bed now. Don't worry. That's good. Kakashi looked up and saw that it was still early and continued. Let's go to a famous wine shop for a drink after I change my shift tonight. It's what I asked for. Wang Jin grinned. I heard about your senior's name when I was still outside the village. I admire you very much. I have many things I want to learn from you. Let's teach each other. I also have questions about Sharingan to ask. Then it's agreed. I'll wait for the seniors to change shifts. After making an agreement with Kakashi, Wang Jin returned to Gyusuk's home and began to practice Shuriken. Although Gujai is disabled, he can still give simple instructions, but the efficiency is not high. This makes Wang Jin extremely looking forward to meeting Kakashi. When night fell, Wang Jin arrived at the famous wine shop in Konoha Commercial Street. Kakashi had already arrived. Senior is very punctual. My father asked me to do it, and I have become accustomed to it over the years. After taking off Anbu's mask, Kakashi finally revealed his iconic black mask. In Konoha Commercial Street and famous wine house, Wang Jin and Kakashi chatted wordlessly, and after 10 minutes they basically understood each other. Of course, the main reason is that Wang Jin knows about Kakashi's past, and the latter is not too familiar with the former. The father gave up his mission to save his companions, but died due to the accusations of the villagers. What was even more outrageous was that the rescued companions also joined in the accusations, leading to his suicide. The young Kakashi suffered this major blow, which completely changed the innocence that a child should have, and embarked on an extreme path. He regarded the mission as his life and even sacrificed his companions to complete the mission. However, at this moment, his young friends Albedo and Lin died due to the mission, which made Kakashi deeply tortured. His personality changed again, and he regarded his companions more than his mission. This kind of experience made Wang Jin sigh. Kakashi really lives up to his name, and he is destined to be a lonely scarecrow in the rice fields all his life. But that's fine, because the first time he used the other person's personality to easily leave a good impression, and now he can get close easily. Kakashi picked up the wine glass and took a deep sip and immediately choked. Sorry, I rarely drink. Senior, you're welcome. It's a great honor that you are willing to sit with me. It's useless to talk about this. Kakashi stared at Wang Jin and said in a deep voice, I have a question about Sharingan that I want to ask you. Senior, please speak. Wang Jin spoke generously and the latter nodded and spoke. Sharingan is very important to me, most of my strength comes from it. But it also deeply limits me. Because I am not one of your Uchiha clan, Sharingan cannot be turned off. Chakra is consumed every moment, which troubles me. Nishiki, you are from the Uchiha clan, do you have any ideas or suggestions? Is that so? Let me think about it. Wang Jin pretended to think. In fact, he had known that Kakashi would ask him this question. After all, what does Sasuke know as a kid? And he already has the answer, but he is not sure whether it can help the other party. But he must try. He must build a good relationship with Kakashi. This is a shadow-level powerhouse in the future, and now he needs his guidance to improve his strength. After thinking for a moment, Wang Jin shook his head. There is no way, because the situation of our seniors is very rare in the history of our clan. But I have an idea, which my father mentioned accidentally when he was still alive. What do you think? Kakashi suddenly became excited. The side effects Sharingan had brought to him over the years were too uncomfortable. Wang Jin, since Senior can't close Sharingan by himself without Uchiha bloodline, why not try sealing techniques? Sealing techniques can seal even ninjas. It's easier to deal with an unconscious Sharingan, don't you think? Sealing techniques. Kakashi was stunned after hearing this, seeming to be thinking about the possibilities. After a moment, his exposed right eye suddenly brightened and he was filled with excitement. That's right, why didn't I think of sealing techniques before? Jin, your suggestion really helped me a lot. Haha, Senior, it's better not to have too high hopes yet. It would be ugly if it doesn't work out. Wang Jin laughed heartily and Kakashi shook his head after hearing this. No, I think the success rate is high. Jin, as you said, the effect of sealing techniques is very strong. It should be impossible for Sharingan to fight against it, let alone me, the master who wants to seal it. Then I wish Senior's success in advance. Wang Jin raised his cup and Kakashi happily touched it with him. Kakashi's favorability plus 20, current favorability 40. Are you 40? It seems you can consider Chidori. Wang Jin put down the cup and thought in his mind. Another purpose of approaching Kakashi is this technique. As an A-level lightning-style ninjutsu, Chidori has many transformation forms and is more practical than the S-level Reikiri. However, in the real world, he doesn't know who knows it. The only person in the ninja world who knows it is Kakashi, and he can only get it through him. Kakashi is not a person who accepts favors without repaying them. He immediately said cheerfully, Jin, you have helped me a lot. If there is anything you need me to do, just ask and I will never refuse. Then what I said. Explain. Okay, I want to learn from Senior Chidori. Wang Jin rubbed his hands and laughed. Kakashi was stunned for a moment, then laughed out loud. You're such a thief, my strongest weapon is Chidori. But since it was Jin who spoke, I'll give it to you. It's just a technique I developed in my early years. Thank you, Senior. Wang Jin was excited after hearing this, but he couldn't agree with Kakashi's words. The strongest means is Chidori. It's Kamui, right? Wang Jin knew the color of Kakashi's underwear. At this time, he had already activated Mangekyō, which also has the ability of time and space, and he can use space strangulation that ignores defense. This technique, let alone the shadow level, even if it is hit at the 6 paths level, you will still be angry on the spot. Quite perverted. The two drank a few more drinks and then walked out of the famous wine shop. At Kasuke's house, Kakashi began to teach Wang Jin ninjutsu. Nishiki, take a good look at it, Chidori. Senior, don't bother me. I have 2 Magatama Sharingan and Thunder attributes. Wang Jin said and showed off his Sharingan. Kakashi was shocked when he saw it. Are you already a Magatama? A few days ago you were still. I have gained a lot recently, Wang Jin prevaricated and urged. Hurry up and use ninjutsu, Senior, I can't wait. Haha, I didn't expect that someone would value my ninjutsu so much. It's really a compliment to me. Kakashi said it freely, but if it were not for Wang Jin's high favorability and it was someone else, he would definitely not teach him. Ugly Mao Shen's. Zizi Chidori. After completing the Kakashi seal, he grasped the wrist of his right hand tightly with his left hand, and a large amount of lightning appeared, aiming at a thick ancient tree in the courtyard and rushing towards it at high speed. Zizi bang, the ancient tree was pierced by Kakashi's right hand and the breach was scorched black. The power moved Kakashi's face. Kakashi, I haven't seen you for a few years and you have grown to such an extent. I think even Sakumo was not as powerful as you when he was young. My predecessors have given me too much praise. My father has always been my goal to learn and surpass. Kakashi shook his head slightly and Kasuke said with a smile. You are being humble, I am watching you and your son grow up. Sakumo was not as talented as you when he was young. However, he later had an epiphany in swordsmanship, and developed the family swordsmanship passed down by your Hatake clan from the Warring States period to a great level. Even a strong man like Hiruzen does not dare to underestimate it. By the way, speaking of the Hatake sword technique, how much have you mastered it, Kakashi? Junior, I'm ashamed I haven't practiced yet. Kakashi was embarrassed. Gujai was surprised after hearing this and quickly asked the reason. Wang Jin was not interested in the issues discussed by the two at the moment. His face was full of excitement and his hands made swish seals. Chidori. Zezi. Following Kakashi's example, Wang Jin was immediately satisfied when he pierced the ancient tree. It's great to have another ultimate skill. Kakashi is indeed a super genius who graduated at the age of 6. Not only is he gifted in ninjutsu, he is also very good at taijutsu and shuriken, especially the latter. Wang Jin saw Kakashi holding 5 kunai in his right hand, closing his eyes and throwing them all at the ancient tree. Amazing, you are worthy of being a senior. It's just average, Itachi from your clan is the best in shuriken, I can't compare with him. Kakashi spoke the truth, and Wang Jin knew it was true, so he didn't waste time on this topic. He followed him to learn Shuriken, which was the fastest way to increase strength besides improving chakra. After all, the ninja world is not realistic. A kunai can easily kill a jonin, a grandmaster is necessary. Once Wang Jin entered the state of cultivation, he forgot about time and did not stop until late at night when Kakashi could no longer bear it. Jin, from now on I will come to teach you every day when I change shifts until you have completely mastered the shuriken technique. Then I'll trouble you, senior. You're welcome. You've helped me the most. Once I succeed, I won't know how to thank you in the future. Kakashi waved and left. Gujai had been sitting on the doorstep watching Wang Jin practice. He was very satisfied with his hard work and smiled kindly. There is a limit to how much you should work on. Jin, you should take a rest and don't overwork yourself. Yes, teacher. Wang Jin helped Gujai back to his room, settled him down, and then returned to his own room to sleep. He practiced for 3 consecutive days until the reminder from the sacred tree appeared and Wang Jin had to return to the real world. Hello, Wang Jin. The chakra of your body left in the outside world has been consumed. Please log off immediately within 5 minutes, otherwise you will be kicked out of the Shenshu world. It can only last for 3 days. Wang Jin frowned. This time was too short. Look at it this way, as long as you reach Jonin, you can do whatever you want in the God Tree world, and you don't have to worry about not having enough time. He currently can last for 3 days with more than 60 cards of chakra, and Jonin can easily last for a month with over 1,000 cards of chakra, which is equivalent to no limit. After returning to the real world, Wang Jin sat cross-legged under the sacred tree to restore his chakra. When it was half recovered, he went back to the University of Minnesota to visit Wang Yue and had a big meal of monster meat. Although cells can accumulate energy after entering the sacred tree world, it is definitely not as fast as accumulating with the help of resources. After a hearty meal, he returned to his dormitory and refined the energy accumulated in his cells over the past few days into chakra. 68 cards I can break through Chunin in at most half a month. Wang Jin clenched his fists. The explosive improvement in his strength during these days made him addicted to this feeling. I took out my phone and called Tao Yu. I didn't know whether he was in the real world or not, but the other party answered the call within a few seconds. Wang Jin, why did you think of contacting me? You're not going to do the mission in the Hidden Rock Village anymore. Didn't we agree to go together? Oh, I thought you weren't going. After all, you didn't even bother to enter Anzhou University. Tao Yu laughed and continued, of course I welcome you to come. Shall we go tomorrow? Not tomorrow, and I suggest we wait until we are about to break through Chunin before going. Wang Jin wanted to do Wang Shanshan's task first. After all, there was a Senju bloodline reward there. If she couldn't wait for him to complete it, he would cry. Tao Yu, Chunin, that will take more than 10 days, I can't wait any longer. That's 300,000 taels of silver notes, enough for me to buy 100 detonating talismans. This is a powerful boost. Tao Yu, listen to me, it's only a dozen days. We are stronger and more confident. Just consider it as a favor. I'll give you my banknotes when the task is completed. How about that? Are you serious? Are you willing to spend it? This is the money of the God Tree world. It's too difficult to deal with it. I'm willing to give it up. It's only 300,000 yuan. I don't even care about it. Good boy, that's crazy. Then it's agreed. I'll wait for you for another half month, and your banknote will be mine. Good. After the negotiation was concluded, Wang Jin hung up the phone and went directly to the school to find Wang Deming. Now that the materials such as detonating talisman grain pills are ready, the Warring States mission can be carried out. Principal, Wang Shanshan is in the world of the sacred tree. Wang Jin went straight to the topic as soon as he entered the door. Wang Deming also guessed the purpose of his visit and smiled slightly. Remember the mission. It's late, Shanshan only went in yesterday afternoon, just wait. Yesterday, that's quick. She will stay in there for another day at most. Wang Jin nodded not too hastily. Wang Shanshan's chakra only has 40 calories, so he can afford to wait. When she comes out, please contact me and I will wait for her. Okay, Wang Deming saw that he was about to leave after saying that, so he immediately reached out to stay. Wait a minute, kid, I have something else to tell you. Wang Deming walked around the desk and came to Wang Jin, who nodded. Principal, tell me. That's it. Wang Deming took out a piece of A4 paper with the title to all universities. This is an order from the parliament requiring our universities, which have been ranked at the bottom for years, to participate in a big competition. Schools that perform poorly will have their qualifications revoked. I want you to represent the school. At least you have to keep your spot for me, otherwise your fake me will not approve it. That's it, Wang Jin agreed casually after hearing this. Leave it to me. Principal, just remember to remind me when the time comes. Let's go, I still have a lot to do in the Divine Tree world. Please grant me another month's leave. After Wang Jin said this, he walked out of the way. Wang Deming was stunned and laughed and cursed after a moment. What a B asterisk 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 D, those students were not wrong at all. Ever since it was reported that Wang Jin took half a month off on the first day of school, the entire university, both senior and junior, was confused. They had never seen such an arrogant freshman like him. The nickname B asterisk 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 D has also followed Wang Jin. Almost everyone feels that he is a bit arrogant and relies on his temporary strength to compete with others and is not interested in working hard. Returning to the nearby sacred tree, Wang Jin entered the world of Hokage again. Wang Shanshan still has one day to come out at most, and he plans to learn combat experience from Kakashi. Shuriken training will not produce results for a while, but Kakashi, a genius who can be ranked among the best in the history of the entire ninja world, definitely has rich combat experience. He was a ninja who had participated in 3 battles and made meritorious deeds. Wang Jin thought that he would definitely gain a lot. That evening, Kakashi came to Gyusuk's house as usual after changing his shift. Wang Jin had been waiting for a long time and spoke directly when he saw the person. "Senior, I won't practice shuriken today, I want to fight you." "Battle?" Kakashi wondered. "You genin are no match for me. So I hope seniors can fight with similar strength to me and improve my combat experience." "I see, I understand." Kakashi did not refuse. "Come on, it's all about improving your strength anyway. It doesn't matter what you practice first." Wang Jin did not dare to be careless when sparring with Kakashi and showed his Sharingan from the very beginning. "Senior, I'm on board." "Come on, I don't have to exceed your chakra." Kakashi still has a one-eyed look and does not reveal his left eye under his forehead protector. Whoosh! Wang Jin took the lead and rushed towards Kakashi at extremely fast speeds, attacking the opponent with physical skills. Kakashi saw every move and resisted it calmly, very easily. The moves are okay, but the strength is too weak. "Are you a woman's?" Kakashi did not forget to mock Wang Jin while giving him moves, leaving the latter speechless and secretly complaining in his heart. Even if this guy encounters a big change, he still can't change his unscrupulous character. Bang bangs. The two of them attacked and defended, and the physical skills battle lasted for about 3 minutes. Kakashi seemed to be tired of playing. He caught Wang Jin's flaw and kicked him away. He formed seals with both hands so fast that he was double-imaged. Lightning-style thunder beast chasing Fang. Ouch! A thunder wolf appeared and rushed towards Wang Jin. "The sealing speed is too fast, I can't keep up." Wang Jin shook his head secretly and used Great Fireball to neutralize the thunder wolf. However, at this moment Kakashi suddenly appeared from the ground under Wang Jin, taking advantage of ninjutsu's distraction during the fight, and hit him hard on the chin with an uppercut. Click! Wang Jin's jaw made a crisp cracking sound and his mouth was deformed and slurred. "What is this ninjutsu?" "Earth-style cracked teeth." Kakashi smiled and did not attack again. Wang Jin grabbed his chin with his hand and tried hard to restore it, grinning in pain. The technique of surprise is difficult to guard against. "You were just too busy dealing with my thunder beast." Kakashi shook his head. "A low-level ninjutsu like the split fang is fine against the weak, but fighting Jonin will lead to death. Jin, after all, your combat experience is too poor. I was stronger than you when I was 10 years old. You ninjas who have never been on the battlefield grow up too slowly." Senior said, "Go ahead." Wang Jin moved his body and used physical skills to attack again. Gujai in the distance watched with gusto, smiling and talking to himself. "Kakashi, although you are stronger than Zyajin now, his stamina is something you don't have. You will be left behind by him in at most 2 or 3 years." Gujai, Wang Jin's disciple, is very satisfied. He is not only obedient and well-behaved but also works very hard. The former has been watching his growth these days. From the time he first became a genin, he has become more powerful than the average chunin. This growth rate frightened even Kasuk, it was too fast. Gujai just watched the two of them sparring late into the night. From the beginning, Wang Jin could be dismissed by Kakashi with just 2 moves, but now he can resist for a while. The change is obvious. No fight, I'm going back to sleep." After putting Wang Jin down again, Kakashi looked lazy and waved goodbye casually. Wang Jin had been immersed in the battle and had not paid attention to the time. Then he realized that it was already late and immediately apologized. "Thank you for your hard work, senior, for half the night. Mama, how many times have I told you not to be so polite? Jin, you are too busy to help me deal with Sharingan. What I do is nothing." "Okay, I'm going back. See you tomorrow night." After saying this, Kakashi wanted to leave, but was stopped by Wang Jin. Senior, wait. Um, that's right, Wang Jin said and glanced at Gujai, who was sitting on the threshold. Senior teacher, I will be out of the village for a while tomorrow, and I don't know when I will come back. What did you do out of the village? Kakashi was surprised, and Kasuke also cast a questioning look. Wang Jin made up an excuse casually, go and visit my parents' graves. I won't miss them for a while. I didn't realize you were so filial. Kakashi nodded, pay more attention to safety. You can often meet ninjas from other villages outside the village. I will, Wang Jin sent Kakashi out of the hospital. Gujai didn't ask him any more questions and returned to the room to rest. Lying on the bed, Wang Jin sorted out his supplies and looked forward to tomorrow's mission. 30 detonating charms and 100 military ration pills are enough to deal with the ninjas of the Warring States period. Second, Uranus Nishiki bid farewell to Gyusuke, found a secret place not far outside Konoha village, and returned to the real world. Since the time of the two worlds was synchronized, it was also early in the morning on the Divine Tree continent. Wang Jin came to the school before Wang Deming contacted him and found Fang Lei and his little girlfriend, Wang Shanshan. The two of them were accompanied by a boy, and they got to know each other after a brief introduction. The boy's name is Liu Feng. He is a 38-card chakra Earth-style genin, and he is also a teammate in this mission. Wang Shanshan walked in front, looking back from time to time and saying, everyone must do our best on this mission. Those 15 calories of chakra are so important to us now, it is almost a month's supply. Of course, the task must be completed. Liu Feng said solemnly, in half a year it will be the day when major schools compete for rankings. We will definitely keep our places. Fang Lei nodded after hearing this. Yes, among the freshmen, only the four of us are geniuses. No one else can count on us. We must seize every opportunity to improve our strength. Half a year. So slow, Wang Jin had only briefly learned about the ranking competition from Wang Deming before, but didn't know the details. He thought it would be held in a month or two. Half a year is too late. I wish the council would be held in a year. Fang Lei complained, there must be geniuses in other schools. What can I do in half a year? Even if I practice hard from now on, I will become an average chunin at most. Wang Shanshan and Liu Feng nodded in agreement after hearing this. Only Wang Jin shook his head secretly. I won't know what my strength is after half a year. If a ranking battle were to be held in the near future, he would be more serious. After all, no matter how fast his strength has improved during this period, it will be seriously affected by his low starting point. But if you give yourself another half year at the current speed, I'm afraid Special Jonin won't be able to match him by then. After all, there are too many benefits that I can get in the Hokage world. And as the layout expands step by step, the efficiency of harvesting benefits will become more and more efficient in the future, even reaching areas that others cannot touch in their lifetime. Let's not talk about this anymore. Let's complete the mission successfully. Wang Jin shook his head and walked towards the nearest Hokage world portal. The three of them immediately followed and soon came to the vine of a sacred tree. The few of them searched for the vines with ease. When they were about to be completely wrapped, Wang Shanshan shouted, come on, and then entered the world of the sacred tree. Where is this? Wang Shanshan looked at the bare wasteland around her with only scattered trees in the distance, and she was dumbfounded. Did we be teleported to other villages by the sacred tree? Not in Konoha. There is probably no Konoha village at this time. Wang Jin looked around and said calmly, Konoha was only established 50 or 60 years ago. This time period may be earlier. Let's go, follow me, don't act casually. Oh, Wang Shanshan nodded quickly, you are the strongest here and we all listen to you. Brother, you must take this one flying. The three of us depend on you. The fat man quickly flattered him, and Wang Jin smiled and walked towards the area with trees in the distance. He does not doubt that the sacred tree has teleported him to other countries in the future. It is simply wrong to rely solely on the woods to judge whether he is in the land of fire, because the sea of trees around Konoha was created by the first Hokage. However, these information Wang Shanshan, the three of them just don't know. Wang Jin suspected that his location was around Konoha, and Uchiha and Senju during the Warring States period were also on this most fertile land. It is impossible for him to be too far away from the two tribes. This is the consistent practice of the sacred tree to facilitate real people to carry out tasks. Thinking of the enemies of this mission, the Hui Yoruichi clan, they came to sneak attack from the distant other side, the future Water Kingdom. Although the original work does not introduce much about the Warring States period, Wang Jin can still use the clues in the plot to make an inference. Generally speaking, the Warring States period was...
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500 plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.